What's going on over here?
Look him up.
Oh gosh, yes.
Subscribe to him. I recommend this man right here. That man? This man.
Oh, you guys hear that? I'm approved.
Let's give him a little show.
Yeah.
Brandon, Horror Green Book, my friend. It's good to see you again.
Always a pleasure to see you. Great time.
Everyone, look him up. He's a good man. I highly recommend him. It's coming from Fallon, the evil jester.
Hello, travelers, and welcome to the Horror Green Book, the channel that takes you from coast to coast and con to con. This is your travel guide, Brendan, and this weekend, today I'm bringing you back to Ontario, California for CreepIE Con. I missed out on last year, so it was a must that I came back for 2025's edition, and it is a stacked lineup, guys. We have tons of actors from Scream, from Re-Animator. We have Elvira in the house. We have Ken Foray. We have Tom Holland from Child's Play and Fright Night. We have tons of people in the house. And of course, the ultra fan favorite right now, the hot property, Terrifier. So we have a lot of the cast from that in the house. So travelers, we're gonna go in, we're gonna get some good vendors, great cosplay. It's gonna be a great weekend, guys. So come along with me as we get the fun started. All right, you hear the sound of the food trucks going. That means there are gonna be plenty of happy convention attendees that are going to get their bellies full after walking around and collecting autographs from their favorites. Alright guys, I am glad that I got here a little bit after the opening because I know the line to get in was super crazy. So now we're in effect and we hear horn honking, so we know the clowns are in the house. Alright guys, we are officially walking in for Friday. So it's been a bit over a year since coming here, so officially 2 years. So we're gonna get the layout of the land again. But I know they have like the vendor room right here. Definitely going in there, guys. We have the hunt experience down here. This is a huge convention center, so there's Fear Farm right here, so that's gonna be dope. Gonna go down there one of these days. I'm not sure if I'll do it tonight, but we're gonna make sure to do all that fun stuff, guys. And we have Art Sideshow here. I remember this prop museum the last time I was here in Ontario, so we're definitely gonna make sure to go through that as well. As a matter of fact, let's go ahead and do that now. Alright guys, we are here at Art Sideshow, checking out all these super cool props, guys. Of course, we got Valak right there, the nun. Annabelle. Very nice, we got some Saw action here. Of course, we got Jigsaw himself, Tobin Bell. He's actually here this weekend, so that's gonna be very cool. We also got Shawnee Smith in the house too, so love that, guys. Check out this Billy right here. I love the attention to detail that they bring. We got another one here in honor of Fright Night. Another one of my favorites. So such a dope display. Great photo ops, guys. And we even have the Lost Boys display right there. Love the attention to detail, guys. Super dope. Okay, judging by the line here, this is probably one of the fan favorites. I would assume someone from Terrifier, maybe someone from Saw. Very fun, guys. Gotta love when the line is vibrant like that. You guys know that I was one of the first to see the screening for The Fetus, so it's also cool to see the marketing going on here at the convention. We have some limited edition fetus condoms. Very cool. So I'm loving the marketing going on for the movie. Guys, make sure to check it out. Double Trouble Apparel. And you guys know I love awesome names, very punny names. Just some very cool, awesome items here. We have dresses, we have hats, bags, we have parasols, cardigans, a little bit of everything, guys. Very cool. I think these make for some very excellent gifts for either yourself or your loved one in your life, you know, friend or family member. very nice designs, guys. Very cool. So if you are into this whole very cool, creepy, very feminine aesthetic, definitely make sure to check them out. Loving this. Okay, guys, you can check them out right there at doubletroubleapparel.com. Dope booth here by Warlord. WarlordClothing.com. Hello there, how's it going? Look at these awesome shirts, guys. Very sick. Oh, nice. The cocaine Wookiee one. That is a very sick design. I love it. Guys, very dope booth, guys. And, you know, it's a very eye-catching booth. You know, who wouldn't want to come and check out these awesome shirts right here, guys? So if you can't be here this weekend, you want to go check out Warlord Clothing right there at warlordclothing.com. Alright, here we are at another booth here for Toxic Doom. Another eye-catching booth. Check out these designs right here. Very dope, guys. So we have some more right here. Digging this one right here. Very sick, guys. Gotta love it. That's one of the fun things that I love about coming out to California. You know, you get to check out a whole new crop of vendors that I'm not used to on my side of the country. So guys, if you want to check out more information, follow them right there on Instagram. Toxic Doom. Morbid Culture. Dig that, guys. Check out these amazing rugs. You have artwork here for all different sizes. I love these because they're really, you know, a little bit smaller to mid-size. So if you're someone that's running out of wall space like me, you can grab one of the smaller ones like these. So very cool. Love that Elvira one, guys. She is here tomorrow. So I'm excited to get in line and possibly obtain another signature from her. She canceled the photo ops, so I'm gonna have to go with autograph this time around. But hey, you know, you can never have too many Elvira autographs, that's for sure. And speaking of things that you can never have too much of, you can never have too much horror merchandise, guys. Like, check out what we have here. Look at this Jaws one. That is so cool, guys. And if you like Lilo and Stitch and Saw, you know, they have you covered with all types of very cool designs, guys. I absolutely love that. And what's very cool, as you can see right there, guys, these are handmade. So gotta make sure to support these awesome small businesses, guys. And if you are wanting to do that, you will be able to find Morbid Culture on Instagram, Facebook, and the like, guys. You know what to do. Now guys, this is a business that is always needed at a convention. Now they offer all types of protection for your displays, you know, your collector's items, your prints, your posters, your autographs, variety of different sizes. We even have frames right here. It's like a one-stop shop, and they even have the art portfolio albums. So let's just say if you're running out of wall space, as I mentioned earlier, you will be able to stock your posters in different portfolios here, and they even go up to 24x36, guys. So I am in luck, guys. This is opening up a whole nother line of addiction for collecting. Let's just say you will want to make sure to check them out for sure. So Fine Comic Collectibles. You go ahead, check them out right there. Poster tubes, portfolios, frames, everything, guys. That's dope. So if you are a traveler like myself, and you just have that celebrity that you just can't turn down, guys, but you're worried about going through TSA and such, these guys have you covered, and I absolutely love that, guys. So make sure to go ahead and check them out online, or, you know, coming to a con near you. All right, now those of you that are into fashion, you are well aware of Foxblood, guys. The tagline right there, for babes that wear black. So you know that is always welcome at these awesome horror cons. So we have some very cool merchandise here. They were explaining to me that the smaller bags like those right there are 60, but the cool weekend bags are 80. Those are great deals. We have some very cool berets. Loving those. Very sick, guys. All types of great merch. Oh, look at the cool onesie right here. Those are very cool. Love that. Very sick. And of course, love an awesome cardigan. So that is very dope, guys. So you know what to do, guys. Just check out Foxblood, and hopefully you'll be able to catch them at a con and you can take advantage of the deals, because that was like $20 off of the regular price for that weekend bag. Great deal. All right, we have, of course, the Trick or Treat Studios booth. Always good to see them. I've seen them at the last few cons I've been to, so that's always great. And what was cool is over here they had like a closeout box right here. They had a couple of goodies in there, cash only, guys, and you can dig in there and grab some very cool Trick or Treat Studios merchandise for the low. Highway 25 designs, guys, check it out. We have like toddler tees, you know, for the little monsters in our households. Look at these very cool little onesie dresses. Absolutely adorable, guys. So, you know, you can't forget about the smallest ones in our horror fam. So this way they are majorly taken care of right there. That's very cool. And as you can see there, you can use it for our four-legged horror fans in our households too. So that is always very cool, guys. We have very cool pup tees. Let's go check these out. Very sick, guys. And you know, of course, depending on the size of your baby in your household, your four-legged one in regards to these, of course, you have the prices going up to $35. We have crop tops over here. Very cool. Love it, guys. Absolutely love it. So if you want to check out Highway 25 Designs, there's their Instagram right there. Check them out. You know, if Bob the artist is here, you know the convention has to be legit, guys. I remember him from tons of cons that I go to. So if you are blessed to see his artwork at a convention, then you know it is one of the better ones in the country. That's for sure, guys. So if you want some very cool, very sick artwork to hang up and display, Bob the artist right there, guys. Now this is very cool, guys. Prince of Darkness. Love that, guys. So many cool items. We of course have some 3D printed materials over here. Very cool. The wall mounted monster hands. Very sick. Yeah, we have the Stu Mocker one. Yeah, of course, Billy Loomis. Yeah, that's very cool. And the Buffy one, guys, love that. It's cool in regards to Stu because, of course, the news in regards to Matthew Lillard possibly appearing in Scream 7. That's going to be interesting. We're going to see what type of movie magic they're going to pull with that. But guys, check out like how cool. Look at that Medusa one right there. Now that one, super awesome, guys. Gotta love it, guys. And what's cool is they have a variety of items for different price points. You know, you got these super cool keychains here, and guys, these feel like super cool. Like, I love the articulation from the digits. Very sick, guys. You got the feet there. So those of you that are with the Skelly crew, you are much covered, guys. Very cool. And you got hand fidgets. Super sick, guys. Love it. So guys, you want to go ahead and make sure to check out Prince of Darkness. And we have something really cool here. Before I leave, make sure to scan that so that you can see the monster hands in action, guys. So that's very cool. And again, guys, make sure to check out Prince of Darkness. Where would they be able to find you all?
PrinceOfDarkness.store on TikTok, same on Instagram. We're on Blue Sky, and we're adding more platforms all the time. There's also PrinceOfDarkness.store is our website.
Sweet, sweet. So you heard them, guys. Go ahead and make sure to check them out. Support these businesses. All right, guys. Drip from the Crypt. Gotta love that, guys. So if you love your home to smell amazing with all types of very cool scents, and of course, you know, we've got to have the spooky fun with our scents as well. So guys, gotta check out the abundance. I wish we had smell-o-vision available so that you guys could actually take advantage of these awesome smells, but I take heed, guys. I'm going to make sure to smell them and give you the word on which one I think is my favorite one from the few that I choose. But guys, before I get to that, make sure to check out Drip from the Crypt. And you can find them on Instagram. Just look up the name. Okay guys, I'm digging this one. This is the strawberry boba milk tea one. Very cool scent, and I have to actually show this one here too. It's like the midsummer one. I love like these very like refreshing and crisp type of smells, and that one is definitely it for sure. Guys, so again, make sure to check them out. Drip from the crisp. Representing Texas, guys. We got Paul Bearer Press, guys. You know it's a party when they are in the house. Got my guy Craig in the house. You know, all types of very cool designs. You know, we've come to expect that from Paul Bearer Press, guys. It's always a pleasure. What's going on, Craig? Yeah, it's good to see everyone, man. It's going to be a fun weekend. You know, they got the patches and pins, everything you could possibly want as a horror fan, guys. So make sure to check out Paul Bearer Press if you are in the house. Alright, pass by the booth here of Mood Poison. So many awesome items here. We have these slip mats right there. Very nice for you vinyl collectors. They have all types of other things. Got temporary tattoos, have earrings, very cool shirts back there. We have some magnets and such, but what really caught my eye were these clocks. That Carrie one, the house one, the Leatherface one. That Buffalo Bill one is very tough right there, guys. Gotta love that. And we even have magnets right there. And they have all of our favorites, guys. Just pick out one. And we even have cool deluxe pins that I really enjoyed. You know, check out that Suspiria pin right there. That is so cool as well. Gotta love that. And for you John Waters fans, we got John and Divine right there. Oh, so many cool ones, guys. This Exorcist one. And I'm assuming, yep, that these actually move and everything. Super cool, guys. Awesome deluxe pins. Check them out. Check out these patches as well, guys. Love those. Very cool ones. Alright, guys, you can find them right there. Mood Poison, guys. Awesome stuff. Alright, we have a familiar face in the house. We have Coffin. Remember, we saw them at Vegas at the Days of the Dead Las Vegas. It's very cool to see them again. We have the very cool coffee spoons. We have some key rings. We have the ones with the cool little plushies. I love it, man. They are really cool. I love how they have their setup. And when I tell you, these smell so good, guys. And we have the awesome Bela Lugosi right here. Love that name. So guys, if you want to check them out, you have them right there. Coffee. Guys, we are here at the booth of Luna Cloth. I absolutely enjoy all the very cool vintage inspired items that they have here. Like, check out these bags. We got some very cool shirts. Liking the designs a lot, guys. And of course, guys, you know, you gotta love that cool, you know, cardigan look. You got nice button-ups, sweaters, vests. So if you're into that very cool, vintage, very spooky vibes at the same time, you would be very well served to go and check out Luna Cloth right there, guys. You have where you can find them, the Luna Cloth 1. Check them out. I gotta love this setup right here. That's pretty cool. Nice, guys. Got a good vampire killing kit right there. Gotta exterminate those vamps. Gosh, check out these awesome banners for the artwork for Terry Poston Art. Gosh, check it out. All types of cool IPs, guys. I mean, you know, Dragon Ball fans right there. Everything, guys. So if you are a well-rounded geek like myself, guys, you are covered with everything, guys. I mean, if you're into Berserk, I mean, you got Guts right there. You know, you got the Alien Queen right there. You got some Inuyasha. Dude, like, everything is nicely covered right here. And to give you a good idea of what they look like here, these are super sick, guys. Like, love how vibrant all of these look. Dope, guys. So if you want to check out some of these very cool pieces of art, You can check out Terry right there on Facebook and Instagram. And we even have his website. Go ahead and hit him up. We got the Creepsville booth. You know, you got some awesome fans. Got all types of spooky clothing. Got some bags. You got the patches, guys. I always can't walk by a good collection of patches. So you have some very awesome stuff right there. I'm almost done with my battle vest. So I have a couple of spots for some very cool patches that may fit the bill. Let's see if I find something. You gotta love the car visors right there, guys. That is dope. You got Elvira and Gaunt back there. Alright guys, we are here at Sin City Props. Check out these awesome popcorn displays here. We have crazy dishes. We got the brains there for Hannibal Lecter. He would love that. We have awesome creepy children and babies here. Oh, that's Birth Control if I've ever seen it, that's for sure. Guys, check it out. Gotta love amazing, very cool artwork here. Like, check it out, guys. We got the overlook right there. Absolutely iconic spots. We got the Myers house. We got the well from The Ring. These look so cool, guys. Love it. And these are drawn with knives. You know, it's very, very awesome to see this. And this is representing Horror House scratch boards, guys. Check it out. We have the Amityville Horror House. Absolutely iconic. Very cool, guys, for you Nightmare Before Christmas fans. You got some Babadook. You got some Count Orlok there. And it's funny, I was just making a joke at the Days of the Dead convention. I was mentioning how the Babadook is a gay icon. And I had to explain the fiasco and the reasoning behind that with a friend at a recent con. So that's very cool to see that, guys. And if you're wanting some of this very awesome artwork, you will be able to find Jennifer's artwork right there. All of the QR codes. You got Instagram, you got Etsy. You have everything that you'll possibly need, guys. Go ahead and make sure to check out Horror House scratch boards. Alright guys, we have Get to Steeping, another booth that we are familiar with on the channel. Very iconic, very cool items that they have here. You gotta love having some very cool tea. Love it, guys. They're so awesome here at Get to Steeping. All types of cool products.
From getting sick during those cold times. You know,
so guys, you know what to do. Let me go ahead and give you the card right there, guys. Gets to Steeping. Love it, guys. Always good to see them again. Alright, and this is called Inked in the IE. So guys, it makes for a great souvenir, that's for sure. Get here early and see if these artists have some time in their schedule for this weekend, because it gets pretty crazy, man. You got to get those appointments in early because you never know how busy they will get. So it's an awesome experience whenever you have a section of tattoo artists that are here repping the West Coast, guys. So glad to be here, glad to see this amazing convention happening. Alright, one of the tattoo galleries that is here representing is Dark Heritage Tattoo Gallery. They are based in Anaheim. So it's very cool. You see they have a pretty big spot of the convention here handy. So guys, if you're ever at a horror con, make sure to get some ink, man. It's a great memory of some of the fun that you've had at a horror con, and it lasts longer than a hangover. More examples of what we have here. We have some very cool American traditional tattoos right here, guys. That's a very sick way. Guys, I love seeing the different tattoo artists that are here and available at these cool conventions, guys. Like, check it out. Man, guys, you should definitely be here. But if you can't be here, you can find examples of this artist's artwork right there. Sanchez_Inc. on Instagram. Guys, check it out right there. That's dope, guys. Absolutely sick artwork. Hey guys, you got dig it, guys. Absolutely dig it. Where are you located, man?
I'm in Chino, bro.
All right, he's in Chino. So if you guys are going out that way, you want to get some fire artwork, hey, make sure to check them out, guys. I mean, the proof is in the pudding. You got Even Art and the Pale Girl over here welcoming you to CreepIE Con. Maybe they're beckoning you to get a Terrifier inspired tattoo. What do you think, travelers? Very, very cool cosplay. I think they look great. What do you say, guys?
Subscribe to the Horror Green Book.
Awesome. Thanks so much, kiddos. Okay, travelers, I think I have built up the courage to go through the hunt. So let's go ahead and see what's going on up in here. Oh gosh, check it out. Looks so dope in here, guys. And they are here for Fear Farm. Guys, make sure to check them out. There we go. There's the QR code. You go check out this local hunt. Oh, there we go. Causing havoc. See what we have here, guys. Let's go get scared. Woo. Flashing lights, guys. Oh, this is very cool in here, guys. Gotta love a cool hunt. It's giving all the vibes right here. That's right. Woo! Alright, guys. Go. Oh my gosh, guys. I'm getting lost into the vortex here. All these cool aliens. Oh, they're coming. Very nice. Oh, there you go. Ah, nice. And let us out to the food trucks. Very cool. Oh guys, it's such a nice night out here in Ontario, representing the IE or Inland Empire. Oh, this is what those California nights are made of, that's for sure. We have the food trucks. Looks like we got some tacos, so we got some burgers over here. I think I had a burger from here last time. I'm gonna go and check out what they have here because I'm a little bit hungry. And I'll get back to the convention fun in a bit, travelers. Oh, this is the one that I came here the year before last because you can see my sticker right there, still in a very permanent spot, guys. So the Horror Green Book is still here representing for this truck. Okay, travelers, it is Saturday, day 2 here. Of course, you know, you see the sunshine. Yesterday started off, you know, a bit later in the evening. It's 5 p.m. and of course daylight savings time isn't in effect right now this time of year. But hey, it is looking so beautiful here, so it's a great day for horror. We're gonna check out some panels and get back to an amazing time here at CreepIE Con. Okay, travelers, had to take a quick break for some refreshments and getting some lunch and stop by Sunshine's Lemonade and absolutely amazing cherry pineapple lemonade that I'm indulging in. Now I'm about to have some carne asada nachos. Perfect for today. Okay, I'm finally trying out the carne asada nachos as recommended by longtime traveler Bumper. So Bumper, here it goes, man. I'm gonna go ahead and take that recommendation. I know you wouldn't steer me wrong.
With some of the incredible actors that were there. So first off, she's appeared in films including Underworld Evolution, Bury the Bride, and most recently Little Bites. She is a 9-time award-winning writer, director, editor, and composer of the films Frank, What the Spell, I Live Alone, and Hymns. In the music world, her band Knee High Fox has toured with the likes of Marilyn Manson, and she's written hit songs for Theory of a Dead Man, Hailstorm, and New Year's Day. She also created a horror audio fiction podcast with us for Blade Disgusting called Bleeder's Digest. Playing Jennifer, whose unforgettable death scene opens Terrifier 3. It's our good friend Chrissy Fox.
Woo!
Also here with us, she's been in some of the most celebrated TV shows of all time: Guiding Light, Law and Order, the multi-Emmy winning Nurse Jackie in 30 Rock, a couple of features for the Lifetime Network, worked with Martin Scorsese in The Irishman, with Ivan Reitman in My Super Ex-Girlfriend. Her death scene in Terrifier 3 made Art the Clown himself throw up. Playing Aunt Jessica, please welcome Margaret Ann Florence. Beginning her career at only 6 years old, her first projects were the 22-time Emmy-winning The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel and Raven's Home for the Disney Channel. She went on to star opposite Jessica Biel in Hulu's Emmy-nominated Candy, AMC's Fear the Walking Dead, and alongside Andy McDowell and Danny DeVito in A Sudden Case of Christmas. Playing Sienna's fierce and sweet cousin Gabby, it is Antonella Rose. 12 years old and absolutely killing. Finally, he's a multi-award-winning filmmaker who directed over a dozen music videos and acclaimed shorts. As an actor himself, he's appeared in music videos from the Black Keys and El King, the features Popular Theory, Secrets on Greek Row, and had a role on Netflix's pop culture phenomenon, Stranger Things, playing Cole, whose brutal sequence is the centerpiece of Terrifier 3. Say hello to Mason McCarty, everybody. All right, on with the festivities. Mr. John Grills, kick it off.
Has anyone here not seen Terrifier 3?
Spoiler alert.
All right, you're gonna love this first question. I'd like to walk down the line and have everyone explain and describe their death scene from Terrifier 3.
Spoiler alert.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I play Jennifer. Me and my family are peacefully sleeping a few days before Christmas, and Art the Clown comes in dressed as Santa, and my little daughter wakes up and then tries to warn us, and we think she's stupid and send her to bed, which is very dumb. Listen to your kids. And so he first murders my son, my little son, and then my husband in bed beside me, and then where does it start? He gets me in the back with an axe, and then in the stomach, and then he slowly cuts my arm off, takes a few tries, and then he axes me in the middle of the head, in front of the Christmas tree. So, yeah. And then at the end, he does find my daughter, and yes, she does die. She's never watched her, so she doesn't know how to do it.
I know, I probably can't totally describe it. I haven't watched my own kill because I think it's too disturbing. But I do know what leads up to it, so. But basically, I'm tied to a chair, and then I have a tube basically hammered down my throat, a plastic tube, and then I have live rats put down the tube, down my throat, and they basically try to like claw their way out, and then I think they slit my throat.
Yes,
they come out.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah. Oh. People love it.
I don't know how to put this. My character falls through a portal through hell. I think it's pretty self-explanatory. So.
Yeah, well, let's start on this one. I got a lovely bracelet by some awesome person that says "pegged by art." But yeah, you know, I'm in college, you know, I got this cool girlfriend, we're in the shower because no one's around, and then rudely interrupted by a chainsaw-wielding clown. But pretty awesome. And then, you know, after a couple fingers go away and a leg and some other stuff, yeah, chainsaw goes right up the butt all the way up to the a lot of fun. So much fun, yeah.
We'd love to hear how you guys each got involved in this franchise, from hearing about, like, were you familiar with the franchise before, and how the opportunity came up. We can start with Chrissy.
Yeah, I mean, I was familiar. A friend of mine, Paul Wiley, he actually did the music on starting with the first one, and he told me about it, and he's like, hey, you should watch this movie I just worked on, Terrifier. And so I watched it really early, and I loved it. There's something about it, I was like, this is really cool, this is really something unique I've not seen. So I slowly started to get to know Damien a little bit, and David over just Instagram, because my daughter was 2 and she got really obsessed with Art the Clown. So, and then Damien had seen some of my films that I've done, and so we talked, and then, I just threw it out there. I was like, I'd love to be a part of this at some point, and he had said, I think there might be something for you in 3. And I was like, oh, that's nice of him to say. And then he meant it, like a year later, he reached out, and, I sent him some recent stuff I'd done, and he was like, I want you to be Jennifer. He was like, this is the Drew Barrymore and Scream moment, and I was like, amazing, and I just was like, how bad is it? And he's like, oh, it's brutal. That was, and so I was in from the beginning, and I think I was cast really early on this, so it killed me. I had to keep it a secret for a long time. So.
Wow.
I was not familiar, surprise, with the movies, but I did know the casting director in New York, Matthew Maisto, and I auditioned for it several times before, and I just got it, just like any other audition from my manager, and put myself on tape for it, and then got a call, I don't know, maybe a couple of weeks later, that it was right before the holidays last year, and they were like, they're probably going to have you do some callbacks after Christmas. So, and then after Christmas, they called and they said, well, they just passed your tape around over Christmas, and they decided that they don't need to see you again, and they want to offer you the job. Amazing. So, I was like, wonderful. I was like, this sounds great. But I wasn't sure, I was like, do I want to do this movie? And I was just telling the story, actually, that I ran into a friend, and she had some teenage daughters, and they're like, oh, what are you working on? I was like, well, I might be, going to do this movie, Terrifier, and the daughter was like, you're a Terrifier! And I was like, oh my God, I have to go do this movie now. Everybody knows what it is. So it was a great time. But it was my lucky fortune to get this job and to get to work with all these great people. And now we get to see each other all the time, which is it's awesome. Definitely like our little movie family. So it's so cool.
Well, I hadn't watched the movie prior. But I had known about it. I had seen a lot of clips surfacing around TikTok because it is very famous, especially for its gore. So I had done the audition, and then it was during a callback that I think I had gotten the script. I don't remember when. And no, it was after I got the role, and I was reading through the script, and my mom was reading it at the same time as me, and she went into my room. I remember, and she was like, oh my God. And I was like, oh my gosh, this is amazing. And I was just laughing. And she was like, oh my God. And I was like, this is so fun. My friends are gonna love this. And she was like, she was speechless, but I loved it. I thought it was the perfect amount of funny and gore. And I kept just thinking, I kept thinking, how are they going to turn this into real life, into a movie? And I remember when I watched it for the first time, I was like, this is amazing. Yeah.
Yeah, so I've always been a horror movie fan, but I hadn't seen the Terrifier movies. I think my knowledge of Art the Clown, I had seen the bedroom scene on Twitter, so I was pretty appalled by that. Coming from a Saw fan, I was like, wow, this is a different level. But and then not even a month later, I just get an audition for Cole in Terrifier 3, and I was kind of like, oh, because Art the Clown kind of spooked me out, so I didn't know how I felt. But of course, I knew that the fan base was so awesome and incredible, and it was an opportunity I couldn't miss. So I sent a pretty silly tape. The sides were actually, I can't remember his name, but it's the character in Terrifier 2, the boyfriend that also has his groin area get torn apart. Yeah, but anyways, it was his scene, so they really withheld a lot of details for the character for a while, but I ended up reading 4 or 5 times, and then there was a chemistry read with Alexa, who I wish was here, but and she was so sweet, and it just, that's when I really started to read the scenes for Cole, and then it got down to where Damien just called me at one point. It's like, hey, and thanks to Elliot and Lauren and David and everybody, because Damien told me, and he probably I think did it for everybody, but he included them on picking who felt right for the film. So honestly, that was super cool that they were excited to see us. But anyway, he's like, hey, we'd love to have you for the part. And he's like, look, I'm just gonna send you something. He's like, you can just tell me right now if you don't want to do this, but like, you can read it, and then you can tell me the role's yours if you want it. And it was just the one PDF of the shower scene, you know? That was it. And I was expecting the script, but it was just a PDF. And I read it, I knew it was gonna be crazy, and I was like, yeah, I want to do this. So I was so in, and it was an awesome experience. So yeah.
I'm really curious about, I mean, we've all of us, I would assume, being horror fans, our dream of being killed in a horror film, and being killed by art's gotta be like the ultimate. I mean, it doesn't get better than that. I would love to know what it looks like on the other side of the camera for you guys. Like, what goes into creating the illusion of being killed? Again, we can go for everybody, and there's some cool stunt stuff we can talk to Antonella about with Chrissy. How did they do yours when you showed up on set? Was it anything like you expected?
I mean, of course, if you know the franchise, you know they go far. But I remember the very first scary thing I shot was finding Timmy. And so they were getting me ready, and I hadn't seen it, and I go upstairs in the house, and I looked at the monitor, and I was like, oh my God. Like, so then I knew what I was in for, and I think I didn't realize how much stunts and things like that went into my, I don't know why. I think the thing that freaked me out the most was when the axe came through the door, because they really did that, and it was like right by my head. So I was super nervous. But then it turned into, I think the very last day was when we did all my effects. So yeah, having David chase you down the stairs, and it was legitimately very scary. And then the first thing was, we just did it in order because we had to do all my prosthetics. And I think they said I had the most prosthetics in the movie because of like the amount of molds they had to do. Like, I think I did 2 head molds, I did a torso, I did a shoulder, I did both of my arms. Like, it was a lot. It was like a whole day of just that. So yeah, so we did the back gag, which was pretty gross and scary, and David missed the pad like 3 times with the axe, so it was a fake axe, but they still hurt. But I was like, it's okay. And then we did the stomach, but we had to really like choreograph the axe being in my back and him flinging me, and then I couldn't see, and I like slammed myself against the pillar. I thought I like broke my arm. It was just like, because I'm like, I have to sell this, you know, I have to make it really feel like it hurts. And imagine getting an axe in your back and then slamming into it. It was awful. And then we did the stomach. And then we did the stomach on me physically. And then we also had like a dummy that was like my torso all the way to like my legs and my head. And so we would do my stuff, and then we would do some of like her guts coming out. And I have to say, when you work with something that looks just like you, that's molded, the worst thing is watching them like put the teeth in and pull the teeth. Oh my God, it's like, and then they were like, had 2 people's hands inside my stomach, like stretching, and I'm like, stop.
You're like cast your whole body? How does it work?
Yeah, they cast me like from basically my torso down to like my, like right above my knee.
Yeah.
And then yeah, so it was like my actual full body.
Did you keep it?
I wish. It was a mess. Like, I was a mess after that. And then, yeah, then what did we do? Then we did the arm, which took quite a while because we would stop each time and we would do prosthetics. And that was a pretty detailed prosthetic and I had to have my arm all the way behind my back for a long time. And then we did that one. And then the last one was the head. And a lot of people were like, oh, that was like a puppet or a dummy. I'm like, that was me. They did a half face prosthetic, and then they had to do like, put the skull in, and then like had to replace my hair because it was really a lot, and there was blood tubing in there, and it was just, some was going out my eye, and then some of it was just going down my ear canal, so I couldn't see or hear on one side of my head. But it was amazing, and I was soaked. I think the day that we shot that, I think I had so much blood on everything, I like changed my underwear 7 times. I was like, I can't stand it. But it was really exciting to know that there was that much blood. I was like, I hope that everybody's gonna really like this. So.
How many times do you have to do that? I mean, with all those things set up, did you get one shot and that's it?
I feel like the head one we only did a couple times. It was pretty, like we did one where I didn't fall and then one where I did. The stomach one we did quite a few, and the axe in the back, just because there was like, it was all like one long piece that we would run from the stairs and go all the way to the door. So it was quite a bit. I remember the funniest story was, you guys must know, if you're big fans, you know who Phil is, the producer. So he was teasing me the whole time because he knew I was scared of the axe coming through the door, and so he's like, you probably won't die, you'll be fine, and the whole time. And so right before we shoot it, we're shooting in this house, and like the banister's a little wobbly. I was totally safe, they like, you know, they had a stunt coordinator in mind, but I looked down right before they call action, and Phil's standing at the bottom of the stairs holding a landing pad, and I think he was just fucking with me, but it was not great. So yeah, that was one of my favorite memories from shooting.
What about before we go on, the screams? I mean, the screams are kind of the centerpiece of the trailer. They've been used everywhere. Your scene has been, you know, spread all over TikTok too. Getting those screams right. I mean, did you do multiple takes, throw out your voice? Was that the first one? How did that work?
No, he had me screaming 10 hours a day. Like, I'm not kidding. And it was really funny because we shot in a real neighborhood in Staten Island. So we had the whole neighborhood outside. Like, people could hear me blocks away. But you know, I think like there's different types of screams, and it really matters when you're making a horror movie. And if you find your kid's dead, it's not a normal scream. It's like a guttural, like agonizing scream. So I really wanted to give that and do it justice. So I just drank a ton of throat coat and ate licorice and tried to pace myself. But yeah, I screamed like for over 10 hours a day for like multiple days. Yeah, one of my favorite things, and if you guys followed the when people were like, you know, trying to post like little things when we were shooting, there was a huge crowd outside the house, and I was screaming, and people were like, are you shooting Terrifier 3? And they're like, absolutely not, no. and then people would look up at the bedroom window, and when he's killing my husband, and you literally see him in a Santa costume, swinging an axe, you can see him from the street, and they're like, no, it's not Terrifier 3. Yeah.
Guys, I had it so much easier than any of you. I feel so bad. I was like, but you gotta understand, I mean, my character is tied to a chair, like, I can't move. And then from the point, mine, I would say, was just more emotionally draining than physically. Because, you know, that scene obviously is very upsetting. You know, I think my daughter's dead, my husband's dead, he's nailed to the wall over there. I mean, it's a lot. So that was really more of the challenge in that scene, you know, for all of us, just to stay in that emotional place for several days. You know, it takes days to shoot those scenes. They're not just like a few hours and it's over. So. But they did do a digital scan of me, but I didn't have to do a mold. I didn't have to like have any of the stuff poured on me or anything.
Absolute BS.
Like, I know. Now I know how lucky I am. But yeah, so they did the digital scan of me, basically just from like the shoulders up, and then they might have done a mold on my arm, and they did do a mold on my teeth.
Okay.
A mold on my teeth. And speaking of, yeah, it is so disturbing. I don't know, maybe you've seen on my Instagram, I have a thing of me standing beside the monitor, because there are people like manhandling your mannequin, and they're like shoving stuff in my mouth. I'm like, I cannot watch this. Like, stop touching me. It feels so weird. So it is like totally bizarre, but I mean, they did such an incredible job.
Mm-hmm. They really did.
With the mannequins and everything. I mean, you know, to pull all that off, it's an amazing job with the special effects people did. But no, I didn't have to have like anything stuck on me on the set or anything.
So mad at you
right
right
now. Blood on me, I don't even think. I don't know, but you know, I mean, I was actually duct taped to the chair, and we did have duct tape on my mouth, and so you know, it's certainly not comfortable by any means, but I really did miss out on some of that murder business. But my, you know, God bless that mannequin. I'm so happy for her. She did a great job.
So Antonella, obviously you had a little bit different, but you were in that final scene that is the craziest scene in the whole film, and you're seeing Art and Victoria at their most sinister and most evil. That had to be just a really intense experience to ramp yourself up emotionally for that. How was that, and any stunts required in descending down the portal to hell?
Oh God. First with the screams, I like to practice my horror scream a lot. I feel like it's definitely gotten better since I shot Terrifier. I remember on Halloween once, last year, me and my friends, they were like, Antonella, can you scream for us? And I was like, no. Oh, please, no, please. And then I screamed, like really, really loud. And we were in the whole neighborhood and the whole block heard us. And I was like, I'm trying to make it louder and more gut-wrenching. And they were like, You want it louder than that? It's gotten better than when I filmed, because I like to practice. My neighbors think I'm insane. My neighbors must hate me. And for stunts, I really want to do my own stunts. So any chance that I do get to do that, I try to, but I have a lot of respect for my stunt doubles. But there was this one big stunt that I did at the end of it was in the final scene, and, well, my final scene, and I fall through a portal, through hell. And I remember, I was in a harness. I remember I had gotten, like, the scene for that, like they had said exactly when we were gonna do it, like a week before. So I was hyping myself up for a week. And everybody was like, are you scared, Antonella? Are you nervous? And I'm like, I'm fine. And then the day comes, and I'm like super like excited. I'm like, all right, so I'm just gonna have to get through these other scenes really quick, because it was like my last scene of the day. It was actually my last day. So it was a way to leave with a bang. And they were like, are you nervous? Are you scared? I'm like, I'm so excited. I just want to rush through all this and just do that scene, because I was so excited. I was going to get in a harness and everything. And then there came the time, my stunt double, she came. Oh, she was wonderful. She came and she showed me how to put on the harness. And I was like, this is going to be so exciting. And I go over there, and it's this huge, it's like 2 stories or something. And it was just, okay, I got on a ladder. And as soon as they like hook me up, and we start like, Damien says action, I like forget like anything as soon as I come down. Like I feel like I completely blacked out. Like all I remember was them hooking me up, and then I forgot everything that happened as soon as I came down. Like my mom was like, "What? Are you okay? Did the harness hurt you? Are you good?" I'm like, I don't know. Maybe no. I think. And it was like my mom was more scared for me. I was like, okay, can you film like on the monitor, please? And she was like, yeah. And then I went after the scene, and I was like, can I see what you filmed? Because like I don't remember what happened. And then she showed me, and it was just her filming the floor. She was that nervous. Yeah, I was more excited. It was amazing. And then there was another stunt that I did. It was minimal. I just fell. There was a lot of falling that I had to do onto pads, and I loved it. I was like, yeah, I love that. And I'll just fall. That's pretty much it. I had it way easier with the stunts than you guys.
So what's hell like? Just like asking for a friend.
It's pretty warm.
I'm from Minnesota, so that's almost good.
Yeah. I didn't really pack accordingly.
There was no time. It felt through.
Yeah, it was just a whole thing. I didn't have time to bring my whole suitcase set, but it's pretty warm down here.
Mason, man. Wow. You're starting with a chainsaw through a shower door. So we're looking at smashed glass, water. It looked so nudity. It looked uncomfortable.
Yeah. Well, we knew it was coming. You know, I think I worked for about 2 weeks, and so the first week was just all the dialogue scenes. It was all the talking. So pretty fairly easy, average, you know, regular shoot for a Terrifier movie, you know. And so I think Alexa and I, you know, thank God for her, because like I think a lot of this movie was like a buddy system between us, because when it was challenging or just, you know, there's a lot of new territory. Like that whole shower sequence was just, I think, new for both of us. But we had each other to kind of like hype each other up. It was like, yeah, okay, we got this together, you know. And so the second week we came back, it was about 3 full days of shooting that shower sequence, which was just crazy. It was amazing, but it was challenging because I already noticed my voice was going away after the first day, so I was like, no. And we were both feeling that, so we were like, oh crap. So right after we would figure out what we could do for our voices and whatnot. I mean, it was handled with so much care, because, you know, Damien and his team they're just amazing and so professional and incredible. So yeah, nothing was just like, oh, I can't do this. But I will say that chainsaw was so freaking scary because, well, first of all, it's a real chainsaw. I mean, they just dulled the blades, so that thing's still like ripping through and it's getting close to your face, and they blocked it out a few times, so I know where it's coming and all that. But I gotta act like I don't know where it's coming, so just my brain was just freaking out. every time that was happening. But yeah, it was intense, man. You know, and they're throwing little glass shards at your face and all that. And yeah, 3 long days, and it was amazing. But I think the funniest thing was, well, it wasn't funny on the day of, but unfortunately the last day we were running behind on coverage, and we had finally gotten through like all of our principal photography of me and Alexa, but there were some mishaps where blood was getting in her eye, and so we had to really reset because it stung. But anyways, that was getting a little hectic, but we had to officially wrap before I saw any of my body get torn apart, which was funny because it became a very unexpected. I knew what was coming in the script, and we shot all the blood getting all over me. I did see the chainsaw go up the ass, you know, that was pretty exciting. That was funny, everyone was all huddled around the monitor, like, it's the moment, like, let's watch, let's see. Yeah, there was a lot of applause, it was great. But anyways, yeah, so we left, and I didn't see anything else that happened to me until the premiere. So it was really funny and shocking to just see all of the little details, because they had to go and do a pickup day without me and Alexa there, and it was just our full bodies, because we had to do the goo process. We had to get, they put all this stuff on you to make a dummy of you. Yeah, it's quite weird, you know, on your butt and all that. But anyway, yeah, really amazing experience, and yeah, it just made the premiere even more shocking and fun, and it was awesome. Yeah. Like military boot camp for 3 days. It was crazy. Yeah.
For all the aspiring murder victims in the audience, how exactly does one prepare to act like you're getting hit with a chainsaw in the ass? Or anywhere else? Or anywhere else?
Wow, that's a great question. Man, you know, I mean, Damien was a great coach, man, because, you know, I was confused on that too. And I didn't want to, you know, that suspension of disbelief. I wanted to see how we could make this as raw and real as possible. And but Damien just had great ideas where it's like, okay, it's coming from here, so like, you know, like torque your head a little bit, like, you know, stuff like this. And when you scream, you know, like let it like come from here and whatnot. So he had a lot of great advice. But I mean, man, we played. I'm sure there's a lot of different versions of that that moment happening, which is so funny. But yeah, we played, man. I don't know. It was a very, very experimental acting process. Yeah.
When Mia's on the shower floor and there's a scene right before Art puts like the Christmas sunglasses on her, and her face is kind of blubbering. Is that the actor, or is that a prosthetic puppet? You know?
I don't know. That's the other thing, is that Alexa and I had really gotten really close and throughout this experience, and of course I didn't witness anybody else die in the movie or in the making of the movie or anything, so I actually didn't stick around and watch her film that, because her scream was so like just like painstaking to me. I don't know, it was just it was rough. So I didn't watch her solo coverage at all, because I don't know, I was in the back just eating something, I don't know, hanging out, trying not to freak out. But no, yeah, it was, I was like, that's my friend. I'm like, she's getting murdered over there. But yeah, that's a great question, because it looks really, I mean, Tinsley Studios and the whole FX team are just incredible. It looks so good.
Did anybody get to keep any prosthetics or costume pieces?
I wanted for a friend. So bad. Yeah, no, I don't. What about you guys?
No, I mean, I asked what was happening to the mannequin, but they said basically it like decomposes because it's so gross that it. Even if somebody's trying to keep it, that it just like
buckets or something. Yeah. I mean, there was nothing left on me that was like salvageable. Like I was very soaked. The only thing it's not really from set, but Damien did these really cool storyboards of my death, and I don't think he did it for every kill. So I have those and I framed them, because that was like a really cool thing to have. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't get anything exactly from set either, but I do remember David, he gave me this little plushie, and not even a plushie, it's kind of like a squishy of Art the Clown. It was cool.
I want to talk about the fact that in this particular Terrifier film, there's a lot of little kids in it, including Antonella herself. And I guess starting with Christy, you have that opening scene with Jules. Is it Luciana Van Dette? What's her name? The actress name?
We call her Lucy.
Lucy, okay. How did you notice that production and how David and Damien adapted their process to kind of make kids feel safe and comfortable and not traumatized, you know?
They're really amazing. Like, Damien is such a good director, and even through my whole experience, he was like, if you're not comfortable with this, we'll just do something. Like, he's so awesome and encouraging. And so yeah, when Lucy was really scared of art, and we worked, I think, 1 or 2 days before David even came. We did a lot of our dialogue together, and she was really scared. She like walked in and was like, thought he was hiding in a wardrobe rack, or like, he's not here, I promise, he's not here. And then of course it got to the point where, and she never ever saw anything scary. She was never on set during any of like the traumatizing stuff. Honestly, some of the stuff with both of them, they even could shoot separately, but they couldn't when she was like following them up the stairs and stuff like that. So it actually was a cool thing because my daughter is obsessed with David and so she came to New York when I shot, and she came to set that day that Lucy and David worked together. And she was very excited. She's back there waiting. And so she actually played dolls with Lucy for a while, and then she convinced him, like, he's really nice. We should go take a picture together with him. And so they did, and then Lucy felt more relaxed and she did the scene. And but yeah, David's incredible with kids. He used to teach kids, so like I have videos of him singing the ABCs with Al and stuff. So they're really great. And honestly, I never even worked with Timmy, because I came in that day, but they shot his bed, like, I mean, it's just a couple of lines of dialogue, so they shot that, and then I came in later in the afternoon, so I never even met my son. But he definitely was not exposed to anything scary, and they're really, really aware of that, and they really like kids on the set, and everybody's like a family, and everybody has kids or loves kids, so yeah, I thought they handled it really well. And Lucy came around because she came to the premiere, and she was a little more open and hanging out. She even watched some of her dialogue, and then they left before the bad stuff. Yeah, so.
And Antonella, how was it? How did you notice that process, and how were they with you? Or is this old hat to you? Are you all good with it?
Everybody on set was so sweet, especially Damien, David, and Lauren. They were all like, after every scene, they were like, "Are you okay?" And David would come and be like, did I push you too hard? Was I scary? And I'm like, no, please keep doing what you're doing. You know, I think it's really important that I really get into character, and I feel like it's even good if I get scared, but it was all just a really fun process and a really nice and enjoyable environment to be on. And they just made everything just, they were all so nice. And yeah, you were saying that David's a teacher. So he would come like every now and then between takes, and once he gave me a really cool history lesson. He was like, yeah, I used to be a teacher, and they started talking about, I forgot what it was, but it was really cool. and that's what I remember, and it was all just a really enjoyable and fun process, and they made sure that, you know, I wasn't traumatized, and it's a memory that I'll never really forget, you know?
Yeah. No, I actually remember, I just remembered that we had to hide David at the beginning of getting there. I forgot, he was like in the dining room, like up against, it was like, so she didn't know where he was at first. He would like consciously never be in the room with her and go out of his way to like be in an uncomfortable situation just so she could be comfortable. I just totally had a flashback to that, because then Al grabbed his axe and started chasing him with it. Yeah.
David in full art makeup, and like, is there that moment, oh no, it's David, he's just wearing makeup, it's fine, or are you looking at Art the Clown?
I've only ever seen David with his makeup on. Until the premiere, I'd never seen him, because they always had to come earlier than I did, because I didn't have to do any of that prosthetics or additional makeup. So they were always, him and Samantha. I never saw Samantha out of her makeup either until the premiere. I finally saw them.
Oh, I didn't see her.
So, but yeah, David, you know, we're just like, you know, we didn't have a lot of like green room space there, so we're just kind of holed up in this bedroom in this house together, and he's just like sitting in his costume, looking at me, and you know, like, yeah, we're talking. We talked about, you know, him being a teacher from Alabama, right? Is that right? I think so. But yeah, we talked about that. I mean, just having like regular conversation, but you know, he's totally in his outfit. I mean, he never takes it off because we gotta go shoot. So yeah, so that was my whole experience. because everybody was in costume. Samantha had like her con. She couldn't even see me. In the whole scene, she was like, "Where are you? I cannot see you." And she has the prosthetic covering the whole of one side of her face, and then she has a contact in the other one that's got like a pinhole that she can't even see out of, basically. So she was a trooper. I don't know how they did all that.
Yeah, nobody is allowed to ever complain after what's Samantha had to wear.
And you hawked a big loogie at her too.
Oh yeah. And she was like, "It's fine, I can't feel it." She was like, "Just spit it right there on the screen." I was like, "I'm so sorry."
I only saw her out of makeup in the premiere, but she had showed me a photo of her, and I was like, "Oh my gosh, you're so pretty! You're totally not involved."
I saw David at I think my first day, he was like halfway through makeup. No, I saw him out of makeup first, and then Alexa and I were there as we watched Heather, who was helping with a lot of his like face makeup and all that throughout the entire shoot. We kind of watched her put it on, so it was each layer kind of going on. It was really exciting, but like such a kind face that David has, and then it just slowly morphs into just that really scary thing that we all fell in love with years ago, and like it was frightening. But him in the Santa outfit was like the end of the day. He walked up. We were shooting the dorm sequence with Elliot, and he walked up, and oh my god, yeah, just totally iconic looking costume. It's just it's amazing, but frightening.
No, I think when I first saw him, I'm trying to remember when I first saw him out of makeup, but before we shot, after reading it, I started getting these nightmares about him doing that to me for real. So I was like telling Damien before we shot, I was like, "I'm getting nightmares." He's like, "Oh, that makes me so happy." Like, no. But so I got on set, and then of course David's like the best. He's so sweet and nice, but it's crazy when he turns on the art thing. Like when we're about to shoot, he says he almost like plays it like a bird of prey, the way he like looks at you, and it's scary. Like it doesn't matter who, like you can love him so much, but if he's gonna be art, he's genuinely terrifying. Those tears were real, So yeah, and then I mean we've seen him a lot since. He actually, my daughter had an Art the Clown themed birthday party this year, and he came. So all the preschool moms were thrilled to meet him.
Yeah, I saw him on my first day, and the first time I had seen him was him without makeup. But I didn't know entirely what he looked like. I had seen like a photo of him, so I would know who he was before, but like I didn't like what he looked like really before. But then I had seen him, and I was like, he was like, "Oh yeah, I'm David. Hi, I play Art the Clown." I'm like, "Oh, I thought you would look like scary." He's like such a sweetie. Yeah, and then he had come like because my first day was the mall scene, so he had come like a little early to be like an eyeline, and then I got to know him before the makeup, and then he got all his makeup on, and I was like, "Oh my gosh." He just really gets into character, and I love how he can express things without actually talking. Yeah.
Did he do this thing on set? The whole like he commits to something if he does it, so he'll do these weird things. Like he scared me like 3 times. He would sit inside the wardrobe rack and stare at me until I noticed him, and then it would terrify you. And he did it to like one of the other crew members, and I filmed it. She didn't notice him for 3.5 minutes when she was working on something. I have to put that on Instagram because it's so funny. But he won't give up until you give it to him. It was awesome.
One of the first scenes that we see Aunt Jess and Gabby is sitting around the table eating Chinese food, right? And then Zombie Brooke shows up, starts yelling at everybody, and you guys can't see her. You're pretending. How did you guys put that together? What was Damien doing to help you out and get you through that scene?
Oh my god, that was one of my favorite days. It was so fun because we were all together. Like it was basically, I guess, the only scene that we're all in together as a family. But then, she came in. There was a lot of logistics though with her costume and the blood, and she had like tubes coming out here, and her top kept like coming down basically because the blood was making it so wet and it wasn't sticking anymore. So it kind of, and talk about a scream. Her scream is insane. So and when you're sitting this close to it, you're like, whoa! But that was a really fun scene. We got to do it. She wasn't in the whole time. We shot other coverage, and then they put her in when they needed her, but she was a mess. And she kept, and some blood would like fly on you.
Oh.
And you were doing it when you weren't supposed to have blood on you, and we're like, ooh. Like, you're not real, you can't have blood on you. Yeah, it was fun though.
I don't know how I didn't break. I mean, she was just sitting right next to me like this, and she was like, pass the rice, and blood would keep splattering on me. And I was just trying to grab rice with these chopsticks, and I was upset. And I remember she just kept screaming, and I was like, oh my gosh. And I was like,
I know. It was just fun. I think that scene was just fun. Yeah.
I remember I had met her while she was like halfway through makeup. She was all bloody, and she was like, hi. And I was like, oh my gosh, you look so cool. But I was pretty creeped out.
Yeah, it was creepy. It was creepy.
All that blood, it was like all over her face. Yeah. And then I had actually seen her in person after, like, when she was leaving. Apparently, like, some bloody blood in her eye.
Yeah.
What does the blood taste like, and how hard is it to get off?
I mean, there's no getting it off. Depending on in my situation, yeah, we destroyed that house for sure. It was like on the ceiling. It was crazy. Sometimes they have flavor like a mint or a cherry. They really kind of make you want to gag. I had this one weird moment where, like, when he hits me in the stomach and I'm like started choking on it, and it came out my nose, and it actually made it. You see it for a second. I was proud of that, but it also was horrible. So the whole day, like, all I could taste was the blood, and it was like in my nasal canal. Yeah, but yeah, you can, if you get like a little bit on your shirt, you can maybe wash it out, but. Yeah,
does it like stain your skin?
It does. Like, you can use Barbasol to take it off. Sometimes it wasn't bad because I just showered at the end, but yeah, I don't think any of my wardrobe could have possibly been salvageable. And it gets really sticky, so you'll start getting like really uncomfortable. Like, your neck skin will stick together, and it can, you know. So unless you keep like spraying yourself and wetting yourself down, it gets really uncomfortable. But it's really cool and really fun, and it looks very scary.
So, like, with the Terrifier series, Art the Clown, All Hallows Eve, to Terrifier, Terrifier 2, Terrifier 3, upcoming Terrifier 4, we've also watched the progression of the kills, right? Like, hey, that girl got cut in half while she was hanging upside down. Hey, what's Art doing with that salt? And then, so I think a lot of people, as we're walking into and watching the new Terrifier films, we're like, what's the kills going to be like, right? You're expecting more, you're expecting bigger. So my question to the actors is, do you feel more pressure with your death scenes over your dialogue because of what the franchise has created, or is it all just kind of a part of the job?
I mean, I kind of treat it all the same. I know it's super important, especially with this franchise. Like, you had to make sure everything counted, especially, you know, just like with the screaming and the effects you want, and you don't want to be the person that slows anything down. But I think it's really important, and I mean, I can only speak from my experience, but because we had the cold open and it was sort of a standalone, like, little short film, it was like we really had to make sure that all of it worked and built the tension and made you love this family. And so yeah, I kind of treated it all as equally important. And by the time you get to like the kills and the blood, you're just like, you're just having fun. It's, you know, it's great. It's so much fun.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like, well, again, my character, I feel like is more the emotional journey than as much as the death, but also I feel like, you know, we're all working as a team, and at that point you're also sort of relying on the effects and on how Damien's shooting it, and so it doesn't really feel like pressure on you per se, but it's just that you want it to all come together and look right, just like you're saying.
Yeah, exactly what you just said. Dialogue is always fun, but I don't know, there's something about like those scenes where I'm just like screaming my butt off, and it's just really fun, but you know, it's like, it's kind of, how do I put this? It's like you do feel a little bit of stress. You feel like, you know, you have so much to live up to, and like the whole, like, oh, let me say, because you want to make it as terrifying as it is for people. So, you know, there's a little bit of stress, but I mean, when you're like doing it, you kind of just like go with the flow. And
I think Damien helps with that too, though, because he knows exactly what he wants it to look like, and you'll be like, well, do we need this? He's like, I don't need that, don't worry about that. So it like takes that off your shoulders as well. He's like, I need this and I need that, and we don't have to worry about this other part. So then you're like, okay, then I can focus on this that you really need, and the other we can let it go.
Yeah, yeah. it's kind of a mix of both, just because the dialogue and the characterization only helps and supports the weight of these like action sequences later, and so that was something that me and Alexa were keeping in mind, was like, well, how are you perceiving these two characters? Like, how can we help the audience perceive these characters how Damien would like? And it's all in his script, you know what I mean? That's just another thing that's just so amazing about him. But yeah, there was a weight to like leading up to the shower scene was really frightening, because it was just like, we were talking the other day, not a lot of people can say they've been killed by Art the Clown, so it's kind of like this like cool horror thing that we treated with a lot of respect and we cared about, and there was a lot of like, well, I want to live up to the hype, you know, like, because it freaked me out at the possibility of it not going how Damien saw, or like, you know, what people were expecting and stuff, because it's such an epic scene. It deserves all the energy to make it that and live up to that. So it was exciting, and like I said, having Alexa there and Damien leading the way just made it a lot more relaxed. Or, you know, the tension was eased, and we were just in the moment trying to make it real. So yeah.
Is there any competition amongst the kills? Like, oh, I had to do so much prosthetics. Oh, I made David almost throw up. And then Mason's sitting over there like, hold my beer. Like, like, is there any a little jealousy? Like, oh, that was such a cool kill. I wish I could have done that, or anything like that?
Oh, that's a funny question. Chrissy, your screaming is so incredible. Before Terrifier, I don't think anybody's ever asked me to like, hey, what does it sound like if you scream like you're dying? Like, I don't know if I've ever done that before, so I didn't know until I tried it a day before shooting, and I was like, huh, that's weird. I don't know, I mean, everybody's got such beautiful little things to their scenes.
Like picking your favorite child, like how we all, I think, respect what each other did in our own characters and our own.
I think we're all like seriously like fans of each other and like really like each other. It's really cool, like the cast and crew. It's like a real family, and I feel like once you've made one of these films, you're like forever. You know, anytime you see anyone from any of the movies, you're just so happy. But yeah, I mean, I think I always say it would be so disappointing if you're like, I'm a Terrifier, but you don't get killed by Art the Clown. That'd be, you know.
One of the things that I think makes this franchise so special, and it's something that's been building, right? This big beating heart has been slowly building throughout the films, and not only are these spectacular kills, but now we're really getting an affinity for these characters. And it really culminates in this film with the addition of Aunt Jessica and Gabby and Sienna, who shows up incredibly damaged. A lot of the film is spent on that and the interaction between her and her family. So Margaret and Antonella, what kind of work went into developing this relationship with Lauren as she was portraying Sienna in this way?
I feel like I love Lauren. I feel like she completely matches my energy, and like I feel like she is my cousin in a way. You know, I remember when I first met her, and she was just the sweetest person. She was so kind, and I would be, for example, in the final scene, we'd be filming for days, and I'd be upstairs doing my school, and she'd be downstairs filming another scene. She'd just be screaming. I'll be like, oh my gosh, you know, she's amazing. I really look up to her in almost a big sister type of way. She's amazing. I can't wait to see her again.
Yeah, I know. I miss her. I think I mean, on some films you just get lucky with the people that you get paired up with, and we just got along really easily from the beginning, and like I said, we're in like a little house together, and like we're this close all day long. So you get to know each other pretty fast. But I think we were just lucky. I mean, Lauren's so welcoming. You know, I feel like we're sort of coming into her world. So she was so welcoming and so complimentary, and just happy to have us be a part of it. And you know, we would run lines together and just work the scenes together. But I think it's really just, you're spending those days together, you know, you're with somebody for like 12, 14 hours a day, so you get to know each other pretty quick. But I know, but we were very lucky that we just got along great, so I hope, you know, I think that comes through in the movie.
And Mason, you got both of them. You had Sienna and Jonathan in the one scene.
Yeah, that was sweet.
What did you take away from that moment?
Oh.
She goes crazy in that moment.
Dude, that was a special day for me, looking back. I mean, I, of course, had gotten to know Elliot, and him and I became really close, and really loved hanging out with him and his family. But I had yet to really meet Lauren, and then, you know, that day came around that we shoot that little cafeteria scene. And one of my favorite parts of shooting that is just that I don't even talk that much in that scene, so I just got to like sit and watch Lauren just deliver. Just like her acting is so great, and she's such a good performer. And so I feel like I just was picking up just how strong of an actress she is, and it was so like mesmerizing to, you know, do this, and it was an honor just to have that brief scene with her. But you know, that duo is so iconic, and I hope that Jonathan's back in this next one, because how could they do that to us? He's just gone. But yeah, man, it was, I mean, they're both legends, you know, so I was just kind of like, this is sweet. Just kind of get to sit here and watch you guys act for a minute. That's great.
Of everybody. So now it is a horror movie, as you said. Maybe Jonathan comes back. We didn't see his death on screen per se. The character left with the most mystery here is Gabby. So where did she go? Trapped in hell? Surely Sienna's gonna go look for her in part 4, and Damien just posted a photo of his script. So without putting you on the spot too much, Antonella, where do you think Abby is? And are there aspects of her fate and her future that only you and Damien know at this moment?
Oh, what can I say without? Oh gosh,
We'll move your mic.
Yeah, I'm not.
Maybe that says it all.
I'm not confirming anything. I just need to. But I don't really know yet because Damien's still writing. So not even I know. I'm making as many theories as all of you guys are. But we like to joke around a lot. What happened? Like, oh, she's in hell. She's a warrior. I mean, it's gonna be pretty cool. That's all. I think that's all I can say. I'm not sure. I'm making a lot of theories myself between me and my family and my friends, and we're like, I can't wait.
Yeah, neither can we. Yeah, seriously, it's gonna be awesome. What did you each learn? What did you each take away from Terrifier 3 at the end of the day? I mean, you're a filmmaker, Chrissy. Was there things that you saw that inspired you from how Damien works?
Yeah, I mean, I think Damien is so inspiring. I mean, from just his vision to his creation of art to his writing and to the way he works with the actors and really listens to you and asks you things even before you shoot. You know, like, look at your dialogue. What do you think? Do you have any notes? Like, he's just really, he wants it to be as great as possible. So I learned a lot from him, and also just his vision is so clear. And he's just one of those directors you just really want to please all the time. And he's such a great human, and he just runs such a great set. So I think that this experience was one of my favorite experiences I've ever had.
I think I gained a huge appreciation for the horror genre, which obviously I don't have a ton of experience with, but I have gained really such an appreciation for this movie. And like, I just feel like it's its own art form, really, because it's funny, it's emotional, it's incredibly shot, and the special effects, all that. Like, I understand why people love this. So it's just a whole appreciation of, and all of you know, all the fans that come out for all this. I mean, it's incredible to have that kind of support and love for your work and for these characters. And you know, so I said to everybody, like, I didn't know we were gonna have all these family reunions. Like, it's so incredible that you have people. And I mean, I've worked on other films where, I mean, I still have friends from things that I did 15, 20 years ago, like close friends. So that's always the takeaway on these projects. But really, I mean, Damien, he's the kindest. You're like, how does this man think of these things? Like, he's like the kindest person. He knows exactly what he wants in the movie. Is incredibly collaborative, and yeah, he was like, tell me if there's something else you want to say or what you think this should be, or you know, you don't always get that as an actor. You know, it's not a common thing. So just to have that experience, and just to part of this world now, which is, I mean, who knew? So and I'll always be the woman that ate rats. So there you go, forever. When I'm 100, I'll be like, I have those rats in my house. What a great memory.
Yeah, it really is an art form. I feel like I took so much away from this movie. You know, you really build like a family with all of your castmates, and you know, it's kind of emotional to say goodbye. I'm a very emotional person, and I immediately just started so. Thank you guys so much. Then again, I cry if I run out of my favorite cereal in the morning. Yeah, I learned so much from my castmates and from Damien. I feel like every job I do, I kind of pick something up along the way, and I feel like it's really helping me on my journey. And I really enjoyed watching the movie, like when it was done. I was watching everybody, I was taking like little mental notes. I was like, oh my gosh, they did so good at this. Like, oh gosh, I don't even know where to start. I learned so much from this movie, and it was such an amazing experience to be able to share with all of you guys.
Yeah, I feel the same way. I mean, there's so many things I'm just so grateful for with the experience. But like growing up being a horror fan, I think one just the whole takeaway. I mean, honestly, it's been a really life-changing experience just having a small part in this incredible franchise. So I'm so thankful for Damien and the whole cast and crew for like letting me be a part of that. But like, yeah, as a horror fan, it just kind of, I'd never been involved with anything of this scale or even just this level of appreciation, and it just showed me how incredible the horror genre and fan base is in general, and just how blessed I feel to be a part of that with everybody, because I too am just such a big fan, and I've been freaking out about everybody who's here. Like, I was chasing down Tobin Bell. Yeah. I don't know. But yeah, I mean, Damien's incredible. He deserves all his flowers. David, all this cast and crew, they're just amazing. So yeah, I just feel so blessed to just have hopped in and got the chainsaw on my butt. It was great.
Close out with one quick question from John.
Yeah. Last one, real quick, just what's your favorite Art the Clown kill? It can be from Terrifier 3 or any of the movies.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my gosh, that's so hard. That's, yeah. All the kills? Yeah, I mean, I agree. I mean, I feel like the bedroom was the one that was like, oh my god, they're gonna keep going, and then it's gonna get worse and worse. But you know, I'm really close with Catherine Corcoran as well, and so her kill was pretty epic and kind of set the standard of like how far Terrifier's gonna go. So I definitely have a huge appreciation. She went through a lot to get that and make it look so incredibly amazing, and so I really liked hers as well in the first one. But sometimes I just like some of the smaller kills too, just because, I mean, there's no such thing as a small kill with art. I'm saying not a chainsaw off your butt, but you know. Yeah, ask me any day and it probably will change, but.
I have to say yours, because I really saw yours, because Damien, I was telling you, he showed it to me while we were, shooting. He was editing yours, and so I got to see like the axe to the door and your arm coming off, and like, it was amazing. And again, your scream, like, oh my god, that just like blew me away, but so good.
Thank you. I mean, it was so weird, the scream thing, because I was watching the movie later, and I was like, Damien, is that scream? And he said, oh yeah, it's in the whole movie. I was like, oh, so like, in the asylum part, or with the very beginning, like that's my scream, and he just started putting my scream in on it. And I was like, oh, I had no idea. That's really crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The mall sequence.
Yeah. I didn't know. But I was like, no, I'm crazy. That's not me.
I really appreciate it. You're just so like gut wrenching.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think my favorite kill, I was thinking about it, and I'm gonna have to say my mother's. Because I really got to see it like up close. Like I didn't get to like actually like be in the kill scene with her, but there was, you know, like the dummy. And I really got to see that up close, like especially in between takes, and I was just admiring. It's just so weird to say in front of you. I was just admiring like how it's insane, and the rats, and I heard so many stories about the rats, and I think that might have to be my favorite. That or the bedroom scene, because it's just so world breaking?
Yes. I'm so indecisive. I mean, like, I think the payoff of Mia, like, looking Art in the eyes is so awesome to me. And she just does a great job, and it's really hard to watch her get cut up like that. That, or, I think the fire extinguisher Santa scene is actually so underrated. How creative is that? I remember reading that and being like, how are they gonna do that? Like, and I love it so much. I will also say, I don't know what it is, but every time Art the Clown pulls out a pistol, I just think it's so cool. I'm just, so like that when they're trying to kick him out and he's just like dude, I don't know what that is, but it looks so cool.
He has a gun face, you notice that? Like anytime he shoots somebody, he has that one certain face that's like the scariest face.
Yes, yes. Also, shout out, my favorite line in the whole movie is whenever they won't buy him a drink because his ID, he's like, give me your ID, and he hands it to him, and he goes, Maurice Jackson? And he's like, it's my favorite, it's so good.
I literally went for coffee with Bradley Stryker the other day, and I literally, like, one of the first things I said to him, I was like, Maurice Jackson. I was like, goodbye.
So funny, I love it.
All right, everybody, thank you so much to the cast of Terrifier.
Harley Shelton. Hey. So how have you been?
Yeah. What's up? How's it going?
Yeah, you know. Well, it's been a really crazy week, I think, for Scream News in the last 48 hours. I'm pretty sure the entire franchise and fan base has lost their minds. The announcement of, you know, Stu Macher coming back is, for some reason, that, you know, Sydney's brother, despite getting shot in the head, is also coming back. So all I'm saying is, I think there's an opportunity. We got to get you back.
Listen,
you know.
I did the same thing. I was like, ooh, evil twin, Judy's evil twin. Come on, all bets are off, right? In the Scream universe.
Sure. Huh? Got any news to spill? Any other secrets that you could kind of pop out there that kind of, you know, other folks that you're going to terrorize in the future that we don't know about yet? That's going to be added to this cast list?
Well, then it wouldn't be a surprise.
Rob is like the only character that knows he's never gonna fight the best. Like, Ghostface voice will always be.
It's because I'm everybody. Every one of you.
And y'all just got your entry fee paid for right there.
Well, I wanted to ask about the voice too, because I've, you know, been in like shitty bands before. And, you know, we've had to play shows, and I get a sore throat, and I'm like, oh my God, it's gone. It's it. Can't sing. But with you, the voice, do you ever have, you know, feelings where you're worried, you're like, oh my gosh, like, the voice is changing. I'm changing. Or, you know, do you ever, like, every once in a while, like, each day, just be like, all right, let me just check this. You know, you're walking around, all right, still got it. Like, is there ever any fear of, like, maybe the voice does change?
Don't think so.
No? All right, well, 30 years in, we're...
No, it's the same voice all the time. I'm gonna let you look at this. You understand? Oh, wait a minute, that's not it. No.
No, I practice things all the time. That's, you know, just have to keep trying new things, and I go over some of the old stuff too. But,
Is there anything you have to do to take care of your voice on a regular basis?
Yes, provided with a nice glass of gin.
Oh. Yeah, I've got some halls here if you need any down the road for it. But yeah, you know, look, it's almost been 30 years into this franchise, and I mean, it's pretty wild how you know, just where this has evolved, where it's gone. You know, in 2000, Roger, when they did 3, did you ever think it was going to continue? Like, did you ever have any inclination that that we're gonna get more sequels, that the door's gonna be open, that this is gonna here in 2025 talking about this still?
No idea.
Yeah.
No idea. Just very lucky. And they managed to keep writing good scripts. That's the main thing.
Well, with Marley, I think one of the exciting things is that, you know, you got to hop on. You were making, I mean, you were an icon yourself. when the Scream franchise was running in the first three films, basically defining a lot of the teen comedies, the teen dramas that became regular rotations in my generation.
Wow.
And it was there something when you came in 2011 for 4? Was there a part of you that was like, I got it? Like, were you in the 90s being like, was there ever parts where you wanted to be in the Scream franchise? Like, what was it like to finally be in there with 4 in 2011 and be like, all right, I'm going back. This is something that was part of the zeitgeist that I was also a part of too,
Well, I auditioned for the first Scream along with everyone else I knew in Hollywood. Like, I mean, it was the hot project. People were so excited about it. I remember reading the script. I think at the time it was called Scary Movie.
Mm.
And I will never forget reading it and just being like, what is this? Because, right, it just jumped off the page in terms of the tone and that strange, amazing blend of funny and scary. It's become the brand of Scream. And I was just like, I have to be a part of this. And I remember auditioning. I think I auditioned for the Rose McGowan role. And then I remember seeing Scream 1, and it was even more mind-blowing. I remember going to the theater and just being like, this is insane. Like, how did he do this? How did Wes do this? So, yes, is the answer. I was clamoring to be a part of the franchise, and then when 4 came along, and I was so fortunate that I got to work with Wes Craven. That was the last one he directed. And the original cast, a lot of them were still in that one. And so I just felt like I got to step into this incredible legacy in this franchise, and it was more about wanting to measure up and make sure that I honored what they'd already set in motion.
Did it feel like there was any added weight stepping into Scream 4 when it had been 11 years since Scream 3? Did it feel like, okay, we really got to knock this out of the park because it's been such a big gap and we want to do this again? Or is it more just like, oh, it's a Scream franchise and it's Wes, and that in itself is plenty big deal?
Yeah, it's interesting because I do feel like 2 and 3 kind of departed a little bit from 1, and then I feel like 4 kind of went back towards that sort of original vibe, if you will. And it's funny because you're right, it was 11 years between 3 and 4, and then I think it was another 11 years
till 5.
Till 5, which I also got to be a part of. And I don't know. I think the standard was still high. We all wanted to hit that mark because it was still Wes. It was still, the original cast, and there was such a love and a passion for the franchise that we just wanted to. There was still pressure to answer your question.
Yeah, I mean, I think back on 4, which is so interesting too, because it's like, for me, it was definitely a moment where I realized, like, I'm getting nostalgic now for the late 90s at that point, and you're starting to get cast members that, were in my rotation, and, all of a sudden they're playing the adults, and they're the adult characters. Was that something that, did it feel like a coming of age for you also, at that role coming in, being like, oh, these are all peers that I've worked with in and out throughout Hollywood, throughout, a lot of the 90s teen dramas that were happening around, say, 96 through 2002, 2004, did it also feel like, oh, this is another era of my life now? Like, what was this happening?
For sure. And then 5 was crazy, that was a crazy jump, because now I had a teenage son. Yeah. So yeah, it reflected like exactly all these different stages, and like the new crop of amazing young talent, in 4 and then again in 5. But then being with your peers, like David and Nev, and so yeah, I think that's one of the cool things about the way it's structured. You get to have like these generational representations, in the same movie.
When you have like one of the most gruesome and cruel deaths of this franchise.
You're welcome.
I mean, to the point where I remember seeing it in the first time in theaters and just being like, fuck. They brought her back.
First daylight kill, that's my big claim to fame. Yeah. Yes, I mean, listen, I begged and pleaded and cajoled to try to stay in the movie and stay alive. I did. I actually, I had a whole pitch for the filmmakers. I'm like, guys, you need law enforcement. Like, that's important. You can't kill David and me. Yeah. Like, I have to carry on David's legacy. I've been groomed for this day. Like, and you know, and Woodsboro always has the fumbling, bumbling law department, you know, like the police that are always like a step behind, a day late, $1 short. Like that's part of it. That's part of the whole thing. Obviously, it didn't work. My pitch didn't work. They killed me anyway. But at least I got a good death.
Yeah.
At least I got a good death. It was nice and brutal and ruthless, like you would hope from Ghostface.
How do you think Sheriff Hicks would have reacted had she made it to see Dewey's death?
Oh, that's good.
Pure vigilante at that point?
Yeah, she probably would have gone, like her eyes would have rolled back, right? Like, yeah, I like it. Pure vigilante, that's great.
I kind of like that now. Why didn't they do that? Like that's like a dramatic arc.
Yeah.
There. And like, I was gonna ask, like, is there an appeals process? Where like you get this script, and like, all right, look.
There was. I created it. I was like, I went all the way up the ladder too. I went all the way up the flagpole, and to no avail.
Yeah.
I hit the studio head with my idea. It just.
Did they do like mull over it, and you got like a night to do it, and they call in the morning, and like, fuck. All right. I wanted to ask about the voice again, Roger, because has there ever been a moment where you've kind of just been able to like use it to your advantage? Like if your accountant is like an idiot and ruined your books, and you're like, all right, I'm gonna call him at like 2 in the morning.
No, it doesn't work out of context.
No,
generally speaking. People ask me about that. Do you ever do it something to telemarketers or whatever, and it doesn't work, and they call me.
Yes, tell me more about your timeshares.
And they don't go, oh my God. They go, sir, what do you have to do? All you have to do is sign up and go to the
It's all context.
So between each Scream movie, do you ever try to add different inflections to the character? Is the Ghostface voice always the Ghostface voice, or is there iterations in your mind between Scream 1 and present?
The voice is the voice, but I try to put some modulation into certain things because it's always somebody different. And the thing is, I never know who the killers are. I only get my scenes. So I can't play to a particular actor's mannerisms or rhythms or whatever, but I try to add some variance to it. One thing I do is I keep notes of things lines to throw in for improv after we get a few takes in the can.
Yeah.
And some of them have made them into the movies, but I try to write down some thoughts to scare the hell out of Nev Campbell. Or whoever.
So then, after the fact, when you watch the movie at the premiere or later, which actor or which killer do you think has personified the voice you created for them best?
I don't know about that, but I can tell you, I'm probably prejudiced because one of the killers is one of my favorite actors, Laurie Metcalf, who was just brilliant. And she went off the rails at the end of that. I just loved that. And the other killer in that movie was Tim Oliphant, another of my favorite actors. Brilliant. So, but she was,
She was scary. I'm scared.
Did not see that coming in '97. I think turned to my teen friends, like, what? Like, you know, and I know it was like, supposed to be homage to like Friday the 13th, but it was just it still was never in the radar. It was just, you know, kind of wild to think. But when
this is Loomis?
Yeah. Okay. What about so when you're talking about the modulation though, like that opening of Scream 5 or 5 Cream, as it was called on set, I believe. Was that all you when you're doing the regular voice and then you slowly morph into?
Oh yeah, that's the whole thing. It can't be, it's not like a monstrous voice, it's just somebody who can go very dark. Like the audition for the first film was that first opening scene. So you know it's got to be a real voice, a real person. That's why one of my favorite lines is, oh, you're making popcorn? And then it starts, I only make popcorn when I'm going to watch a movie. Oh, you like scary movies? What's your favorite scary movie? Why, what did you think I said? Can you handle that? Bundy.
Nice.
Or in the case you're talking about, just tell her Chuck called, she'll know who it is.
So, like, with the audition process, was it casting like directors in front of you, or you literally just sent in a reel and like, this is what I think Ghostface sounds like, or were you getting feedback, or this was literally just your best foot forward?
Nothing. They were going to dub the whole thing in post in Los Angeles, but Drew Barrymore, thankfully, thank you for your generosity, Ms. Barrymore, as an actor, wanted to have an actor to play the scene with instead of just getting lines fed to her. So I was like, if you hang up on me again, I will gut you like a fish. Do you understand? You know, something to play off of. So they cast in the Bay Area, just south of Santa Rosa, where they were filming, where another great serial killer movie was filmed, if you never saw it, Alfred Hitchcock's Shadow of a Doubt. But there were a whole lot of us there at the casting agency. You walk in, there's a microphone, somebody running the recording, and that's it. You get the script, and I just did what you do as an actor. You break down the scene, you see what the beats are, you see what it needs.
Well, this franchise wouldn't exist without Wes. And, you know, I think it's, as we're getting into the 7th one, you know, the 5 Cream does the whole, you know, 4 Wes, great guy, you know, the great bit in there. Your dead son, that's on-screen son, which is kind of a weird, it's like a tongue-in-cheek thing where you're like, oh, I missed all of that. When you look at it now, though, and you look back, like, you know, what is the thing that you think of, like, when you hear, like, Wes Craven? Like, is it your first meeting? Is there an anecdote? Is there a life lesson that he gave? Like, what's the thing that you've taken from working with him?
I was taken with how much he loves actors and the process. He was just so tickled, or like just so interested in what his assembled family, his children, you know, were up to. He was just really inquisitive, really interested, and just got a huge kick out of the actors that he'd assembled. And I think that was key, because we felt seen and heard, and then it was, you know, that was a boost of confidence and kind of made us want to go further with what we were doing.
Yeah. What about your acting?
Oh, just, you know, it was great being a fan when I'm auditioning for this, and he was just such a marvelous man, a gentleman, a real gentleman. And of course, in the first 4, I'm sitting there, I'm watching the camera feed. The first night, I'm actually outside the window from that room, looking in at what's going on. So subsequently, when they call cut, I'd watch him working with the actors, and he was always particular to the actor, what kind of direction he would give them, how he worked with them. He was always very much present, and he knew what they needed. And you know, he never gave me a lot of direction. He would just say, you know, a little to the left or the right. But I was very honored to sort of become a voice go-to for him, because he hired me also for My Soul to Take, to do some stuff, and Cursed, which was really fun. So to get to work with heroes and people whose work you admire it's just great.
Just the influence that he's had on, it's kind of wild to think of, just, it's not just Scream. A Nightmare on Elm Street. It's like he defines, like, literally, I mean, even before that, you know, The Hills Have Eyes, like he's literally, you know, before that, it's Last House on the Left, so he's like defined like 3 or 4 different, you know, decades. Was there any anxiety going into 5 Scream? I'm just gonna keep calling it that, sorry. But like, it's Scream or Scream 5. Was there any anxiety, and like, what was the tone on set to kind of be like, all right, well, this is the first time without him. What were there discussions? Were there like talks? Like, was there like a moment where like all get together that was very similar to the scene in the movie at the party? Like, what was the vibe beginning on with that?
Well, first of all, quick little aside is that you mentioned Last House on the Left.
Yeah.
And when I got to be a part of Grindhouse and Planet Terror, our homework assignment, we went to Quentin Tarantino's, he had a really cool screening room at his house, and we had to watch old, true Grindhouse movies. We had to and it was the funnest, most fun homework you could ever imagine. And but Last House on the Left was one of them.
Yeah.
And it was just and that's Wes Craven as well. And that was before doing the Scream. So it was so weird that I had this kind of film history lesson on kind of his origin.
Yeah.
And watching the Criterion of how he talked about Loud. He's like, God, I was really fucked up. What was I thinking making this movie? He was just so funny and candid about it. But to answer your question, there was so much reverence for the late Wes Craven in Five. I mean, the filmmakers, everybody, the cast wanted to do right by him and carry on the legacy, and that was the #1 priority. So I think that because everyone was of the same spirit, it went well.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Yeah, I heard speaking of Timothy Olyphant earlier, the television show Justified, based on Elmore Leonard passed, and the writers were talking about how are we supposed to write new stories, and they said something that came up over and over again was, what would Elmore do? So is that kind of the mentality that the cast took? It's more like, what would Wes do in this case when there's a question? That's an easy standard to live up to.
Yeah, right? This hyper-literate filmmaker.
You wanted an anecdote? I'll tell you, the last time I saw Wes, because, as I said, he was an amazing, wonderful man. And he loved birds. He loved birds, and he would take pictures of birds. For number 4, the last night of we had some reshots to do. It was filmed in the summer, but the reshots were in the middle of winter in Michigan. And it's, 4 feet of snow outside. So we're there. We'd all been working all the day into the night. And so you wrap for the day. We're on the shuttle coming back from the set, my wife and I, at about 4 in the morning. As we're driving up to the hotel, everything covered in snow. Wes is out in the snow with his camera, taking pictures of the night birds in the snow. He's worked all day long, but he still would come out to do this thing that he loved to do, to feed something in his soul. That's something we all need to do these days. And
good luck on that one. Yeah, I was going to say, I don't know how.
All right, sure, this question will follow that one. Well, I was going to ask Marley. So, we've mentioned there's 11 years between 3 and 4, another 11 between 4 and 5.
I age backwards.
Yes.
And you survived 4. Obviously, if you haven't seen 4, sorry. As a survivor, is there that moment too, you're reading the script wait, my character survives? Because that's not really a trend in Scream movies. So is there that moment of wait, does this mean I get to come back, or?
It's so funny because at that point, I think that they were done. I mean, nobody kind of was even thinking or talking about the next Scream after that. It was just kind of one and done. There was no talk about, there was no momentum to make the next one. I'm not sure why that was, but, so it didn't even cross my mind, really. I mean, until a decade later, I was like, oh, this is so cool. Yeah, I'm still alive. Yeah, I'm still alive.
Was there a moment you were kind of I wish I'd died? Because then I could have a cool on-screen death, as opposed
in 4?
Yeah.
No, 4 was all about, we just had a great time teasing out that perhaps I was Ghostface, So that was more about with Judy. We got to do with Judy a little bit with some of her weird speeches and looks and know.
So do you know immediately when you get the script who Ghostface is, or are they keeping that a surprise for cast too? I think I heard from one that they didn't tell anyone because they wanted kind of everyone to act like they could be the killer. Like I think he actually gave the note like act a little suspicious, but we're gonna do something completely different in post.
In 4, we knew. We knew that we had the whole. In 5, they tried to do that. They gave everybody different endings, and you didn't know who had the real ending. Except I think they let the actors play who were the actual killers in on the secret.
Sure.
Yeah.
But everybody else just
and you can only go so far with that. I mean, and you shoot out of order, and But they did when we in prep, and I thought that was really fun and cool.
Did you get to kind of shoot the shit with Mikey Madison about like Tarantino and stuff on set? Just like, really kind of all, and it's kind of like it's crazy to think of just that, that what is it? So it's 2022, it's my screen, and then like Once Upon a Time. So she's like these psycho killers in both movies. Like, was there ever any? Did you get to chat about playing those there?
I mean, she is. First of all, she's so brilliant, right? And Honora, oh my god. But she's so shy. Like, it's so funny that she gets cast in these really outrageous roles. And more power to her. She's so talented. But yeah, like I didn't really have much. We didn't really have many scenes together. So. And that we shot during the beginning of COVID. Yeah. So unfortunately, there weren't a lot of opportunities to really just hang and socialize. So yeah, we didn't get to chop it up on that level.
Well, I wanted to bring up, you mentioned that going into 5 Cream, it was like, well, now you are a mother in the movie, and I'm thinking at when I first saw you in films in like the late 90s, and one of the things I loved about that era and about the films you were in is that it didn't always have to rely on IP. And that you were able to tell all these wildly different stories. Like one day I can go see Boba, the other day I can go see Valentine's, Sugar and Spice. I can go see all these original movies that felt as if they were coming. There was a scene, and it's not like today where you go and it's like, oh, they're spiritually linked, and there's this and that. And it's like no, like there's a generation of actors here. And they're making these type of movies. And if you want to go see The Faculty and you want to go see Sugar and Spice, you're going to get the vibe. It's going to all work together. And today, to do that, it just feels like it's so tied to IP. And I don't know, I kind of wanted to know your thoughts are, even just looking at teens now, and it's like, do you ever like, I don't know, like look around and be like, God, I'm so glad I didn't grow up in this generation, or like, or just like, do you ever wonder like what happened to the movies that you used to make, like where they are now? I mean, even looking with, with your daughters too, it's just like, is that something where you're like, I kind of wish they had the movies that I was making at the time. Like,
I mean, it's funny. You don't realize it when you're in it, but then you do look back and you're like, oh, that was a really specific period in movie making, and you're right. You put it so beautifully that there is more of a tie to IP, and obviously the Marvel movies and creating franchises. Where it was just a little, you're right, there was more opportunities to kind of do these shots in the dark and get away with them, and the 90s rom-coms. I mean, my daughters are all about influencers. So it's just shifted what they're into. But they're also finding more TV shows. Well, I take that back actually. They call it vintage, but they are really they're really into Grey's Anatomy and Friends and they
I love Lucy for that now.
But they love 80s movies.
Yeah.
They love 80s movies like Clueless. Well, that's 90s, but so they are finding them.
Yeah.
But they're finding them, they're vintage shopping.
I just was thinking about it, it's like, just going over all the films and stuff, I was just like, God, I had so much fun watching these, and I never saw Scream as these sequels. It was I got into, you have all these movies that you love now, and you have all these, terror threads that have all these IP that's on it, that didn't exist in the 90s. Like in the 90s, it was like, well, hey, I like this stuff. It was kind of like how you find bands. It's like, oh, well, I like this musician, and they happen to tour with this one, and now they're in this one, and you find that music. And that was kind of how it was in the 90s with like teen comedies and teen horror films and everything. It was like, oh, James Marsden's in Disturbed Behavior, and now he's in Sugar and Spice. I'm gonna go watch that. And then now, like, and that's how it was almost like trading cards. And it wasn't about the franchise. It was about who was in the film. And I don't know, it was like going over these and just kind of looking into the screen prints, like I do think that's missing today. Yeah. And I'm wondering if that's ever, in mind as you're looking, especially in Sideshow when you're working with these stars, and you wonder like, okay, what are they going to parlay this to?
Right.
And it's kind of scary. I mean, that's scarier to me than the movie itself. So I don't know. Wonder what your thoughts are on that, and if that's ever, if that comes to mind, especially with your peers too, where it's just like, God, we kind of had it good, and why don't they have it good anymore, like that?
Yeah, I feel like it's shifted. I mean, there aren't those medium-sized movies very often as feature-length films to see in the theater. It's either gigantic. Thank God for horror, because that's where audiences still want to go and see a movie in the theater. It doesn't have to be, $300 million. And so you're right, that has shrunk on the menu. But I guess where I've seen it go in a positive way is content on television. Like, where there's so many interesting limited series that's feeding me as an audience, at least. Like, Severance and like all these really cool out there shows that are just, I think, amazing. So, it's hard to predict where all the stuff goes.
Yeah. Well, I don't want to contradict literally everything I just said, but if we did get a sequel, oh my God, it's the most critical question after that. Do you think there's any life in? Look, they just announced that Romeo and Michelle are coming back for movie. Can we get a Sugar and Spice sequel?
Oh my gosh, that would be a blast. I love Jimmy Marsden is just my favorite. I think he's the coolest, and that would be so amazing. And all the girls, I mean, that would be, I would do it. I'm in.
Yeah, what's writing news right now? Go out there.
All right, super selfish. How about The Sandlot?
Yeah.
See, sold 20 tickets right there.
Well, apparently, they had that epilogue, right? Like, don't I marry Squints, and we have like 9 kids or something.
Yeah.
So that would be interesting.
Plus show in the future.
Yeah.
Well, we wrap up with one more question.
So obviously I'm a massive fan of the Scream series, but I also saw the Grindhouse movies in the theater and was so blown away. Like I think Quentin does great movies, but Planet Terror, realistically, when you're making a Grindhouse movie and you look at what he created between the filtering, the effects, just the dialogue, the interaction, it felt like
no second act.
Exactly. Pure Grindhouse fun. So between that and being in the Scream movie, you've been in 2 different movies that are kind of deconstructing the genre that you're inside of. Does that feel more difficult when you're inside of a meta premise? Because then you have to be aware of your own cliches, but still act on your own cliches, versus just allowing yourself to act like the character feels in the script?
I think the biggest trap would be to go anywhere near acting on your own cliches. You have to just treat it as if it's the most real, immediate thing that's happening, and just take it with utter earnestness and sincerity. I mean, the great thing about, if you do study the original Grindhouse movies, which we got to, these actors, they think they are doing Shakespeare. I mean, they are giving it their all, their everything, and they're the most ridiculous, crazy premises. And yet these guys are just putting their shoulder behind every moment they're on screen. And so if anything, I took that with me when we made Planet Terror, just taking it so literally and seriously, this crazy zombie world.
You don't have your little friends with you right now, do you?
That would be awesome.
One last, it's a cliche, but it's Roger's line. So, what is your favorite scary movie? I stumbled over it like an idiot there. What is your favorite scary movie?
Are you asking Roger?
Both of you, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I love horror movies so much I don't have a favorite, I have favorites.
Nice.
Too many to mention. I like to steer people back to the great classics that are still scary and creepy from the 30s or the 40s or whatever. Like, if you've never seen Island of Lost Souls with Charles Laughton, which is a version of the Island of Dr. Moreau with Bela Lugosi as the Speaker of the Law. or Mad Love with Peter Lorre, which is one of the most twisted films I have ever seen. Don't watch it with your kids.
Okay, then I'm gonna twist it just a little bit then. Who is your favorite horror voice? Since you are an iconic voice in horror and always will be at this point, is there another voice that you look at in horror like, oh, they really nailed that?
Oh, God. Well, Peter Lorre was fantastic. I mean, in Mad Love, but also in the great film M. How many of you have seen M? About the great German film about a child murderer. He is CM. Go back to the old films and you'll see how we got to where we are now. Peter Lorre and Charles Laughton in Island of Lost Souls is so cold.
Add it to your list.
Yeah, look, I've seen on Letterboxd trending in the next hour or so.
I was just thinking of voices. You made me think of Vincent Price.
Oh, totally.
That's another one. But I don't go that far back. But now I'm excited to, in terms of horror films. But I do love the Hitchcock. I like Psycho is truly like one of my top, I don't know, 3 probably. And then of course The Shining. And Rosemary's Baby.
Great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Those are nice.
Well, you've got your list to watch of movies, and look, this has been a blast. Thank you so much, Marley and Roger. This has been awesome.
Thank you.
So we are here, the headliner for the night. Who's seen a movie called Re-Animator?
Yeah.
Well, today we are celebrating its 40th anniversary with an incredible panel, just a wild panel, a pinch me panel that I've been thinking about over the last few days, being like, I cannot believe this is happening. And we've got the whole cast and the crew here, so this is going to be great. I am Michael Rothman from Halloweenies and Bloody Disgusting.
And I am Shelby Novak from Scare You to Sleep and Bloody Disgusting Podcast.
We're getting some folks in, but today we are going to be talking to Barbara Crampton, Jeffrey Combs, Bruce Abbott, Brian Usna, and Richard Bell. Oh my God. It's been great. It's okay. It's okay.
Hello, everybody.
Hey.
I'd like to apologize for Bruce. 40 years of regression. Bottled up.
Oh, could somebody pass me a water? Oh, is there a water? Or did somebody drank them?
We all had everything passed around the water, contaminated, to keep it on theme with the just
I need to be rescued.
scary horror.
It's a hostage situation. You're not rescuable.
Well, to kick it off, I kind of think we just start a little bit at the beginning and just kind of basically ask, like, what hooked you to this initially? What was it that ultimately you go, oh, all right, I'm in? Like, what was the thing? What was it? Was it the script? Was it the creator? Was it the idea, the concept, the character? Going back to the beginning.
I got a job.
Yeah.
Right.
I was doing a play. Casting director saw me in it, which is kind of unusual. Casting directors now, I don't really go see theater very much, less and less. They used to a little bit. And said you might be right for something. I got an audition. I went in. I met Stuart Gordon. Hi, how are you? Got a call back. And I got a call back with Brian, and they paired me up with David Gale, and we did the basement scene where he comes down, and we both got the gig.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it was so easy.
Yeah, I just remember, maybe some people know in the room that another girl had this part before me, but then her mother read the script and didn't like it very much. And so they had
Why do
another
you
cast.
keep reminding people of it?
It's funny and it makes people laugh. You know, why not? And
It's your bravery, right?
Yeah.
You were brave.
And so they had another casting call, and you know, I wasn't really afraid of the material, and I thought the character was interesting, and yes, she had some kind of delicate things to do, but she had a lot of agency, and she was a strong-minded person, and yeah, so I, you know, was really happy to be cast in the movie, and like Jeffrey, I was just happy to have a job. We were all young actors, and you know, this was like a big movie. Oh my God! So.
Well, you say young. Way to turn yourself.
Well, you say I'm constantly trying to turn myself on. Bruce and I were both 31. We were 31, yeah. Well, I remember, what year you were born? 54? Yeah, okay. We were 31. So this is perfect because the characters were probably what? 25? 25? 25 maybe?
Yes.
So we had 6 more years of experience before we, which is invaluable. So we, you know, we were kind of like primed to do these parts, I think. So
I
that
was
was very
going to ask
valuable.
about the audition process because it's such a wild movie. Like, what do any of you remember your auditions?
Oh yeah, I mean, Stuart, because he came from the theater, he would give us a lot of direction and then say, okay, go out into the hallway and work on the scene and come back. And I remember us all being there for many hours working on a lot of different scenes and coming and going, coming and going. I felt like I was there for about 3 hours for the audition.
You know, I suppose, I mean, I know that I auditioned for Stuart, but I don't remember doing it on my feet. I remember us sitting at a table and talking, and then I read something, read a scene for him, but I don't remember, you know, going through too much. And then I got a call back, and that's when I kind of got up on my feet and moved around.
When you met
moved
us.
around with David,
Yeah.
with David Gale.
Oh.
And then I got cast, and then Stuart asked me if I would come in and read with Dan and Megs that they hadn't cast at that point. And I was like, yeah, okay. That was a real eye-opener, because I had a day of like Dan and Megs. It's really like, well, that was good. Oh, well, that was good too. Oh, who's that guy? Yeah, I guess he's okay. Yeah. So, you know, that was a real eye-opener for an actor to be in the audition process and watching all the options.
Did you have your favorites when you were, do you remember thinking, like, oh, I hope that person gets the part?
I don't remember that. I don't remember thinking that very much at all.
Because I didn't know that you had the part, and I kept thinking, he's really good, I hope he gets the part. Because I didn't know that's what's happening.
It becomes a blur after a while, so I don't really have this, like, real distinct memory of, ooh, good or bad or indifferent, you know? I was just next and next and next. So it'd be a hard thing to do to cast, be the one who says that person. It's a big decision.
Well, you mentioned Stuart with the, his theater background. Did this, and actually this project started conceptually as that. It was, he was thinking of it being a stage production. Did his directorial style feel like he had been coming from theater? And because it does feel like a very actor's movie.
Yeah, I think so. I think maybe, first of all, Stuart was really comfortable with the fact that at that point most of my resume was theater. And so he was like, oh, okay, theater actor. And I felt really comfortable with Stuart. He's like, oh, this is what I've known as a theater director. He approached it that way. We did a lot of rehearsal too. Once we got the role, Stuart insisted. In theater, you do 4 weeks of rehearsal, and you get paid for it before, and then you do the play, and you get paid for that. So, but in movies, not so much.
You're supposed to get paid for it.
Yeah, you're supposed to get paid for it.
You can only do it for no money if you just do it for the director.
Yeah, that's right.
Side.
At his apartment, and we're just kind of reading through it. Yeah, so. But it was invaluable. It was an invaluable key to the success of Re-Animator, are all the rehearsals that we did.
That's actually, I wanted to ask about that because it's such a physically taxing movie. At least it seems like that to shoot. It has fight scenes, nude fight scenes, David Gale's in a straitjacket, Robert Sampson's tucked under a table. Did you all know going in that there would be so much physicality to all your parts? And how was that to deal with day-to-day shooting?
Well, it was very tiring in a way because Stuart would never stop filming. So on a regular film set, you know, you have a certain amount of hours per day and then you get an hour for lunch. But that didn't matter to Stuart. So whatever the day was, many, many days we went 4 hours over, 5 hours over. Like the last few days, it was right before the Christmas holiday that we were finishing. And I think we had at least one day that was an 18-hour day. And he just wouldn't stop. I mean, he kept saying, let's do it again. Let's try this. Let's try that. So we got a lot of footage for the movie. And I think that also made, excuse me, that also made for a lot of choices for the editing. You know, they had a lot of footage to choose from, so they could choose the best things, you know. And a lot of times when you're working on a movie, even today, because budgets have shrunk so much, you might have 12 days for a movie, 15, 17 days, which is like really not very much time at all. So everybody's rushing and hurrying up. But on a Stuart Gordon set, we weren't rushing or hurrying up. He was like, no, do it again. You know, overtime, whatever, keep going.
I remember the last night being really rushing, and you know, there was the, you know, like, guess what? We're not finished. The movie isn't done, but we're not filming tomorrow. So, like, we don't have the end of the movie.
And the last day of the movie was the big finale with all the zombies.
Yeah, it was all the end of the movie. Shot the end of the movie at the end of the shoot. You know, it was, he did a lot of stuff chronologically, which is really smart on his part.
What people don't realize also with so much shooting is that first cut was over 2.5 hours.
That's
right. It was crazy. That's how much footage was that.
He shot a lot of footage, yeah.
Well, the script was a lot longer, though, too. There were a lot of other scenes that are...
There's mesmerization kind of theme to the movie that sort of... There's a flavor of it, but it's not a theme. What was in the script initially.
Well, that's what I love about it, is that, you know, because there is this delicate balance, or maybe even not so delicate, it just is. It's just like a lightning in a bottle where it has the humor, it has the horror, and it's such a delicate and arduous dance to do, and it does feel as if it was based on even what you're saying, that a lot of it was refined by basically you guys going over and over again, doing it over, which is kind of a lot of like theater work too, which is like, right, we're figuring this out. Like,
you know, it also helped that we, in our rehearsals, we solved a lot of problems. So when we would come to a scene, we go, oh, that one, let's go. Kind of like a band, and it's like, oh, that song, okay, go, 1, 2, 3. Yeah. You know, it wasn't like a lot of movies. It's like, and what are we going to do with this scene? What
except for that 3-shot.
Yeah, Stuart got so behind that a scene was going to be cut, and he didn't want to cut it.
Yeah.
And so he manifested this one shot where it'd be a 2, and then it would be a 3-shot, and then it would move to a 2, it never cut. It was like the most ridiculous scene.
Like this close.
I would move over here, she would go over here. This isn't motivated.
You're covering him up. You move to the right.
So that's not in the movie.
No. But I think also the movie was further refined in the editing process.
Absolutely.
Because a lot of people ask us, did you know that you were making something so funny? And maybe a little bit yes, but maybe not. And the tone of the movie, there is a delicate balance to it. But I think it was really refined by, you know, one of our distributors was Charlie Band, and his father, Albert Band, was very heavily involved in the editing process and giving notes. And I mean, you know, the movie feels very operatic and very kind of over the top, but at the same time it's grounded in some real feelings and real emotional foundations. And so that needed people coming in and, you know, giving their 2 cents about it and really honing that in. And I don't know how long the editing process took, but there was, you could speak about that, Brian.
Well, it took about 8 weeks, but I think this gentleman, Rick Band,
our composer,
really was responsible for getting the comedic tone clear on it, and I think you can speak to that.
Right. No. Well, I mean, obviously a lot of us were involved, but that, before we mentioned that the original cut was like over 2.5 hours, and I remember sitting, just Stuart and I, watching the movie, that first cut, and Stuart liked to tell this story. There were just the two of us looking, and he kept looking over to me, and I was very intent on looking at this. We're trying to get the vibe of the movie, and so every so he'd look over, and all of a sudden then he said, this is him, Rick County, he would look over, and my eyes would be closed, and he would say, yeah, he must be really concentrating on this. And then he'd look over again, and then he realized, like, I was nodding out. This thing was so long and ridiculous. So we had a long talk after that, and there was a bit of not a battle, but there was a lot of stuff going on where I really felt that if we approached this movie in a strict horror sense, that people would walk out. It was just too, for the time, today it means nothing, but for the time it was just too over the top. And I said there are elements of humor in here, subtle ones that should be exploited. And it took about, 2-3 weeks when we all sort of came finally to a head where it was.
The point I was going for was that I remember when you said, look, I've got to score. I made a movie, I think it was Dr. Heckle in this.
Oh, yeah, with all
and
the
you said, I made a movie, it's a horror movie, and they wanted me to play it straight, and there's funny stuff in it. And he said, I think that really hurt the movie.
Right.
And you said, I want to score according to the humor in it. And I think the main scene that comes clearest on that is when Dr. Hill is carrying his head into his office. Now, come on, that's funny. But if you can imagine, if that's scored straight, because the music has to take you, has to tell you how to feel about this movie. And I think that if Rick had to, if Stuart had insisted, or I had insisted or something, no, this is a horror movie, you got to play it straight. If he had scored that as a horror scene, I think you'd kind of go, this isn't a very good movie, is it?
Yeah.
But when you play it for the humor that's there, then you go, oh, now we're in the humorous part, and now we're in the scary part, and now we're in the love part.
And I think it's almost, yes, there's an element of humor, but we've all said that there's very fine lines that had to be established here. So you couldn't step over the top and make it ha 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 funny. It was a quirkiness, and that quirkiness, which I think comes out in a lot of H.P. Lovecraft writings as well. It's just not Re-Animator, it's a bunch of them. I mean, it's all gory, a lot of gory stuff, but there's a lot of really black humor and stuff in
well,
there.
this is a movie where a doctor walks up to a security guard wearing a plaster head, and his ear gets knocked off, and yet the audience doesn't go, what? They go, yeah, this is great. And yet in the very same movie, you have Bruce Abbott at the end of the scene where Halsey's killed. Remember when Halsey's killed and he falls to the ground? I mean, that's your great scene, right?
My scholarship.
I mean, that just, yeah, boom, he's in a fetal position, and then you go down and say, this is the freshest.
The freshest we're ever going to come on.
I mean, that scene with Bruce is incredibly intense emotionally, and yet we've got Dr. Hill knocking his ear. That's quite a tone that Stuart created.
I agree. I was going to ask Richard about creating the score. It's such an iconic score. I know you've spoken about it before. But you know, I know even like I was looking at old reviews of when this movie came out, and like even Roger Ebert loved this movie. He thought he sensed all the humor in it, and it was so apparent. And I think the score is a huge reason for that. But
just to interject before Rick answers, I actually personally invited Roger Ebert to the very first screening at the Cannes Film Festival in 1985 in May, and we're going to recreate that screening this May because this is the 40th anniversary. And Roger Ebert was at the very first screening of the movie.
That's so cool.
incredible.
Wow.
I think the unsung hero of this movie is the editor, Lee Percy.
Lee Percy played a huge part. No question. There was a lot of time that went into this movie when it comes to, I mean, other than shooting and all that, we know, and Stewart's way, the rehearsals and all this. It's a little unusual, especially today, to have as much time and devotion spent to the editing and really kind of analyzing this film and making it happen. It was a convergence of a lot of people, a lot of talent.
Your dad, Albert,
and my dad.
Your dad had a good eye, and he kind of knew pace, and let's keep this moving. We got the information we need. Let's get out of here. Right? Next. Right? He was kind of like ruthless about that, I bet.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's had a bit of experience.
After all, were you in Dracula's Dog, or were you in Hercules and the Forbidden City?
No.
We're talking about his dad's movies now.
The Westerns and Hercules movies up galore from.
Now your brother did play Steve Reeves' son.
He played Steve Reeves' son in The Legend
Did you know
of
that?
Aeneas or something.
I know. Charlie played Steve Reeves' son.
Albert Mann moved his family to Italy in the, the early 60s?
Yeah, all through the late 59 for
all those Italian,
and then 11 years in Italy with all the spaghetti westerns and the Hercules movies when Rome was the Hollywood of Cinecittà, De Laurentiis, all of that, right?
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, what a time to grow up, and what a thing to grow up around, is spaghetti westerns. That's incredible.
It was, if I had to repeat like 10 years of my life and just have it go on a loop, those 10 years would just keep going. They were great years, because also at that time you have to remember, this is not that long after World War II, and in the early 60s, Americans were considered celebrities. I mean, then if you were in the movies and in the movie business, that was a bonus on top of that. And then if you were a young rock and roller, which I was originally, that was a bonus on top of that. You couldn't have a better 10-year period. It was amazing.
I wanted to, I'm glad you mentioned the rock and roll, because I don't know if you know this, but like I was listening the other day and I was like, this kind of sounds like Psycho. I'm just joking, but the score, but I love about it is that like, it's got the same vibe of like when, I was in like a bunch of garage bands growing up, and like it was always like, all right, I want to play this song, but I want to do a riff on it. And it was like, and being able to kind of change it up, and like, you're like, all right, we're going to play the Doors, but we're going to do it a little bit more modernized. Or like, all right, I want to go play this Nirvana song, but it's going to sound a little bit more indie like, and it feels like with this, it's like, well, I like Herman, and I'm going to start from there, and I'm just going to riff on it. And it's funny because it's, there are a lot of covers that have come out in past years, and I'm not saying this is a cover, but the point is that like, I'll hear those in my head before I go back to the source. And so like, even while watching Psycho a few weeks ago, I still was hearing your riffs over things, and I'm like, wow, all right, so it does work in that sense way. But why did you land on that? Because I know you said it was intentional, but like,
yes, very intentional. Well, again, in looking at the movie, there were certain elements. The main element was, who is Herbert West? Herbert West was like a genius, a maniac, and I'm thinking in terms of scores. What sort of score would everybody identify with of being, a true maniac, and what piece of music would do that? And everybody was used to Psycho, the killer scene and all that. What they weren't used to, but they were familiar with internally, was this sort of little motif that Herman had. So I copped that sort of idea and made it quirky. I quirkified part of the Bernard Herrmann thing. If you listen to the main theme and all that, it's not his theme at all, but it's that vibe behind it. It's definitely Herman-esque, and I put that quirkiness. So the idea was I wanted something that everybody could identify with immediately. And my rationale was then it would give if it was so over the top, it would like give them, the audience, permission to sort of look at this not as a strict horror movie, but something way over the wall. You could actually laugh and enjoy the gore and the horror. So that was my intent. And as it turned out, unfortunately, my great quote, which was supposed to be in the end titles, which was with my humble apologies and acknowledgement to Bernard Herrmann, was supposed to be in the end titles, and it got left out. Now in those days, to do end titles, it was like a $10,000 thing to redo. And I didn't have the money, and they didn't have the money, and so it got left out. It was corrected on CDs and LPs and all that, but it didn't make it into that final thing. So I got a little bit of ribbon, but so what? That's life. The Bernard Herrmann Society, all four of them were all very upset at the time. No, it was all fine. They didn't mind.
Well, Richard, so you mentioned giving Herbert West kind of an identity with music. So
Yeah.
Jeffrey, I wanted to ask you. So I was watching an old interview with you on the set of Bride of Re-Animator. And so in 1989, you were asked about the character of Dr. Herbert West, and you said that he was totally obsessed, linear, with no diversion from his appointed goal in life, and doesn't see anything except the goal. And do you still find that to be true, or have you found there to be something different or more to Dr. West over the years?
Well, I think Herbert West is kind of one of those characters that, in a way, we all secretly wish we could be. In that every day we all compromise, we all back off, we all bat our eyes, or oh, I'm sorry, oh yeah, you're right, I'm sorry, oops, I was wrong. And there's this sort of consistent, unapologetic, uncompromising focus to Herbert that is perhaps attractive or admirable by people. I mean, he just is relentless in his consistency. And no matter what happens, you're talking about when Dean Halsey is dead and he's in shock, and I go, freshest one we've had yet. It's like he sees the opportunity where the rest of us would run. And I just think that it's a fantasy, and we all want to have a little bit more of that ourselves, but society doesn't let that. It's kind of destructive. But so I think I think that's why he's attractive to people.
Yeah.
I think you're right, because it's that maniacal part, but that undying devotion to a cause. To a cause. So you put those two together, and there is something admirable about that, as well as
and he gets ahead because he doesn't get distracted. It's all about the work, and everything else, love. Let's get back to the lab. Right?
Whether or not the cat belongs to your roommate doesn't matter.
The cat comes in.
It was just an accident.
Got his head stuck in a jar. What am I supposed to do? The answer is experiment. Now that I have a subject.
Well, I get distracted by writing a note. Because what would a note say?
Or what would I say? Cat dead? Do you translate it?
Barbara, I wanted to talk about Stuart, because something clicked. Obviously, in the next year, you're the lead from Beyond. What was their initial relationship with him like, and how did that become this enduring thing for so many years? Where was the start there?
Well, Stuart was like a Svengali in a way. He had a way of luring you in and making you do his bidding. And I used to say, right?
I think we're getting too personal here. Is this a panel?
My bidding.
He was a theater director and very interested in the characters and their development and their motivations, and we talked a lot about that. Every director is different. Some directors come on a set and they don't really talk to you very much, and you kind of do your thing, or they talk to the camera people a lot and they're more focused on the technical aspect. Stuart didn't know a lot about the technical aspect initially, so he learned on the job. But as far as dealing with the actors, I mean, he was just right with you at every moment, you know, telling you, or suggesting something to you, or, you know, asking you a question or motivating you some way. And, you know, frequently there was times when all of us would push back a little bit and say, well, I don't know about that. I kind of feel like this. And he would say, well, yeah, but I know you feel that way, but actually if you look at it like this, da, da, da. So he had a way of just bending you to his will in a way. And I say that with affection, but because when you're in a Stuart Gordon movie, you feel it. It's a Stuart Gordon movie. You can tell he has an energy, you know, to all of his films, even though, you know, some of them have different tones.
Well, you know, he did do that on every level, in every part of the
Not
business.
just with actors.
And what because I remember once we were developing a script. It was the dentist, and we had a meeting with the studio, and they had some problems with the script. You know, Stuart and Dennis had written it, and then Stuart left, and I stayed with the executives, and they told me that they said he's not listening to us. He doesn't understand. We want it to. We don't. You know, they had specific things, and so I said, okay. They said, I don't know. We may have to. How are we going to fix this? I went outside and we walked to our car, and Stuart said, well, I think that went great.
Yeah, I mean, well, you know,
it's like, you know, yeah. If you said, when they tell him, we don't like this aspect, instead of talking about it, he'd tell them why they did like it. If you said, I don't like this, oh no, you really do.
Yeah. Did you guys see a movie that is up for an Oscar called The Brutalist?
Yes.
Yeah. There's only a couple of you? Okay, it's fantastic.
It is.
It's right. Come on. To me, I think it's the best picture of the year. But so you heard it here. Go watch it. But the movie is about an uncompromising artist who lives in Budapest and comes to America after the war. And the whole movie is like his epic life and his journey of coming to America and what it was like for him. It's directed by an actor named Brady Corbet, who is an uncompromising director who made the movie he wanted. I feel like that was Stuart. Stuart was uncompromising, and he did have a way of talking you into his point of view, you know? In a
way, he was like the Herbert West of...
Yeah, that's very true. That's very true. So there is, I mean, even though some of us balked at that at different times, there is an uncompromising, unique, sincere artist that was Stuart Gordon, that he had a vision of what he wanted to make, and that's what he did. And he wanted us to, you know, do what he asked us to do. So for the most part, we did.
I think Stuart also brought something from the theater to film in this way. Film is a passive event for most of the time when we watch something. We're in the dark, maybe we're together, but we don't have a mutual participation. It's kind of washing over us, and it's not a group experience like theater is. You're in a theater, everyone has, I don't know, a sense of more freedom to laugh together, to respond to what's going on. And so Stuart was able, in his storytelling, he was a great storyteller, Stuart, he could bring those theater elements to film. And that's, I think, why Re-Animator is so successful, is that he brought that kind of participatory. Stuart loved to break the fourth wall. He loved to bust that thing from you're watching two characters to that moment where you turn to the person next to you and go, I can't believe what I'm fucking watching right now. Can you? No, let's watch it. You know, he was really could do that. He was really fascinated with that. Breaking the you know, you're in a movie and you're in the story, and then you acknowledge that you're an audience watching a movie. It's like another layer of of the experience. He was a master at that.
There's something, you know, there was a passing of David Lynch recently, which was just another reason why this world is awful. But the thing is that with him is that everything, was so much singularity in his works. And what I noticed while studying a lot of Gordon's stuff in anticipation for this is that, like, he, you know, Re-Animator was a hit, and it was it. Could have made multiple sequels, but what I love about it is that you all did something that I wish Hollywood would do more of, which is, I always call it the Fish Called Wanda, Fierce Creatures thing, where it's like you took the core talent and you were like, all right, we're going to do this, and we're going to do it with something different, and we're going to tell a different story in there. And it's the same magic, but the magic is the IP in the sense of, you know, you use today's language. And that's what I love about looking back on that work and that body of work, is that, like, you all had this, it's like your band, not, you know, no pun intended on your last name, but, you know, it really was like, there was some sort of unit here, and rather than being like, all right, let's just go back to the, I mean, I know there's Bride of Re-Animator, but, like, there was not, like, you know, 4 or 5 after that. Like, there's so many franchises that were happening at the point. It was like, no, we're gonna go to, you know, Dolls or From Beyond, or, like, you know, like, we're gonna go do, you know, Castle Freak. I mean, it felt like that spark was just, I don't know, the brand of itself, of the unity here, kind of transcended it. And I don't know, I think in hindsight that might be one of the best things that's aged about this, is that we're not sitting here going like, oh, you know, Re-Animator 6 kind of falls off. It's like, no, it's like, look at all the body of work here, and like what you're talking about with, like, the multifaceted approach. And I'm wondering, like, Brian, is that something that you saw early on?
I think that's organic. I know from my personal point of view, I always loved the Roger Corman Poe series, and I thought that I thought they were all part of it's like they were sequels.
Yeah.
And they happened at a time in my life when I really just was into movies. And I thought, for example, when Psycho came out, it was crazy, and I thought the sequel would be about another Psycho. I never thought it would be more Norman Bates.
Yeah.
And I think that with Re-Animator, the idea that then do From Beyond, and then do Dagon, and then I think that for me, that was like the Corman Poe series.
Yeah.
But I think it happened organically. I think it was, you know, well, you know, the title sequence of Re-Animator is directly inspired by Corman's Poe thing, where he had poured the paint.
Yeah.
And because I remember seeing that when I was a kid and going, wow, the title sequence of the movie is the one place you can get away from just doing pure cinema. You can do whatever you want.
Whatever you want.
Whatever you want. And I think that, what's the name of the guy who did the animation for the title sequence?
I don't know, but whatever they did, it's such a great launching pad for this. But it just perfectly sets the tone for everything.
But anyway, I think that the way all the different movies were made, I think that was an organic thing.
Go ahead.
Also, he was a theater director, and he did a lot of different plays, and he had a group of people in his organic theater company that would do one play and then do another and do another. So I think he transferred that idea onto all his different movies. Oh, you know, these are my friends. I want that person to play that part. I want this person to play that part. So.
Well, you know, at first we were going to do Dagon after From Beyond, and we had the script ready, and you were,
Jeff and I were going to do
all
it.
3 of you were.
All 3 of us were going to be in it.
Oh
wow!
And it was a different script from what we did eventually, because 30 years later or 20 years later, we shot it in Spain. And, you know, I had to use all Spanish actors. But that was, I think, Dagon is part of the whole series.
I would think so.
Really.
Yeah, I would agree with that. So, Brian, what drew you to direct the sequel then?
I had lost a number of projects because the directors dropped out. One was with Dan O'Bannon. There was one with Stewart.
But also, I don't mean to interrupt, but didn't Stewart also have this philosophy?
It wasn't
at the
him.
time.
It was his agent. We were going to do Bride of Re-Animator. We were always going to call it Bride of Re-Animator. There was a bunch of different versions of it, which all originally took off from the moment Re-Animator ended, and
she screams alive.
Yeah. And Dan has her down, and he's a supervisor at running an apartment. He's got her in the basement. So there were a lot of different versions of this, but when we were planning it, then Stuart said, you know, my agent said, he had a big agent by now. He said, my agent says I don't do sequels.
But if you want to have a career in movies, don't do a sequel to...
Of course, that was in a different era. Now,
Didn't work for Jim Cameron.
Let me interrupt just by saying that, you know, things that you were touching on and Stuart's, his ways and all this, I think ultimately he managed to transfer that theater troupe mentality to a film troupe mentality, because the people he worked with for most of his career worked with him time and time again over decades.
And he also had no one overseeing him, telling him, you can't do that, you need to change your vision, you need to... He was a one-man artistic director of a theater. It was his call, his vision, always. And so that's sort of the way he approached movies. This is my movie, my vision.
And for the most part, he succeeded. Otherwise, we wouldn't be sitting here, probably.
Yeah, but he did not shove it down your throat. He's a really kind, super sweet guy, and he was a good listener, and he would hear. You know, he would change if you could show him something better.
And he did at certain times. There's no question. I mean, with Re-Animator, there was a change of heart with certain things and all that. So he wasn't incapable of it.
Well, I think the thing that he did respond to and would change his mind was showing it to an audience. So when we showed the rough cut, Stuart had gone back to Chicago, and Bob Greenberg, who's one of the unsung heroes of this whole thing, he actually introduced me to Stuart, and Bob had set up a recruited screening, which you didn't do back then with cheap horror movies because it's too expensive. And we did it with the Science Fiction Club, that you're going to give a presentation for the awards tomorrow, the Saturn Awards, with that group. And we showed the movie with just sound and was there music on it? Then effects. So somebody would watch it, because we were talking about the editing a lot. We were sending VHSs to Stuart. I think it was called Assembly Line or something. A very ensemble type of development. And it was, you know, benches and a little stage, and put on the play, and then the audience, who obviously were used to doing this, they were subscribers. Then after, Stuart got up and asked what people thought. And they were honest. And Stuart never pushed back.
Never.
All he did was take his notes. And I remember when I saw that, I thought, I can work with this.
Yeah, that's
because
so
he
admirable.
Basically didn't fight back the audience. Now, if you were maybe the writer or the producer or the studio, he'll really, the actor, you should hold your glass like this.
Yeah, exactly. Stuart was he was a bit of a 60s radical in that, you know, down with the institution.
More than a bit.
More than a bit. So anybody in a position of authority he was ready to, you know,
take on,
put his fist up and push back quite a bit, just on reflex almost.
I like the idea that you're talking about how he took the theater troupe to mentality to make more of a film group, and I just see the inspiration throughout all of you, and especially throughout all your respective careers. Barbara, you know, when we talked last, like, you said something that's stuck with me for a long time, which is that, you know, you have to make something extraordinary to keep going. And I've thought about that a lot, and I think about that in the context of where we are today, and where we do have a lot of people that oversee everything, and then we do have a lot of people that are critical, and it's not usually the case where you can just listen in and be receptive. You kind of have to find ways to fight back. And I wondered, you know, as decades go by, films go by, projects go by, how hard does extraordinary become to define as you move on from project to project, and how much have you kind of taken to heart from what you've learned, you know, through this experience, through Gordon's experience, through working with Brian, like through Jeffrey, like, how do you take it to the next level every time? And, you know.
Don't have a question, don't have an answer for that one.
Yeah.
I just know that Stuart was steadfast in his vision, and because people can have an opinion and then fold, and then regret taking someone else's notes. Stuart had great faith in his own opinion. That's for sure. And until he was shown that maybe there was a better way. But he did just to please somebody's opinion. He would fight it.
But you know, everybody learns along the way, and even somebody as thoughtful and as secure in his own thinking as Stuart, as time went on, he did learn things and he did take things into consideration. I did that movie Space Truckers. I had a small part in that where I played Debbie Mazar's mother, and I wake up after being cryogenically frozen for 30 years, and then I meet Dennis Hopper and he falls in love with me in a few minutes, and which was really nice at the time. But on that movie, Stuart told me that, you know, he was giving some direction to Dennis Hopper, like, oh, Dennis, I want you to do this or do that. Like, Stuart would always have us do more, like more crying, more screaming. I mean, he wanted us to play to the back of the house, especially when he was first starting out. And he was saying some stuff like this to Dennis, and Dennis said, no, man, it's all there. You got it. Just wait till you see it. It's all there, man. And, you know, you can't really push Dennis Hopper. There's only so much you can do. And then Stuart said to me later, he said, I realized that he was right, that there was, you know, times when you can be quiet on the screen and you can still get the intent of what's going on. So I think to do, what is extraordinary? I don't know. You want to do extraordinary work, you want to keep going, and everybody, there's a collective consciousness that happens within yourself and within the people that you're working with, and if you can trust people enough and, you know, actually take advice and show them things. You know, I've worked with filmmakers, even new filmmakers, that don't want to show any of their work because they just want to make the movie and edit it, and they want to put it out, and they don't want to take anybody's opinion. And you know, it's just like the way that you work. But recently there's a new movie coming out with, what's her name? Not Toni Collette, but what's the other lady? Oh, I can't think of her name right now. She's in everything and everybody loves her. Anyway, it was a new movie, and I went to Sony to watch it with these editors that I know that were working on the movie. It's a huge, you know, $50 million movie, and they wanted feedback from people that have worked in the business for a long time. And, you know, those people are extraordinary. They're doing extraordinary work. Olivia Colman's in it. And Benedict Cumberbatch. I mean, it's The War of the Roses. It's the remake of The War of the Roses, but I forget what they're calling it. And the movie is really good, but yeah, I mean, I gave some thoughts and other people gave thoughts, and those people are asking for feedback. I mean, you know, they weren't asking the studio, they were asking us. They were asking people in the business. So anyway, I don't know how anybody, it's all still a mystery. Yeah. Even though, you know, we're trying to do our best work.
It's a bit of alchemy. It's an alchemy, you know, it's a collaborative art form.
Yeah.
So there's so many elements that have to click.
But I think it's a good idea to ask for people's opinion, and then you don't have to take it, but just see what people are saying, you know? Because sometimes when people, like in your own life, when you ask a friend for an opinion, they give you their thoughts, and then if it sounds right to you, you go, oh yeah. And if it doesn't sound right, you'll know, your instinct will tell you. And especially if you've been an artist and worked in the business for many years, I mean, your instinct should be pretty good by this point, that when you hear something that sounds false or phony, you'll go, no, that's not right. No, I'm going to do it like this. So you just have to be strong in your convictions, but you have to be open and be collaborative. I mean, that's what I strive for.
That's beautiful.
I can't.
Yeah, I think that's a great place.
That's a great landing.
With some great advice.
Oh my God, yeah. Well, thank you all for being here and
so
doing
much.
this with us.
Thank you all for 40 years.
I would just like to remind everybody, this is the 40th anniversary,
Yes.
and there is a brand new 4K restored edition. Now, this has been restored from the original negative. This is as good as you can do. It's as good a quality as a restoration can be, and it's actually on sale now at Ignite Films online. It's not delivered until April. There's a really cool special box with even a Dr. Hill bobblehead. A little book, tons of extras that everybody's been involved in, and this is a great celebration for this movie, and this is, I think, the first event of the 40th anniversary year to celebrate and just have a good time with the movie that we all love.
And I just wish Stuart were here to enjoy.
Yes, yes. There's a couple of hours left. I'm just leaving the Re-Animator panel. We're just getting an idea of how everything's looking right now. Only a couple of hours left, so people probably are dispersing and heading back to the hotel or grabbing some late light snacks. But I'm gonna walk around and see what else we can get into, travelers. Okay, travelers, we are back here for the final day, Sunday, here at CreepIE Con. I'm mainly here because I want to check out two panels, one for Thanksgiving and the other for The Lost Boys. And if you know me, you know The Lost Boys is one of my absolute favorite horror movies, one of my favorite vampire movies, one of my favorite 80s movies. It encapsulates so much that I enjoy about filmmaking and just film genre and just the horror genre as a whole. So travelers, come along with me. Let's go and check it out. Guys, we have Joe out here handing out the condoms there. The very, very cool keepsake to have. And we have another one of the models there. Speaking of the fetus condoms, I wanted to give you guys a quick note. I will be giving away 4 of the fetus condoms that Joe was just handing away from this convention. So if you weren't able to be here for the event, I will be sending out 4 of those for 4 subscribers. So in order to get those, you will need to subscribe, like the video, and give me a comment in regards to something about this particular convention that you enjoyed. The travelers, just get in your actual submissions by next week, and I will be putting down the date of the actual drawing in the comments. So look in the actual, well, I should say the description. So look in the description for the official rules for the giveaway.
It's an interview podcast called The Boo Crew, part of the Bloody Disgusting Podcast Network, available wherever you get your podcasts. So back in 2003, inspired by screenings filmmaker Quentin Tarantino does at his house on a regular basis, where he showed double features on film and then splice in some of his favorite Grindhouse trailers in between. Himself and Robert Rodriguez kind of came up with this idea to create their own Grindhouse experience, their own double feature. So Rodriguez took on Planet Terror, following the survivors of a biochemical outbreak, and one of them has a Bushmaster carbine assault rifle as a leg. And Quentin doing the automobile exploitation slasher Death Proof. Grindhouse was unleashed on the public April 6th, 2007, and it was an awesome cinematic experience. Even the trailers promoting it were incredible. Those and the one for Machete, voiced by this dude, Corey Burton, who had that machete voice. And he's actually the voice of so many of the rides at Disneyland. He's the happy voice that you hear when you get on the tram, actually. So this is like an impersonation of an old 70s movie trailer voice guy that he does. So just as compelling in Grindhouse were these fake trailers made by the filmmaker friends that would be included in the program. So we had Edgar Wright with Don't, Machete that I just talked about from Rodriguez, Jason Eisner up in Canada, when you saw it up there, you saw Hobo with a Shotgun, and Rob Zombie's Werewolf Woman of the SS, and of course, Eli Roth's Thanksgiving. So fueled by audience demand, a feature-length film based on that Thanksgiving trailer went into production just over 15 years later, hit screens on November 17th, 2023, set in a small Massachusetts town terrorized by a killer in a pilgrim mask. It was wildly successful, a sequel currently in development. We're going to be joined by two of the stars of the film today. First off, born in Canada, graduating at the top of her high school drama class with dreams of becoming an actor. She was discovered by an agent when she was just 18, and a few years later found herself working with Francis Ford Coppola. She went on to star in the series Vampire High, the award-winning Young Blades, Flash Gordon, and Mutant X. She has appeared in features including 2009 Saw 6, playing stepmom Kathleen, who definitely finds herself at the head of the Thanksgiving table. Say hello to Karen Cliche, everybody. Hello, hello.
Anywhere you want us to sit.
Yeah, just wherever. Grab a seat. It's all mics are live.
Space. I get really loud.
So also here with us, also from Canada, world-renowned stunt performer and actor with close to 150 credits to his name. He's worked with everyone from M. Night Shyamalan, James Gunn, Guillermo del Toro on projects like It Chapter 2, Suicide Squad, Star Trek, What We Do in the Shadows, X-Men, Jigsaw, Carrie, The Boys. The list is endless. So he is the man behind the mask. Yes, all will be carved. When you invite John Carver himself to dinner, it is Alex Armbruster. All right, Lauren, take it away.
So I wanted to ask you guys what your relationship is with horror, the genre, as a viewer. Do you love it? Are you big fans?
I actually don't watch a lot of horror movies myself. I watched the Scream movies as a kid, and I watched a few, paranormal Activity, and I think Haunting in Connecticut. And I was pretty freaked out by those ones, so it kind of turned me off actually. And I don't watch a lot of them now. I'm watching them with like a blanket over my face, So I like making them, but not so much watching them.
For me, kind of the same thing. I'm also a big wuss. The paranormal stuff really freaks me out. Like, I can deal with the gore. I think it's because I've been in the business so long. I know that it's fake. Like, I don't get super scared about it. But definitely as a kid when Poltergeist and The Exorcist came out, like, that changed my life. Like, I still have never rewatched them since I saw those as a kid, because I believe in that stuff, and I always feel like, I think I could take on a serial killer, but I can't take on the devil, you know what I'm saying? Because we're best friends. But yeah, so I think that's, and I obviously love acting in them, because it's like, it takes your acting to such an extreme, and I really, really love that, so yeah.
That's awesome. So on the other side of the camera, what are the aspects of telling stories through the lens of horror that you find compelling to perform in?
I really enjoy being the killer in this film, because since I am such a wuss with horror movies, it's like it comes easy to me what I think would be freaky for somebody. I try to think about what would freak me out, And with the mask on, it's a little tricky because I can't show any emotion at all. So it's all with like these little subtle movements and how to utilize timing properly to give a jump scare or something like that.
I would say for me, it's weird because I usually play either a bitch on screen, like it's my face, or so I'm rarely ever the victim, right. So this one was really interesting, and in Thanksgiving, right, of being the victim, but putting up such a fight beforehand. So this usually I've been the killer a lot of times too in certain movies. So this was kind of fun to be the victim to finally get caught.
So give us a rundown of how you each got involved and met Eli and the whole kit and caboodle. We can go with you, Karen, on the start.
Oh God, it's kind of a boring story. It was January of 2023. Sent in a self-tape and to put myself on tape. I was like, oh, what's this cute movie about Thanksgiving? And I did my scene. I was like, well, another bitch. got this. Put it on tape, and then 3 weeks later, I got the part. And I was like, oh, awesome. So no call back, no Zoom with Eli or anything. And I was like, okay, cool. And then when I started to find out what this was, and then I looked up the Grindhouse show, I was like, oh, shit, this is not a cute little Thanksgiving movie. I was like, oh my God. And then, of course, I read the script. I was like, oh, the turkey. Oh, got it. Okay, yeah. So that was kind of really easy process. Really blessed.
Yeah. Has everyone seen the movie? I just want to give you spoilers. Okay.
Okay. Good.
All right. Yeah. So for me, I always research what's going to be coming to film in our area, which is in the Toronto, Canada area. And so I found out that this movie Thanksgiving was coming to town. Okay, so I looked that up, and then I looked up to see who the stunt coordinator was, because I usually do stunts. And
I happen to know him, and I worked with him several times before, so I sent him a text message saying, hey, I'm Patrick Dempsey's, I'm his size as if you need a double for him. And he's like, actually, yeah, I do. Do you want the job? And I'm like, yeah, sure. And I didn't know anything about the script or I hadn't seen the fake trailer or anything. And then I showed up on set the first day, and they had me dressed up in the they called him the stunt pilgrim on the call sheet. So he didn't even have the John Carver name yet. They didn't know, and then I got in the costume, and I figured, okay, it's just going to be a situation like normal for me, where I'm stunt doubling the actor and doing the stunts, and then he'll jump in and do the acting beats, and that's how we normally do it. But in this case, they let me just be the only one in the costume for the diner scene when I was fighting with Lizzie, the waitress. And so that was the first time in costume. I didn't know how the character was supposed to move or anything, so I kind of came up with it on the spot, and Eli happened to like it, and they kept asking me to come back and do the rest of the movie, basically. So it's pretty interesting how it all worked out.
What did you guys notice being on set for the first time with Eli, the things that made him unique as a director?
His energy level.
Really?
And he's just like, okay, and he works really, really fast. He loves improv. I love doing improv too. Him and Rick Hoffman, so played like my husband, they would just be so ridiculous together. And then Eli got such a kick out of Rick all the time, so he was always like, Rick, just go. He's like, I'm just gonna let the camera roll. Just go. He just wanted Rick to be funny all the time. So definitely his energy level. And just kind of like afterwards too, like for all of us as cast, he really has been so supportive of our careers and really helped us even with the conventions. He's like, there's this one, let's do this one together. And yeah, he's a big champion because he's also an actor, right? So he kind of gets it as well. And yeah, he's just been turned into like a great friend too. So it's awesome. Loved working with him.
Yeah. When you guys read the script, the full script, were you surprised that Patrick Dempsey's character was the killer?
So the funny thing with me, I never read the whole script. Every day I showed up, and they give you, in your trailer, they give you sides, which is like the script for the day for the scenes that you're shooting only. So I got little snippets as we were going, and I didn't even know the whole story.
When did you know it was a horror film?
I mean, the first day when we were doing it. I mean, it was pretty easy to tell, but yeah. And then I watched the fake trailer the first day as well and figured out what it was.
Sharon, Kathleen has super strong character traits. She's very exaggerated, leaps off the screen. How did you build her persona?
So again, when you're playing, we laugh, but I do play a lot of bitchy characters. I think that when you are, though, like when you're, again, as women, we're often portrayed as like bitchy if we're strong or opinionated or whatever. So I never want to approach these characters as always just straightforward, like bitchy, like that. Like that's so boring. That's Real Housewives. Like that's just not interesting to me. I was kind of end up finding like some kind of, I'm not like a huge method, huge backstory kind of actor, but I do like to bring layers to the character. So that she's, with Kathleen, I really wanted to show that she did love her husband. She did love Thomas. It wasn't just like, she was a bit greedy, maybe a bit of a gold digger, but it wasn't all just kind of about that. So I really wanted to show, like at the Thanksgiving table, at one point I was like, I wish you a very happy Thanksgiving, whatever my line was, and I think I blew him a kiss or something, or like I winked at him or something, and that was like kind of my decision. I really wanted to show that we have a connection. So that's kind of how I approach these characters, and with Kathleen, that she wasn't evil, right? She wasn't evil. She was just like maybe a little competitive with her stepdaughter, and maybe not the brightest, and maybe a little greedy, but not like evil, right? So I feel like that kind of came across because some people have told me that they felt a little bit bad for me when I was in the oven. I'm sure some people cheered. Okay, I don't blame you, but
yeah, you did a great job at kind of making that character switch too, and you really fall in love with your character. I find through the second half of the movie, But we'll get to that later. I want to hit up Alex with just constructing John's. As you mentioned, you kind of created his movements and everything. And when we first see him in that diner, he's moving like really slick. It's calculated, fast. He knows exactly what he's doing, and he's efficient.
Yeah.
what went into, did Eli give you any background or any pointers on, okay, this is this guy's background, this is his mission, this is how I want it to look, or was it completely all up to you?
Surprisingly, there was no direction on the backstory of him at all.
Wow.
Yeah, so I'm literally just trying to think, okay, it's Dempsey, he's the sheriff, so he's obviously going to be tactical, and he's going to have some training in some form or another, so there can't be any wasted movements, basically. Everything's efficient, you know? So I'm just trying to think of it from that point of view. Eli basically kind of ran me through the choreo that he wanted me to do for that, but in terms of, you know, the movements and like from point A to B, that was kind of on me to figure that out. And luckily it worked out and he liked it. So,
yeah, I mean, like, I love the guy's flair. That he's just like, at that first time we see him, he spins the axe really quick.
Yeah.
You know, was that all, did that take a lot of choreography?
That was, Eli, I remember he said, just do a little something, do something with the axe, and I just did that, and he just happened to like it. So
that's incredible.
Just got to come up with stuff on the spot.
And what were the components of the costume itself?
Okay, so there's it's pretty simple, really. Actually, it's just like coveralls, like what a mechanic would wear, basically. There's tactical boots, which a police officer would wear, so that all makes sense. And then balaclava underneath the mask, and then the mask itself is really just like a very simple, thin plastic Halloween mask. There's nothing really to it. And we had to put some foam, I remember, on the forehead, because if you put it on without anything, it would press against my eyelashes and I couldn't see it all.
Right,
and even so with it, like it was like tiny little eye holes, and if I get hit at all, or if I touch it, the eye holes, they get misaligned and I can't see anything. So it's tricky doing the fight scenes with that. And like in the diner scene, for example, when I pull her out of the sink and I'm reaching for the freezer door to stick her face onto it, you can see me reaching for the freezer door because when I pull her out, her something hits my hat, which knocks my mask off, and I can't see. And I don't want to do a big reset because she's soaking wet, and then like that takes, you know, maybe an hour to reset that. So I'm just trying to reach for the door, like, I gotta find the handle, and I luckily found it, and we made it work.
So that was the first scene you filmed, right?
Yes.
So how did they do it, like when she was getting drowned in the sink? Is there a camera underneath? Because you see like the water bubbling and...
Yeah, I think they might have had a GoPro in there or something. It wasn't like a fancy camera or anything. They just put one in there for that shot, yeah.
That was incredible.
So
yeah.
As far as the mask goes, was there different versions of the mask, or just one?
There was a bunch of different ones, like I was behind the mask for about 90% of the movie, and then like Patrick did jump behind the mask for a couple scenes, in the high school scene where he's chopping the mannequin heads, and then a little bit of that, and then also in the dining room scene for a bit of it too.
Okay.
Yeah. Did you get to keep anything from
I got to keep one of the masks that was screen used, and that's actually the one I used for the in-costume photo ops.
That's great.
Yeah.
That's amazing. Did you get to keep anything? Or would you want to?
No, but I do I'm probably going to get a little the pilgrim outfit.
Oh, yeah.
I want to do photo ops in that.
Yeah.
So
that would be amazing.
Yeah, I will probably in the upcoming convention.
I loved your blue jacket. You had like a baby blue jacket.
A checkered one?
Yes.
Oh, the one I wore over my jean onesie? You mean my jean onesie and those like thigh-high suede boots that Patrick Dempsey said I looked sexy in? Did everyone hear that? Everyone's phones are out. I was so nervous because I had a huge crush on Patrick Dempsey. And I don't crush on a lot like celebrities. I'm just like, whatever. I worked with like big names. I'm like, cool. And Patrick Dempsey, I was like holding the eggplant going,
he was named People's Sexiest Man Alive just after that movie was released, I believe.
Yes, it's true. So I was literally, I was not cool.
How was Mr. Dempsey in person?
He's great.
Yeah?
Yeah, he was awesome. Yeah, he was perfect. He was dreamy. He was great. He was funny. Actually, he was really funny. He wasn't. I think he's my height. But with those heels, I was like this. So in the farmer's market scene, right, we're like better scene like this. And then I was like, oh. So you always like out of respect, right? Especially I was like, he's a star. Like I don't want to be towering over him. So we were kind of filming, and so I kind of found an area where the dirt road kind of like went down a bit. So I put myself down. So that I was like, I'm sure he appreciated it.
What was the first time you saw Alex in full getup?
When was it?
I think it was like the
What was it, those-
when you were on the table and all the prepping was.
Oh yeah, it was the seasoning.
Yeah,
It was when I was-
Oh my God, what a time to see that for the first time. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that when you put a whole chunk of salt in my eye, or is that before or after? Which one? Right.
Crushed oil over your face. I felt pretty bad.
Yeah. I was like, he's like, don't move, Karen. I was like, fuck you. Try not to.
I didn't know you that well then yet, so.
Oh, now you'd be like enjoying it. You'd be like, yeah.
Yeah, really lean into it this time.
I want to go into that whole thing in great detail in a little bit here. But what do you recall each about your very first day on set?
I mean, for me, it was that diner scene.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah.
Was there a pressure? Did you feel a pressure based on
the pressure because I was told in my trailer as I was getting dressed that I was going to be doing the entire scene. And we also had to film after that was done. I had to get in the car and we had to do the crash into the dumpster.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So it was a very long day, and we did the dumpster crash in the middle, like probably 5 in the morning or something, and it was pouring rain, and it was not, it was just a long night. So I knew it was going to be a big undertaking. So yeah, it went well, but I had to be very hyper focused on being dialed in.
Yeah, for sure. And how about you, Karen? You remember?
My first scene was the Thanksgiving scene, the dinner. I think it was the dining room table scene. It was with everybody.
Okay.
So that was really fun because, there's always like a green room or like a cast room where we all hang out, and it just like right away fell in love with everybody in the cast. Like so nice. Like everything you see, like the chemistry, especially with the kids, I call it, because I'm old and they're young. They all got along so well, and yeah, it was such a great cast in terms of the dynamic with everybody. It was amazing. So that made everything just like super easy from the get-go too. Yeah.
Was there time to develop camaraderie with everybody in the cast, and is there enough downtime to do that? Were you guys hanging out outside or no?
For me, not really, because like stunts typically, it's just the way it is on movie sets. We hang out with other stunt performers, and then actors hang out with actors, and that's just how it goes. I hung out with some of the other cast when we were doing the gallery shoot for the movie posters and all that. Yeah, so that was kind of cool. That's when I really got a chance to talk to everybody. But before that, yeah, I was just hanging out with stunts.
What did you notice about the way Eli runs the set?
It's very efficient. He has the whole film cut in his head already, so he knows exactly what he needs. He's not wasting
wasted takes or anything.
No wasted takes. Yeah, he knows exactly what he needs, which I love. Like at this point in my career, I've been doing it for 15 years, and it's nice not to waste time. I have a family at home. It's nice to get the work done and go home instead of spending 17 hours on set.
Yeah, exactly.
So I appreciate it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, fast and efficient, and really like he's always got a zillion stories. So, he'd come in, we're all like sitting around, and then he'd come in and be like, so when I was in Inglourious Basterds, so Brad Pitt, like he just would run off like half-hour stories and be like, okay, let's go. And we're like, okay. Like he was just like this speeding, like spinny talk.
Tasmanian devil.
He just like so much energy and like stories galore. So yeah, it was great. And me too, like I've been doing this a long time, and I started out in TV, like episodic TV. So it was just like bam, 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 super fast. So I think I did my first movie. Or I was rarely doing movies, but I remember I would go from like 9 months in a TV series and then go do a movie, and I was like, oh my god, it was like a page a day, and I was like, oh my god, like it was just like one line per day. I was like, this is crazy, because I liked like 15 pages a day, and I liked that pace, but yeah, so that was more like the vibe that I liked. Yeah.
Sure.
For your character, did you make a playlist for whoever you're gonna play?
Well, not with Kathleen, I didn't, but I used to do a lot of action roles, like in my 20s, so definitely before I had like action scenes, I would, play some music. I was really hyper in my 20s, so I was always like blasting music in my trailer, and my co-stars would get really annoyed and be like, get banging on
I do that every morning too, usually.
Oh, usually the wife going, excuse me!
Yeah, it's usually country music or something. But no, like I've been in some superhero movies like Shazam and Suicide Squad, and I remember it was right in the height of all the superhero movies like Avengers when it was all there, so it was a really cool time to be a part of it. And then to get it, excited about that going to work in the morning, I would play like, the Superman theme song or something, and I'd be like super pumped, and then I get hooked up to the wires and get to fly like Superman, and that was pretty cool.
That's amazing.
I wanted to ask about the decapitation scene. I guess it's Manny, is that the name of the security guard? I think so, yeah. It was insane. You take some sort of cables and you kind of go behind your back and you do this cool move.
Yeah.
Tell us just a little bit about the choreography of that scene and just being able to work with these like prosthetics. Like the head that's left is incredible looking.
Yeah. So yeah, the head was very realistic for sure. And for the actual beheading part of it, it was a whole dummy that they made, and it was all practical effects. There was no VFX at all. So they had 3 guys for the one shot. They were holding up the dummy and just leaning over. And when I did the beheading, they were supposed to just like hold it there. And the one guy, I remember, they had all this blood flowing out, and the one guy holding the dummy was getting just covered in blood. He wasn't supposed to, but it just happened, and he just went with it. But it was brutal. But yeah, Tim was great. We came up with the choreo kind of on the day too. That was kind of the theme of this movie.
Yeah.
Usually for fight choreos, we have like tons of time to rehearse, like prior to being even on set that day. And we film previs, as they're called, like a pre-visualization, and then we'll go like shot for shot off of that sometimes. But for this, it just came like very organically on the day. Eli had it in his mind what he wanted, and then for the actual beheading part with the device I was using, we had it was a bungee cord basically that looked like a wire, so it was safe for me to actually pull it up to his neck and pull a little bit, and he was okay with it. And then for the actual part where I turn around, we just cut to we took the bungee cord off, and I was just holding the handles.
Yeah.
And then just did it super fast, and then you couldn't even tell. And that's when they timed out the head falling off, and then the blood coming out.
Right. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Karen, how about your experience just dealing with the practical effects on this one? Are you into dealing with blood and guts and all that stuff in these movies?
Yeah, I like it. I didn't get too like bloody and gutsy, right? I had more like the prosthetics that made my like skin, like the progression of my burns in the oven. But when I did Saw 6, that was really funny because we were on the carousel. I did survive Saw 6, but we're on the carousel, and you seen something? She's like, I just felt your energy. She's like, Saw 6, but we were all, people's heads were getting blown off, right? So one time, like, it was just like after a day, and we're like having lunch, and we're just like eating our lunch and just like talking to each other, and I was looking around, everybody just has pieces of brain. I've got somebody, his brains on my head, and it was just like, I was like, what the hell do we do for a living? So I love that stuff. I think it's great. But in terms of Thanksgiving in the oven, it was really just a lot of, for me personally, the acting came from my imagination, right? I had to pretend it was hot in there. I was tied up, and I'm a little butchy, so like I was really like hitting stuff a little too hard. So I like had a lot of bruises. So it was self-inflicted, actually, damage. All my injuries are self-inflicted. So yeah, I love it though, it's fun.
The cheerleader kill is a big moment in the fake trailer, and obviously we was recreated for the film. It's, kind of a big deal to get that right. What was that like to just get that sequence?
So that sequence, John Carver, believe it or not, you don't see him in there really, except for the breaking of the neck.
Yeah, twisting
right?
the guy's neck.
But the trampoline, it was all just cut onto the trampoline bed, right? So it was someone else. I wasn't there that day, so
really?
Someone else was under there with a knife, just putting it up. I didn't need to be there for the whole scene at all. So yeah, but it turned out well.
And the pièce de résistance, obviously, is the you and Karen going at it at the end, right?
Yes, yeah. So that funny story, that scene wasn't originally going to be in the movie. So
the entire sequence?
The entire scene wasn't in the movie.
No way.
Yeah.
Like
so
the whole chase.
The cat and mouse thing, everything
wasn't it.
That makes the movie. Oh my God.
So the original shoot was it March, April?
Mm-hmm.
March, April 2023, right? Mm-hmm. And then we wrapped, then they went away, they started cutting the movie. I think they did some screen testing and stuff, and then Sony came back and said, hey, like, we want to spend some more money on this. And then I got an email from the producer saying, hey, we want you back, we're gonna come back and do some additional scenes in August for 4 days. And then that's when it all started with that.
Yeah. Yeah, imagine getting a text from Eli Roth that just pops up on your phone and says, are you ready for more? And I was like, or what? But I was like, yes. Like, desperate actor. I was like, I'm available. What do you need? And he's like, so he told me what he wanted to do. Because the last time you see me at the parade, we get kidnapped, and then you see me beheaded in the sweet potatoes. So he was like, he told me everything, like, and he was like, let me write it, I'll get back to you. And then it was like, yeah, a few weeks later, he was like, we're on, let's do this. And so that's when we shot everything, like the whole chasing, the whole fridge with the cheerleader in there, the whole chase scene, the, seasoning, the burning alive in the oven, and he was like, I want this to be the most epic kill of my career. And I said, oh, no pressure, okay. But you got it. And yeah, so that took like 3-4 days to shoot. Yeah. So imagine that wasn't in the movie, like that just changed it. Yeah, it was like, and of course I'm super grateful it made Kathleen's part even bigger, but yeah, it really, really was so crazy, like so disgusting, like so demented. But I think the audience was really happy because without that, people were like, okay, it's blood and guts, it's cool. But this took it over. This was like, okay, Eli, you outdid yourself, and that's what he wanted.
And it changed the arc of your character too, because you're trying to save the cheerleader, and it makes the audience like you a bit more.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Originally, what was the end?
Well, it wasn't even that it was the end. It was that you never, in terms of like Kathleen, you never saw the process of her becoming a turkey.
Oh, okay. So it ended the same way. It just didn't
ended
really
the same way. Oh, but actually, no, they filmed it. They filmed the original. So imagine like when they were around the table and like Kathleen's like on the like with her little legs and everything. She's like a turkey, and then people are barfing, and then he's cutting up the thighs and everything. So when they originally filmed that. I think it was a little bit more revealing. I think that Kathleen didn't have any clothes on. And I think there might have been a thermometer somewhere. Okay, so I wasn't there, but I know that there was pretty like whatever, and apparently one of the executives from Sony came down and went, hell no! Yeah. But they had already shot it all day. Everyone's like, crying, barfing, this, all day, and they went, this is too vulgar, reshoot it.
Yeah.
So they had to reshoot it, and they put a little, they dressed me, my carcass up a little bit more modesty.
Yeah. They tried to keep some of it, but for every shot with her character on the table that you saw, I had to go in and reshoot everything.
Oh my god. I feel like Bloody Disgusting would totally be okay with releasing that cut of death after Terrifier. They'd be like, oh, yeah, it's nothing. Was that scene in a practical building or was it a set?
Which part, the dining room part?
Where the whole refrigerator scene, where Thanksgiving.
That was a practical set. That was filmed in like a pioneer village in just north of Toronto. And normally that's open for people to go check out, and it's a tourist location.
You know, like Jamestown or Williamsburg in Virginia.
Yeah, it's crazy. People walking around in the costumes and stuff. Yeah.
Was it hard to get around in that space because there was so much stuff? I mean, it was packed
not really designed as a set.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was a little nervous because I was barefoot the whole time when I escaped the table, and I had to like run up the stairs, and I had to do like the crawls and stuff like that. I remember I had to run up the stairs, and I was like, I didn't know if it had been swept. I was like, there could be a rusty nail that I'm going to step on. So I was quite nervous. I remember I was like, oh my God, like I didn't get my tetanus shot like this. I just really need to be careful. So it was really dirty. It wasn't like a prepped set. But that just made it so cool. Yeah. Right? It really, really added to the whole thing. So it was great.
What were you basted with? Like, what were they putting on?
It was legit oil. There was nothing special.
Well, I was very soft.
I felt pretty bad.
No, I loved it. My skin was so soft after. It was like amazing. So we were, I said before, like salt in my eye. I always say this in panels just to make you feel bad every single time. Like I'm lying there, and then like the seasoning's happening, and then I remember so Eli was like, the salt goes in, and I was like, oh, that was a lot of salt. But I was like, okay, cool, my eyes are closed, and then Eli's like, okay, Karen, on 3, you're gonna open your eyes. You know that famous scene, like where I opened my eyes to the camera, and I was like, oh shit, because I could feel my eye was like starting to burn. I was like, oh no, I don't want to disappoint Eli. But he was like, and 1, 2, and I went, I can't open my eyes on fire. And I'm like, so we had to stop to get it on, because my eye was just, so we had to reset for like 10 minutes. And then we reshot that scene, but yeah, that was crazy. Yeah, and all the seasonings and stuff. And I remember I went home and I was like, I smell like stuffing. Like I smelled like parsley and seasoning for days.
It's incredible.
My natural scent. Yeah.
It was funny when I first read the script for that part of it, and I saw that there was John Carver's chopping like a trained chef, and I'm like, and that stressed me out. I don't know how to I know.
You
I'm not
jumped
the
off
best.
buildings, but this you're nervous
I don't
about.
cook that much these days. So they actually got a chef to come in and dress up and just
that's
for the
funny.
tight shots.
Yeah.
So and then I did the rest of it.
Did you have to do like multiple takes of being basted? You have to shower and come back and do it again? What was
No,
that
not
like?
shower. They just kind of like wiped it.
Yeah.
And then the little, whose idea was little parsley between my toes?
I think that was Eli, but it was enjoyable.
Just put a little parsley in between my toes. I can't believe my feet are on the screen this big. Oh God.
And then you had to drag her.
Oh, yes.
In that scene, what was that like?
She didn't make it easy for me, that's for sure. Like legs were a bit sore the next day. Reaching in with her.
I told you I'm butchy. Remember when I said it before? I'm a butch. I like it. I get really into it. Like, just let it up a little bit next time. Yeah. Because like the camera was there, and I was like, oh, here's my big moment. I was like, yes. Big close up on my face, and I was like, you know, and he was dragging me, and I had like I just was really into it, and I'm like, my nails were like, bling, like popping off. They're just like, ow. And so we're like dragging, and then it was like by the third take, he was like, because I think at one point Eli was like, drag her faster, or whatever. And so Alex comes in, he's like, hey Karen, do you mind just like not digging in so much, like just make it, make me look better. I was like, okay, I'll do that. But I was digging so hard that it was really hard for him. Yeah.
What were the mechanics of the oven? Was there like a roof on there? I would have felt claustrophobic.
I know a lot of people say that, right? It was a real industrial oven, so it was not fake. It was real. So I literally had to like crawl in there, right? I had to like slither in, but I could never have any cushion under my head. It was all like metal grates, right? Like an actual like grill. So imagine after hours of that, like my back of my head was just completely, I couldn't even, right? So I actually like sell this 8x10 down there of this, I'm just kind of like resting in the oven, like on my side, just kind of, it looks like I'm like posing, but it was literally between takes where I just had to like get my head off and I just sort of rested. But yeah, so it was usually like 3-sided. They would take off the top or take off one side or like pull down the door. But then there was one wide shot where it was your POV of the oven, so they had to completely close me in. And that's when I was like, I'm not super claustrophobic. And I was like, this is small. It's small. Right, because you really can't hear very much. Yeah, it was crazy, but I survived. No, I didn't. You know, Karen survived, Kathleen didn't. You know.
Was the music on set, that creepy haunted house song that was playing when you were doing the bass thing that was there on set?
No. Surprisingly.
I think it'd be a traumatizing track for you to listen to now.
Yeah.
How did they do the gig with the pitchfork in the back?
Yeah, what did we do? There was a rig that they, and she had a stunt double too, that did like the fall part of it, and we rigged the handle and the part of the pitchfork that it was like kind of strapped to her back basically.
Right.
Yeah. So they did. So there was a shot where I did the throw, which was trickier than I thought it would be because they needed. I'm a lefty, and they needed me to do it with my right arm, and there's like the narrow doorway for me to get it through. And then when they were filming it from the front, they had a cinematographer in like half of the doorway. So I literally had this little window that I had to get the pitchfork through, and it was a prop one, but still, the handle's legit. And I didn't want to kill the camera guy, so it was like stressful for me, you know. But it worked out luckily on the first take. And then they would whip pan to her stunt double, the back of her stunt double, having the rig in her back, and then she would fall, and then they cut to her on the ground, and then me coming to grab her and drag her away.
My favorite line is, now, is that any way to thank Kathleen? She's been cooking for us all day. That was incredible.
Yeah.
So who did the voice of John
I believe it was a gentleman named Andy McDonald who did it, and that was all in post-production. So I had to, for the scenes that I was in the dining room for, I had to say the lines just to help everyone else in the room, but then they dubbed over it, of course. They didn't like my voice.
I wanted to ask about just the cat and mouse game part of that whole scene and that chase. It looks as if a lot of these things are taking you by surprise. It's incredible acting. Are any of those items that happened, like any of the sequences that happened while you were running around, opening the fridge, seeing the chair, did you know that she was going to be in there, or were you just told to open the fridge? The pitchfork coming through the wall, did you know that was going to happen?
Okay, so everything knew everything that was going on. The one real reaction that you see is that pitchfork when it came through the wall. So obviously it was rigged, right? Yeah, there's safety because it was a real pitchfork, right? So I'm here in the wall, and so we have our stunt, everything. So they're like, they kind of they did holes in the wall from the other side, right? So they're like, so they put the pitchforks, so they're like, okay, Karen, so it's gonna come here, right? And I was like, okay. So I'm about like a foot away. And then they redress it, and then they put the wallpaper back on, and then when it came time to film it, the camera's here, I had to kind of like guesstimate. I was like, oh, I think it was coming out here. So when I'm literally kind of like approaching, I'm literally going, this could be it for me. Like I could just go, if I just went an inch too close.
Yeah.
There was obviously the stunt guy, Dan, the stunt coordinator, was watching me, but it was really close. Like I came very, very close. So when it poked through and I went, ah! It was real. It was so genuine. That was not acting. That was real. I was terrified.
And how many times did you have to do that scene?
Oh, I think that was just a few times actually.
Oh yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah.
There's a scene in that sequence, and also earlier on in the film in the diner, that I really like. This kind of a cinematic style, if you will, where you're behind the wall holding the wine bottle, and we see John Carver framed in the doorway, which looks incredible. And then in the diner, when she puts on the mask, and just as she's doing it, you kind of come into frame in that little door. Talk about building on the spot, or
that
is it
is
something?
mine, and that was the very first shot of the movie that I was in. So that, in the costume, that was the first setup that we were doing. So I was just like, yeah, I mean, I'm stressed out. I just want to I want to get the timing right, you know. And we got it, luckily, I think in maybe 2 takes or something. So yeah, luckily that all worked out well. But that was the very first time. Yeah.
Wow. And then that scene when you're holding the bottle, was that like a big moment for Eli to be able to get that look right?
Oh yeah. He's so hands-on with everything, and then he'll come in and it was crazy. I remember even at one point, like he's yelling, he's in another room yelling from the monitor. He's like, okay, even more, like heavy breathing, breathe heavier, Karen. I was like, and then he's like, okay, you're scared. And then he's like, no, don't do that. That doesn't look good. I was like, oh god, so he's like so blunt like that. I was like, oh, that wasn't like a pretty like scared face. I'm like, let me try to make it better. But yeah, he's just like yelling stuff from the other room. So you just go with it. You got to move real fast with him because he's a little bit impatient. So if you like don't get it right, he's just like, no, do it again. And like
Tasmanian Devil. He's all excited and pumped up. Yeah, it's amazing.
Totally love it.
Alex, so when you were working with prosthetics and trying to like, slam someone's head on the Thanksgiving table, like did they make multiple of the heads, or you just had one shot to get that right?
Yeah, luckily there was multiple, and good thing, because like the first time that I did that, smashing Evan's head on the table, they gave me this like the prop version, the light version of the meat tenderizer, and I wasn't sure. It only had like you can't test it basically, so you have to go for it when they say action. So I tried to hit it as hard as I could, but it's just too light. So it took too many hits on the first take for me to explode the head basically. So they didn't like that. They wanted it in fewer. So we had to reset, which took like a solid hour to get the new head in there, get the blood all pumped into the head and everything. And then they gave me the actual heavy one that they had, which was quite heavy and honestly hard to hold on to. So I had to hold on pretty tight for that. But then, I just made sure for this one, I'm gonna hit it as hard as I possibly can and just see what happens. And I just demolished it on the first one. Yeah. So we got her done.
Karen, did you have to spend any time in the makeup chair getting any molds done of your the head, Kathleen's head? Was that all sculpted from?
Yeah, I came to LA, we shot March, April, and February. I came down to LA I came here to get my head molded, and it was from the same, what are their names? But they're amazing special effects. But they did, remember, the Whale movie that came out with Brendan Fraser, The Whale, the wings that. They won an Oscar. So that was the same company that did our prosthetics. That's why it looked so good, and they won an Oscar for The Whale the next week. So it was really, really such an honor. So yes, my head was a prosthetic, and then when I was cooking in the oven, I had to come in a week before to get skin graft kind of stuff. Yeah. So it was a huge sheet of paper with all just different pieces of burnt skin in layers that took about 3 hours to put on, and then about 4 hours to take off. Wow. So it was 5 in the morning. I was like, and that was annoying because there were 4 people just kind of taking every little piece off of me. It took so long, and then for weeks after I was finding pieces of.
How did it work with the meat thermometer? That scene.
Oh,
I believe it was a magnetic rig that we had. I think it was. I don't think it was on your skin. I think it was onto
It was
the.
my bib.
Yeah. So there's like a magnet rig underneath, and then I had hit the right spot basically, and then it had to stick. And then for the actual part of it popping up, I believe it was some sort of like remote system that they had, and then they just popped it. Yeah.
That's Eli's sick humor, that little
Yeah, I love it.
She did.
I love it. So you didn't keep your severed head?
No.
That would have been so cool.
No. I would be overusing it. I would just be like beating a dead horse. People like wouldn't even be scared anymore, but I'd be having it everywhere. It's like back in the day I used to bring a fart machine to set all the time. So I have a maturity that is beyond words. Yeah,
I bet nobody expected
people
that.
really appreciated that. Like nobody takes with a fart machine. I mean, I would be putting my head everywhere.
So when did you guys first see the completed project?
For me, it was.
Screening in Toronto?
Yeah, I was there.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that would have been it. It was just before the release.
Like
of
a
the
week
actual
before
movie.
it came out. Yeah, that was crazy.
And what were you surprised about seeing the final product? Was there anything that was like, wow, I didn't expect that was gonna
I just
come
thought
off like that?
I thought it was just really good. I
Yeah.
was like, damn, like as an artist, you want to be involved in something that has lasting impact on everyone, and then something that you consider to be a good movie. So that'll last through the ages. So I just thought that was it. I thought it was great. So I was really excited about that.
Yeah, I thought it was good too. I thought it was like nice, like mainstream as well. That I was like, okay, it's not just like horror, like niche. It was, so I kind of knew that it was gonna be a good movie. But when it got released, I brought a bunch of my friends and we went to the theater together. We're like, yay, let's go watch it. And so all my friends who obviously know my personality, so we're in the theater and we're watching it. I was like, oh, it's my big scene over the basting and stuff like that. They're dying of laughter. They're like howling, and it's a packed movie theater. I was like, shut up. And like they're ruining the experience because they're just like, look at your feet, oh my god! And I'm like, oh my god, look at this! And then they're just like saying, I'm like, you are just ruining this for me because they couldn't take me seriously because they know me. But anyway, so I was like, just shut up. So don't ever take your friends to a movie theater.
Do you each have a favorite scene from the film?
I love our oven scene for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's always fun throwing you in an oven. So
It's a little too much.
Yeah. My second favorite would have to be the beheading and then feeding the cat afterwards. I'm a cat person, so yeah. I thought that was a good choice. And it makes you like John Carver a little bit more, right?
Sure. Yeah. Yep. Karen, you?
Well,
Lauren fell off the stage last year.
I'm seated though right now. I honestly did fall
Yes,
off
you
the
fell.
stage at the Terrifier.
Yeah.
I realized that
I would not.
I went to go shake someone's hand and I literally fell. It was so embarrassing. You can all watch it on YouTube.
You can actually twist an ankle though. Like, for real.
I know. Yeah,
But you're okay.
I'm okay. But now every time I see this stage, I get scared.
So wait, did we get your answer on your favorite scene in the film to watch?
Well, mine, because I love watching myself. I'm just kidding. Well, it's funny because the one where Gina, you're talking, her scalp gets ripped off.
Yes.
Because I have this weird fear, and when I saw it, I was like, oh my god, I can't believe someone else thinks that way because I have this fear of like when I'm going down an escalator that my hair is going to get stuck in it and wrapped and then pull my scalp off. So when I saw that, I was like, oh my god, Eli, we think the same way. But I was like, oh! So that scene traumatized me because I was like, wow, okay, that's like my worst fear personified.
Yeah. When you read a script, do you read it beginning to end? Did you know that was going to be the thing that opened the whole thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
To see that, I remember going into the movie, that being kind of the first scene. It was like, oh my god, I know what we're in for now. So cool. It set the tone. So there's a sequel that is in the works. What do you guys hope that Eli does with this sequel?
I hope the kills are more brutal and unique. I mean, you obviously have to keep pushing it from here. So I'm curious to see what his brain comes up with, for sure. I hope to be involved in it, that's for sure.
Yeah,
Let's see what happens.
you got a good chance. So you've developed the language of John Carver, so you'd be excited to see where it goes.
Thank you.
And Karen, how about you? What do you think?
I have no idea. He doesn't tell us anything. So no matter how much we like try to get him drunk,
Sure.
like, another shot. No, I don't know. I just keep hoping that they bring me back in a flashback. Like maybe me and Rick's honeymoon in Hawaii. Maybe we filmed that. No, or it's like chicken pot pie or something leftovers the next day. But it's like they're eating chicken pot pie. Okay. No, I literally have no idea. But we all know that Eli's gonna have to completely outdo himself.
Yeah.
Now, so I can't even imagine what he's gonna come up with.
Yeah.
Stay tuned.
We can't
It's
wait.
supposed to start shooting late March though. So
Okay.
see what happens. With the same crew, so it should have a similar feel to it.
Yeah.
Such a great crew too. Wow.
I will say that your mask is very valuable because I watched an auction where they auctioned off a bunch of costumes and masks from the film, and there were some crazy prices.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
What did my jean onesie go for?
It was on there. Like a lot of your costumes were on there.
I was like, maybe she won them.
Yeah, it was one of these costume. It was like an auction house that like acts as the storage facility during productions, and then after it wraps, they get permission to kind of just let it all go.
I think my pilgrim outfit is in that. That's why I couldn't take it because it's in that. But yeah.
It's out there somewhere. And
It's out there somewhere.
We'll get it.
I did a convention in Knoxville, Tennessee, and I forget what it was called, FrankenCon, I think that's what it was. And they had like a museum, like a Thanksgiving museum of a bunch of the wardrobe that someone who
they collected.
Yeah.
That's cool. Did you go over and say hey?
Yeah, it was awesome.
Oh man, that must have made their day. Yeah. I think we might actually have a question for 1 or 2 questions from the audience if you want to give it a go. Anybody have anything to ask? Right there.
I feel like Eli's pretty sick. I feel like he's very well known for being crazy.
He loves
very
it too.
sick.
He loves that
It's
reputation.
so crazy to see. I obviously like the first time you saw it. What do you think the most shocking scene was for you, seeing it in its capacity?
And not just because this is me, it was my scene, not because of that, but me, no, I'm just kidding. It really was the oven stuff because I remember I was joking, again, I know Eli is sick, and I was a big Hostel fan actually, like I knew what I was getting into. But I remember like on set when once I was like all in my crispy, like full crispiness, right? And the way that Eli's like eyes lit up when I came on set, looking like a burnt, crispy thing, he was just like, hi. And I was like, Eli, I'm like, I was like, am I your dream girl right now? And he's like, and I was like, oh my God, you're sick. I kid you not, the way that he was looking at me, he was like, wow. And I remember at one point, like when the bloody footsteps from the fridge to when I was hiding with the wine bottle, like he was just he loves blood so much, right? I was like, oh, I had to get from like point A to B, but I couldn't because my feet were bloody. So he was like, oh, I'll help you. So he like scooped me up, and he was like my bloody feet dangling, and I was like, you are just enjoying this way too much.
Yeah, and I remember one time, I wasn't in this shop, but I was watching the monitor just to see what you were doing just for consistency, and when you were in the oven, and I was watching his reaction to how he was watching you, and he was just like, alright, well, you did write it, so.
That's hilarious. I think we got time for one more quick question. Anybody? Right there, man.
Are there any other holiday-related films that you're a fan of? It could be of any holiday or any genre.
Okay. For me, it's Home Alone. That's my favorite. It's my go-to every Christmas. I love it. The stunts are awesome. And actually, there's one stunt in particular that we do often called the Home Aloner now, which is like which is a flat back basically. You know, when he's on he walks up the icy stairs and he slips and falls down. That's a Home Aloner basically now. So every time we get asked to do that, like on set, like Alex, do a Home Aloner. So yeah, that one for sure.
I don't know, like holiday-wise, I don't know. Like I said, I'm not a big horror watcher, but I think because I grew up in the 80s, so I know that like I said about Exorcist and Poltergeist and that, but Nightmare on Elm Street was a huge one that really affected me, like to the point where I didn't want to go to sleep. So it's not a holiday, it was just like it was a nightly thing, which was really scary. Yeah, and also like I'm not like a huge cheesy romantic comedy fan, so I don't love those cheesy
like Hallmark
movies. Hallmark movies. I don't like them. But if anyone from Hallmark wants to hire me, I'm down. I just forget what I said. So I just sound like a real grump right now. I don't like this. I don't like that.
What do you like? What's your favorite?
What do I like?
What's your favorite movie?
Well, okay, so this is what's crazy is that I love documentaries and podcasts. Like I'm more of like I studied psychology. Like I wanted to be an actress, but I also was like, okay, what's my backup plan? Because it might not go well. Luckily it did, but I really love psychology, so I love like human behavior. So I love like reading books on psychology and human behavior, documentaries, true crime. Love true crime. So I'm a huge true crime. So like real killer stories. Love that. I love the Jeffrey Dahmer series. Have you guys seen that?
Oh, yeah,
Jeffrey Dahmer's series that came out like last week. That was so and the Menendez brothers. That was so I like that stuff. I like real stuff. Yeah.
All right, guys, we're going to wrap it up here. So the cast of Thanksgiving. Thanks to Alex and Karen. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Keep going, but we'll bring the energy. I am Michael Rothman of Bloody Disgusting and Halloweenies, a horror franchise podcast.
And I am Shelby Novak of the Scary to Sleep podcast and the Bloody Disgusting podcast.
Oh yeah. So who here likes horror movies?
Just me, just a little bit.
Not many of you.
We've got a pretty good one. I know
It's okay. It's only transcended time.
Yeah. It's a little DIY venture called The Lost Boys. We've got the cast here. Jason Patrick. Woo! You can go louder. Come on. Woo! Alex Winter. Woo! Billy Worth. Woo! Jameson Newlander. Woo! And Chance Michael Corbin. Woo!
All right, look at these fancy microphones we have.
Hi guys, how are you all doing today?
Good.
Good.
Very good. Hi, everybody. Hey.
Hello, everybody.
Hi.
Check. Coming out.
All right. What if you had said, not good day?
Yeah.
Why not? Like the next 30 minutes is just
This is a safe space, you can tell us. It's fine.
They told us it was 5 minutes.
Well, look, I think we're all here hanging out today, but look, we wouldn't be here if this movie wasn't like the greatest horror hang of all time. I mean, there's a reason why this is one of the most rewatchable movies of all time. It's just, you'd have the worst day ever. You put it on and you're like, okay, we're good.
It makes you feel cool.
Yeah.
You feel cool.
It's just aesthetic heaven. Was the vibe like that on set? What was the vibe behind the scenes? Was it as cool? Was it as fun?
I mean, for the vampires, I think, I don't know if you mark yourself as being cool, but the experience was cool just because we were sleeping all day and getting up at night and riding motorcycles around on the boardwalk, and so that part of it was cool.
The vibe, the whole thing, up in Santa Cruz with all the locals. And
I've heard rumors that there were hordes of fans who would watch you guys on
There
the
were,
boardwalk.
yeah.
And they were in the movie, a lot of them, too.
Yeah.
They were just the local.
That must have felt
Yeah,
different than normal film sets. I mean, having an audience.
Yeah, I mean, on the boardwalk that second night, I think we were there. It was like we were the circus that came to town. The big 10K lights and the motorcycles and the vibe. It was just, it was pretty awesome. And I was just starting out in film, and I was like, wow, if this is what this is, I want to do this.
Films like this. I found that it was a lot of fun on the set. I was talking to V. Neal, who did the makeup for Lost Boys, and she, for the vampires especially, and I just felt like they were having such a blast. V was having a great time, Joel was having a great time, because they were sort of creating this vision and super excited about it. So that was the vibe for me, is that everybody was having a blast.
Yeah, the makeup is such a fundamental part of the movie too. It was the first time I feel like vampires looked, there was a good balance between sexy and scary. It really hit that rock star vibe. And since then, a lot of different vampire franchises have definitely ripped from the Lost Boys vampire design.
Yeah, I kind of wanted to talk about that a little bit too, because there is something to be said about this being, there's sex appeal in this, and on all sides. And it's not even just, it's not just the vampires, it's the whole movie oozes sex. And was that a big part? I mean, I know
You're making the audience uncomfortable.
Well, but it does. I mean, come on. Tim Capella just sweaty and just I mean, it looks like he just got.
That was Jason's department, so.
Yeah.
I was having a lot of sex. Yeah. I mean, Joel Schumacher came up in New York in fashion, and he had that, sensibility, and he really brought the music, which was, In Excess, and all these great, cool songs, and the time. It was the '80s, So I think he captured that sort of feel, and then, with Jason working on the script, and they elevated it from what it originally was. I mean, there was definitely an aesthetic of sexy, cool, party all night.
I was 10 years old and I didn't realize what it was until I got some fan letters.
Oh my God!
And then I'm like, oh. Awesome.
Well, I kind of wanted to bring that because it's like one of the genius aspects of this film, and I think one of the reasons why it's so timeless is that, you really do have this triptych of just like, all right, you have the adults. I mean, you have Diane Weiss who's coming off of an Oscar, and he's leading the cast for the adults there, and then you also have 20-something, late teen 20-somethings that on that end. Then you also have the Frog Brothers, where you just like the kids there, and then even with the kid vampires there. So it's like you really cover the gamut of everything. So it's like you come into this movie and you can kind of relate to it. And I, going over these questions, I was like, yeah, you were like 10. So were you like coming back to school and like, I mean, also, and not only that, you're 10 on this cool set, but you're also with the coolest people in the world, and especially in your demo. So it's
It's
pretty badass.
Chance, I was scared to death because I had Chance on my bike. I had something to do, and he was a badass, man.
Yeah.
I mean,
You're very nice.
He remembers everything. I mean,
well, I was telling folks today, and I said, do you remember? I remember everything, and I remember, specifically about this movie. The very first scene that we did, or at least I did, and I'm sure it was yours too, is when we were sitting on the porch, and then, Sam and Jason's character Michael, they were running to get in that nook because the vampires were coming to get them. And if you go back and look, and I still look at this, I remember Joel was very free. He let us kind of do what we were doing. So I know Jameis and I were laughing when we were supposed to be scared. So go back and look at it. I mean, we're laughing because we had zero clue. Yeah, you were. Trust me.
I don't think I'll die.
Trust me. I promise you. But what I mean by that is that, look, I've done other projects after that where the director was very strict, very stern, and Joel, for me at least, wasn't that. And so it was very freeing for a 10-year-old, and to have, Jamie and Jason and Billy, really, I was on his back most of the time, hanging on it. They were very protective. So for a 10-year-old, it was cool, it was sexy, it was amazing. And for me in particular, it changed my life, because when you do a movie like this for your first time, the doors kind of don't just open, they slam open. And it went really, really crazy. It went from my dad pursuing sort of his dream to chasing me around. And, it was a freaking amazing, run. So I love this movie for a lot of reasons.
You mentioned this, you were new to this, so I wanted to ask all of you actually, because just the scope of this movie, what was the audition process like? Did you know what kind of movie you were going in for, and was there anything, like any stories from the audition process?
I didn't think the movie was about vampires as much as it is, because in auditioning the scenes were the Emersons and the Frog Brothers and stuff, so I thought that was more what the movie was about, But I met Feldman in the audition process. We paired us up. It was cool.
I read for Joel and Dick Donner, Dick Donner in New York City, and I was new to this whole game, and went in, probably tanked the audition, but Joel said, you're not going to play David, but we're going to put you in, and this is going to change your life, or whatever. And Brooke McCarter, we had the same agent, and he read for it, and he was out in California by this time, but we became great friends and bonded when I came out to LA. But the audition process was pretty easy. For me, I didn't get to meet
Marion Doherty?
Marion Doherty, who's the casting of all casting agents, but
yeah, that was like a weird random thing, as I was at Warner Brothers for something else, and she pulled me into her office and we had this conversation. She said, I want you to meet with Joel Schumacher on this movie. And I also met him, because I lived in New York, so I met him back in New York with Donner. And I don't know, but it was one of the easier audition processes in a way because Joel knew what he wanted. So like from the moment I went in, I just felt like you kind of know when you're sort of already part of the fabric of a show. Sometimes it was like, oh, this is kind of happening already. It wasn't hard. And he was just really very pointed and specific, and you got a lot of his time. But unlike Jameson, I thought it was only about us.
He thought it was a Frog Brother movie. Don't
Lost Boys, I was like, cool. Yeah. So I was like, what do you mean I don't have any dialogue? Maybe I gotta put these hair extensions in. What the hell? What did I sign up for? Well, I guess that's your second question. Was like, no, none of us knew what the movie was.
Yeah.
No, because the script was, I mean, to Billy's point, Jason was working on it already, and working on the character, but for us, we didn't really know, it was written very differently than what we made, so we were more like kind of the Brando rebel writers writing kind of old Triumphs with black leather jackets. It wasn't sort of glam in the way it became. So it was, I had the same sort of reaction you did. I was super into it, but I didn't exactly know what we were doing. Not like I didn't know how to act or like I was lost, but I didn't know exactly what his movie was for a bit.
But you trusted him.
But I totally trusted Jordan. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. But it was also fun.
Yeah.
It was fun. The process was so much fun that I didn't really care so much. I was just sort of handed myself over.
Yeah,
to his vision.
I was wondering about that. Just working with Joel Schumacher, he's kind of became the king of camp and whimsy, and I was wondering if he was like that as a director.
He was a serious artist, though, and had come out of fashion and had worked with Woody Allen and done so many impressive things. And the rest of the crew, department heads on that movie were so high level. Mike Chapman and Bo Welch and Susie Becker, these were super high level people that had done incredible things. So there was a seriousness to Joel, even though there was a kind of a familial inclusiveness to him. So I wouldn't call him camp in that way. I know what you mean in terms of his sensibilities, but he wasn't a light person.
Right.
He was a pretty serious
fighter too, right?
Yeah, and he was fighting the studio a lot. And it wasn't I've been on sets that Bill and Ted's set was very light. Everyone was laughing and it was whatever. Lost Boys, he had a lot of pressure on him, and had a very specific idea for what he wanted to do, and he had to kind of fight all the way through. So that set, I'm sure this happened to you. You went to see him during lunch to discuss anything, and he was in his trailer. He always looked like he had the weight of the fucking world on his shoulders. He'd be sitting there hunched over his food, looking like a general in a tent, but he's not winning.
That's funny. We bring that pressure to the actors.
That's what I mean. You wouldn't see it on the set.
Right, not to you guys.
Yeah, we just had to look cute. Not fall up our bikes.
The thing is that you've all grown up with the movie. Your parents passed it down. It's been 40 years later. But you have to understand that in 1986, none of this had happened before. Mm-hmm. There was never this makeup. There was never those practical effects. There was never the meshing of comedy and humor and the sort of pathos of growing up. None of that ever happened. So those guys had that audition process. I went into audition because I hadn't had a movie come out ever, and this Marin Darity, and I went in. I would do that sometimes just for practice, you got to try to do something. And it's been said many times before, but I turned the movie down many, many times. And the reason is, everyone says, why would you turn that Lost Boys down? Well, because it wasn't Lost Boys. Mm-hmm. It became Lost Boys every day through people's contributions.
Totally.
And, Joel, I always say I was 19 years old and it's a studio movie, never had a movie out, and here Joel said, he wouldn't let it go. Yeah. He's just said, this is your part until I have to start filming. And then he always asked me to come over to Warner Brothers and we take these long walks to go eat. And he said, look, I'm going to build this movie around you. You're going to have the freedom to do your characters and your dialogue and all that. And that's a great thing, but it's also a lot of pressure for a 19-year-old. Yeah. So, because what we did agree on, and I still think the movie works, the real spine of that movie is the relationship between Michael and Sam. If that doesn't work, all these spectacular things which are amazing, that's nothing. Then it is campy and flourish. But if that works, in that reality, and that's what I talked to him about. And when he said, yeah, I agree with you, and I want to, I want you to be able to create that. That was a wonderful thing. 19-year-olds don't get to write their dialogue and, have a big say in a big movie like that.
How
He
did
gave
you know
me that.
so much about story and this idea at such a young age? Have you studied?
Well, my dad was a playwright, so
celebrated one.
Yeah, so I always knew about material, and I just thought early on that's what was going to always separate us, good material, and that is the case.
And then having Diane Wiest,
as my mom.
Yeah.
So in those scenes with Diane Wiest, we're not in a vampire movie. It's an Academy Award-winning actress talking to her son who doesn't want to be home anymore. I played it as if we're doing, that's a Woody Allen movie or anything else. I want to get out of here.
You mentioned the connection though with Joel working on the Woody Allen movies. Is that how they managed to get Diane to get on this? And also, because Edward Herrmann was also
Yeah, I knew it from the theater scene. No, Joel came up in New York and had a lot of respect from the New York arts community. So he knew a lot of people wanted to work with him and sort of knew that what he was, and it was a big Warner Brothers movie, and everyone likes to eat and work. And, it wasn't not like a lot of people were asking Diane Wiest to be in kind of mainstreamy type movies. I think it was
still a big score because he's pitching again, like I said, a teen vampire movie that just won an Oscar, and again, it's not Lost Boys. It'd be some of the piece of shit you never see come out again. But he's very, very charming. Very,
he got me to drop out of film school. I dropped out of college because of Joel.
Well, good thing
put on leather chaps and hair extensions.
I look always back though at because people say, oh, this is an 80s movie, but I think people forget that it takes a long time for a decade to kind of figure itself out. You go watch The Changeling in 1980, and that's in the 70s movie. Or you watch Caddyshack, it feels like a 70s movie. But 87, 86, you kind of had a portrait of what the 80s were like. And what I think is cool about this film is that it has the hallmarks of that decade. But I would argue this film feels like it's a foreshadow of the 90s. You watch it. I was watching it last night, and the cuts, the way that you interplay with the way that the adults are taken more seriously, it's not like a John Hughes production where it's the adults are kind of the goofy, the Ferris's dad dancing and not knowing his son's downstairs. This is there's real drama here. Even when it's 3 times the charm for us having a dinner date, it's treated serious. And I do think that was kind of foreshadowing where film of this type is going to go. And I wondered if that was part of the development, taking it from being kind of just a bunch of kids with vampires and taking it to another level. Did you see that development happen? Kind of bringing the severity into it. Was that the biggest part?
Yeah, I would say exactly the things you're talking. But I say you can make these movies. The reason The Exorcist works is that you believe. It doesn't matter if that girl is possessed by a devil or that's heroin. That mother is seeing her daughter. That's her daughter. She can do anything she can to save that daughter. If you play into the supernatural right away, which is what every movie does now. From every Marvel movie, every scary movie, the second there's a creak in the door, they want to let you know you're in a scary movie, even though you just paid to go to a fucking scary movie. You must play against that. You have to look for the reality of all that kind of stuff. And The Exorcist is worse because the priest, the mother, no one believes that this is a possession. So then it becomes a human drama, and it becomes real. And that's what I talked to Joel about. I said, I'm playing a 19-year-old or whatever, 18-year-old. He's ready to leave the house, but his mom's divorced, and he's got to take care of the brother. He doesn't want to assume that role. Then you get in a situation with a lot of cool people and outsiders, and the whole blood thing was just a drug analogy that I use. So if I do that, he can do the other stuff. Because he would nod his head and type everything I said, but at the end of the day, it is going to be Teen Vampire. I said, no problem. As long as I don't have to wear makeup or fangs. And he said, you don't. Oops. You don't.
Oops. But he did have a different sensibility than Donner. Donner had made Goonies, and I love Richard Donner's movies. He made the Incredible Superman movie that he did. But Joel's sensibility was a bit more grounded just because of his New York background, and so he brought that. That's the thing he could marry the sort of Baroque operatic stuff, rock and roll stuff with it, more grounded. approach. And so the script had gone from being, the earlier scripts I read were more Goonies-like.
Oh yeah.
You know, they were young. The whole thing had a much younger, goofier vibe, and a lot of that got sort of sanded down as it went, which was good.
You know, and also with the Frog Brothers, I didn't really realize it was comedy, kind of, because he was so. He had us be really serious. I mean, that's how he played it. He wasn't. We weren't winking to camera at all. Well, I was very serious, you know, and I feel like he did that all over the movie.
That's why it was so funny.
Right? I mean that way. Yeah, it was in the middle of the movie, and it was Brooke McCarter was like, "Oh yeah, you guys are a little comedic relief," and I was like, "What are you talking about?" Like Chuck Norris over here.
That's wild to know. Like, I would have never had any idea. Yeah, that's incredible.
And Corey Feldman was more like a Stallone or whatever, right?
Yeah. I was like more of like a Chuck Norris, and he was more of Stallone. That's what it felt. That's what Schumacher said. Joel was like, watch those movies, watch Charles Bronson, watch these guys, and do that.
That makes so much sense now. Yeah.
Like Joel was great with and Alex and said balancing all these different things.
Right.
He would talk differently to different people. He knew what they were going to be, and he did tell those guys, "You're Stallone, you're Norris, play this dead straight." He'd know it. But then, you know, and when we do stuff together, he'd say, "Yeah, they think they're Stallone Morse, but you know they're morons." And he would never tell them that. And so you see him playing, what?
And all he told me was just to do nothing and just be in the moment.
Be sexy.
And, he said, "We'll find you. Don't try to find the camera," and just. It gave me a lot of freedom just to not do anything but be present and listen and take it in.
It worked. It gave your character a sense of cool. Like you really weren't in a movie. You were just being you. Yeah. So that really worked.
It gave me a lot of relief because I really was new to this whole thing and I was scared, you know. But to have to just be present. That's all he said. It will find you. Don't worry about where you are. So I just connected with Brooke and what was going on around me. And had I had any more, I don't know if I could have done anything more, you know, but it was great just as a first movie to have, you know, to work with these amazing talents. It was quite a entry into the business.
So Jameson, was there any anxiety about coming into the movie to work with the two Coreys?
You know, it's funny. I was. There weren't two Coreys. Became so no. They were with. I mean, Feldman had done Goonies. Haim had done Lucas. Yeah. And honestly, the two Coreys were so sweet and so welcoming and so giving to me.
Great.
It was incredible. We got close. There was no like I'm a star and you're not. Nothing like that. It was just great. You know. So, I mean, I was nervous. I was really nervous because I had a lot of stuff to do, and I acted a bunch, and I thought I was Mr. Actorman, you know, but I haven't had that much dialogue in a movie, so I was really nervous, but, you know, kept it cool and everything, and the Coreys and Joel, they were just awesome, so welcoming and giving. It was great.
Yeah, I just wondered, like, you're like, who's this guy or something, and you're like, or you have to go shoot a scene with them, or like, you know, because it just feels like at that age, kids can be just, I mean,
clicky.
Yeah, right?
They could have been. I think it's their nature. I mean, you know, I know like Feldman and Haim are different, and you know, Feldman can be a little bit getting the fame kind of to his head sometimes, and you know, but it personally and also as a fellow artist, they were just great. They were just amazing. Yeah.
Well, I know, you know, the elephant in the room with, you know, the year before Stand By Me hits. And I had done some oral history work on that, and a lot of the kids that were on that set were like, "Man, Kiefer Sutherland scared the shit out of us."
Really?
And so I wondered, like, was that the kind of horror you brought to this set? Like, I remember like Jerry O'Connell being like, "Yeah, I didn't want him to see him because I thought he was going to kick my ass the entire time." So it was like a year later. So I just wondered if that was kind of like, did he have that sort of?
No.
Okay, good.
But I didn't. Kiefer and I didn't exchange that many words with him.
Yeah.
And like, there's only two things that I remember about Kiefer is when he was talking to the special effects guys about biting that bald guy's head. You know, he was like, "What I want to do with that bald guy is I want to bite his head." That's how I heard that. That was cool.
What was it like filming in June? I know you filmed a lot of this in the summer with those. I mean, not all of you, but a lot of you were in pretty hefty outfits and leather and.
It wasn't that bad.
Oh.
Santa Cruz is on the coast, so it wasn't that hot. And we weren't in, like, the prosthetics that we were wearing were incredibly light. That was sort of the innovation that Greg Canham had come up with V, which was something that could be applied really quickly to save them time, and also that looked as minimal as possible. So we weren't like under like huge, which I've done a bunch of other times, huge amounts of prosthetics. That can get quite hot. So no, I didn't have any. I don't remember. My coat was certainly hot, but it wasn't really a hot. Santa Cruz wasn't hot per se. It was usually pretty temperate.
Your coat was exactly what I thought of, actually.
Yeah, it was like wearing a giant blanket. Yeah, mini rugs. But no, I don't ever remember being. I mean, I remember like having the two Corys kicking sand into my eyes, my destiny being rushed to the hospital with a scratched cornea.
Oh my gosh!
Wow. But the heat wasn't an issue. The contact lenses we wore, those were an issue. Yeah.
And also there's makeup. The makeup people are always right there and like fanning you and putting, dabbing any sweat that might be there and putting more sweat on.
Joel got mad at me for getting a suntan, but
I got
yeah.
Did you especially tan in the movie? I will say, so I can see. Yeah, it's funny. It works.
We worked on the weekend. We worked on the weekend, so all week long we were just hanging at the hotel and the beach. And I got to set, and they're like, maybe don't spend so much time in the sun.
Here's a Nintendo, go have some fun.
Yeah. Well, speaking of just the looks and what you were wearing, did any of you have much say in your looks, and is your personality in the look we see on screen?
Susan Becker had a budget. She was a costume designer. Joel said, take these guys out to Melrose and pick some things out. So we picked a bunch of stuff out. We all had a hand in that, and we tried on some stuff, took the photos, sent them back to Joel, and he just said, cool, yeah. So we created our own costumes to a degree.
Yeah,
I don't know how you got
I
that
didn't.
jacket.
Yeah, I didn't, because I'd been wearing like a T-shirt and a black motorcycle jacket. But I got to wardrobe for some reason before everyone else, and I think I'd gone there for another meeting, and they said, "Oh, go talk to Susie." And so I went across to her office, and I knew she was pretty famous, and her husband was also a very famous director, so I was pretty excited to meet her. And she had all these clothes laid out on the floor. She said, "Well, you're lucky because you're the first person here. What do you want?" I was like, "I'm taking that jacket." She said, "You'd be a fool not to take that jacket." And they just built the rest of the outfit around the jacket.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was interesting. Somebody was asking me about the laddie's coat today, and I still don't even know what it is. It's Civil War, is it a bellhop? Somebody said maybe it's a drummer boy from, I don't know, but we were in there. I remember, it was a very vivid memory. It was. I think there was 5 of us. I don't know, I think Kiefer, Brooke, I think you were even there in this room, and we're just trying on a bunch of different things, and I had on a leather jacket, and all of a sudden, she put this drummer boy jacket on, rolled up the sleeves because it was about that far too long, because everything that I tried on was too big because I was just tiny. She grabbed a shoestring and tied it to the pant leg, and so it's hanging, and Converse said, "That's it, go away." It was that quick, but ultimately, I mean, really just still trying to find the jacket, actually. The jacket was badass.
And also this shirt, this is my dad's army jacket, his actual army jacket, and they recreated it. I wore this to the audition because I used to wear military stuff. I just was I liked it, and so I wore this to the audition. They just totally recreated it for the movie.
Wow.
Yeah.
Nice.
That's incredible.
Did the rest of you get to keep any of?
Yeah, I get the jacket.
Yeah.
I got 2 of them actually.
Were you supposed to have 2 of them, or?
We had 6 because
we had stunt doubles,
explosions, different things.
For sure.
Yeah, they do that in movies, so it's like if you blow the jacket, you don't have to go create a new one. They've got another one right there.
I learned that in Curb Enthusiasm. Larry loses the jacket, and it's we keep copies of everyone's, and the whole episode is him trying to find it. Anyway, plug for HBO Max. I want to ask about the doors. So I feel like everyone that's in the middle school, high school, they all have the doors there. I was obsessed with the doors to the point it was my personality, and a lot of it is a credit to this movie. And I know there's the Echo cover, and there's the mural, and even Jason's look. There's even just the crossfade and from the Morrison thing into his face. like, why? Where did this start? Like, was it just did they have a comeback in the '80s, like around the late '80s, or like was there someone on set who was like, look, we got to get Morrison in this? So like, what was the impetus?
That's all. It was Bo, but it was also there was this kind of rock and roll, kind of misfit rock and roll thing that Joel was playing with. And Morrison, emblematizes that. You probably know, I don't know how big a post-punk person you are, but Echo was obsessed with the Doors.
Yeah, so that makes sense.
Okay. So that made total sense that was what they would want to do with it. But originally, the way Bo designed the hotel set or cave, can you even see the Morrison in there?
In the cave, well, yeah, because they do some Passover.
Because it was
stuff.
very present on set.
Yeah.
It was like he was like the centerpiece of the set. But the way Chapman lit it was so dark, and it was probably a good thing. But it sort of became less of a centerpiece. I think it was just this idea of kind of rock and roll misfits, and like they were all tapped into this idea of what had happened at the end of the '60s and like how dark it got, and how everyone in Northern California sort of scattered. At that time, late 60s, early 70s, so it became, because we were sort of like street kids, basically. That was like it wasn't like we got solid backstory, but that seemed an easy inference, you know? So this notion of kind of the death of the rock and roll gone bad.
Yeah.
And
you're carrying it on.
The death of the dream, exactly.
Yeah, I love that.
There's a thread of that through it. That's in like some of the art department and all, and the idea of kind of post-Manson of like, Northern California, and California is getting dangerous.
Yeah, oh, that's perfect.
Right. So, I mean, I think a lot of that is Bo, but certainly Joel was very smart and tapped into a lot of that stuff.
And in Santa Cruz too, they were real, like actual still hippie communities in Santa Cruz at the time, which is how the frog parents, he just grabbed them out of you.
Right. Yeah. The people who migrated out of San Francisco, out of the hate.
Semi-dark feeling up there too, wasn't it?
Yes, there still is.
It gets creepy at night, I will say. Yeah, we went. My wife and I went over the summer, and I was geeking out, not just for this, but also I'm a Clint Eastwood fan. So I was like, the sudden death carousel. And she was just like, this is also the Lost Boys, and so we're trying to recreate two opposite things there. But at night it gets really eerie, and it's not just obviously the callback to like going to the parking lot and the opening shot and stuff, but like when you are driving through that town, the fog comes in and you forget that like, there's a forest out here. It's kind of eerie, and it's so I wondered like, did you get to explore the town a little bit when you were out there? Or, I mean, I imagine you had to get sick of the boardwalk at some point. Or like, if I see the fucking clinking
I don't know, I picked up a girlfriend and moved into her house while I was outside. With her mom and dad, I want to I
said a lot of per diem.
It worked in my favor. Yeah, I was carrying a load. I picked up their health insurance too.
Adopted them.
Yeah, I spent a lot of time. We had more time. I mean, Jason was in every flipping scene, so he didn't have any time. But we got, me and Brooke got up to, moseying around, and we saw stuff. But I really got out into Santa Cruz. I stayed up there when the crew moved back to LA and came back later for the rest of the shoot.
Joel would force call us, which when we weren't even working, he'd bring us in the set just to sit around and have the vibe of us around, but I think he was just trying to keep us out of trouble.
There was a little of that too. Yeah.
Well, we've talked about the music for the movie a lot. How do you all feel about the announcement of the Lost Boys musical?
I love it.
Do any of you have plans to see it?
Oh, I'd like
Definitely.
to see it.
Yeah. I'm hoping though.
I think it's a good thing to bring this to Broadway. The rock and roll musical. I mean, if they crush it, it'd be awesome.
See yourselves.
I think it lends itself to big rock opera.
I agree. I mean, the music is iconic from the movie itself, and to see, I'm really interested to see how some of these scenes get turned into ballads or.
And I was talking to someone at the table, they might even be out here, but about how they wouldn't necessarily go to see a Broadway show, but they'll go to New York and see that show. So I think that makes sense. They're pulling in audience that they're not used to having there. So I think that's great.
They can keep the edge,
They can keep the edge, yeah.
Definitely.
Well, the soundtrack of the film is so interesting too, because I'm always, the song gets stuck in your head so fast. Either one, like the Tim Capello, or even Cry Little Sister, but like, it's a unique soundtrack, because it's not exactly specifically all 80s. I mean, you have like Roger Daltrey on there at one point, so I'm like, did they, I mean, you have so many kids on set, did they come to you and be like, all right, what are you guys liking right now? Like,
Joel was so tapped into culture.
Yeah, that's
I mean, he was friends with NXS, and like, he was so tapped into culture. Of all the directors I worked with, I think, you know, often you have these like super hip music supervisors on set, even on like a Tarantino movie, and like, Joel didn't need any of that.
Yeah.
You know, he was just very dialed in to things that were going on. I mean, he took advice from people, but you look at that movie, I mean, Jason kind of said it, but like, that movie is such a hybrid, idiosyncratic mix of things that shouldn't work together that do. He just has such a specific vision for what he's doing. And the music was so important to him. You know, Brooke and I were playing music, and we were like playing him stuff, and there was a lot of music kind of going on during the making of it. Because he talked to us a lot. He knew I'm a huge Echo fan, so he was talking to me a lot about like who they were getting and what they were doing, and a lot of excitement about the bands that he was pulling in. And you're right, like musically it was a kind of a watershed soundtrack, and that it dictated a lot of what came after in that style, including Bill and Ted is sort of what we did with our soundtracks. Took a page from that.
Do you ever hear any of the songs come on? You're like turn it up a little bit. Like,
the Echo one, I mean, I hate to be sacrilegious. I prefer that version to the original.
I did too.
I like the Echo. I just think it's a better song in their hands.
Yeah.
But not that would be the case with every Doors song, but that one in particular is very fitted to them. The NXS song always makes me happy when I hear it.
That's my favorite, the NXS one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I guess Cry Little Sister is my favorite, but
yeah. So.
Well, he also, Joel was coming off of St. Elmo's Fire, and that added a good soundtrack itself for the, you know, so.
Did he work on Car Wash?
He wrote Car Wash.
Yeah.
That had a lot of music, right?
Yeah.
That was a cool movie, actually. Yeah.
Years since the movie came out. How do you all feel about horror as a genre today, as opposed to the 80s? It was such a different kind of, horror in the 80s, horror now is so different. And do you enjoy horror today? Do you wish there had a little more of what you captured back then?
No, I think it's just, for me, I think it's just change, you know, it's back then it was edgy, and, you know, it was a rated R movie. Like, that was an R movie. Like,
Yeah, it was.
Now it's like G-rated, you know? If you really genuinely think about it. So, no, I think, you know, the kids today like what they like. And, you know, I'm going to be the old crabby guy that says, no, it's too much of this and too much of that. You know, young whipper, like, it is what it is. You know, when I was coming up, we liked, you know, I was telling somebody, you know, I went and I saw Guar, and I was at the Hollywood Palladium, and Bad Religion and Body Count, and all these really cool things that my parents were like, what the hell are you listening to? Like, honestly, what are you listening to? And now I do the same thing with my kids. I'm like, what the hell are you listening to? What is that? So I don't think...
Is that Taylor Swift?
Yeah, she's taking over the world, right? But I think it's just, I don't necessarily have an opinion, negative or positive. I just think it's natural progression of
But also, Lost Boys was a comedy. I'm sorry, but it's not really a horror movie. I mean, it's got horror elements because it's a vampire movie, but you know, it's a grounded comedy. I mean, largely because it's mostly about this family, and a lot of the humor even comes out of their interrelationships and stuff. But like, I saw it with my youngest kid, saw it when he was 12. And he leaned in and he's like, I thought you told me this was a horror movie. And it wasn't because he was old and cynical. It was like, but it's more like Shaun of the Dead than it is like The Exorcist. There are still horror comedies being made. So I don't think you can really compare this to like, you know, to Hereditary or like, you know, the modern A24 horrors. Even in that era, it wouldn't have been comparable.
Right.
You know, but again, the whole pastiche. Like, what I'm proud of about Lost Boys, which I have nothing to do with, it's really Joel's vision, but just like I'm proud to be part of something that is a weird one-off. Because it's sort of like, yes, it's very 80s in terms of what Joel used, the grab bag he used to work with, but any era he would have made that movie in, it would have been his idiosyncratic thing. And that's pretty cool. I think it is kind of a one-off in that way.
I was thinking about that because I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that you are kind of removed from, I mean, the seaside town really allows you to kind of have this bubble. And I think that there is this sort of like timeless Americana to it that it's just there. Like it's still there. Like when I visit, Santa Cruz over the summer, I was kind of blown away that like, yeah, this charm is,
yeah, it's like Venice Beach is exactly the same.
Fucking nuts.
Yeah.
Like, it's like Jesus, like
or the Jersey Shore. Yeah.
I was like looking hard enough, I could find like a crew jacket for the Lost Boys behind a bench or something. But like it was just like it is kind of neat, and I do think that's what's kept it, very like you're saying, a one-off. And I don't know. I think. I feel like they appreciate it even then at that point though, because even then it's like these movies. It's not like they would try to do other vampire movies, but it's not like there was a wave of that in the sense. Like it was kind of like, all right, this is it. This is the watermark in a certain way. So I don't know. I think that's one of the reasons why it prevails for sure.
Right. Yeah, I agree with that.
And don't you think? I mean, as related, it's that beach scene, the campfire, the scene where you guys killed that other.
Yeah, that's the horror movie.
That's what it really becomes a horror movie.
Yeah,
for a second.
Yeah. My son's eyes glazed over a little at that point.
And then he bites the head.
Yeah. I ripped the guy's mohawk off. That was satisfying.
Yeah, I mean, Jason, you were in one of the most violent horror movies of the last, ever, with Terrifier. So, was there a moment where you were like, okay, I've never seen this type of fucking violence before.
And that kind of slasher stuff is not really my interest, but I had read about Damien Leone, and I love that he did this out of nothing.
Yeah,
he's great.
He pulled himself out of nothing. They bucked the whole studio system, and I hate the studio system. I've sort of had an odd career because I've moved against it many times in my life, and this guy he started from learning how to make makeup from books and wanted to do that, and he wrote this thing and he made it happen. And the first movie he ever saw when I met him, said, was Lost Boys. His mother took him when he was 4 years old. And so it's affected his entire life. And after I cleaned the drool off my arm, I said to him, look, you just got to stay honest to yourself, because he'd just done the second one. He owned the IP and all that stuff. He said, don't sell it, bet on yourself. Bet on yourself. And so I find those movies very much reminds me of punk rock in the 70s in New York. It's raw, it's what it is, it's a vision, it sort of makes a statement without hitting you on the head with it, or you can just listen to the noise of it. And so that's why that's a little different than maybe some of the more curated horror movies of the past. But it's just a different part of rock music, that stuff. And I think that he couldn't happen to a nicer guy. Yeah.
He's great.
Well, do you want to take a couple questions? Is that cool?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I love this movie. It's so iconic and legendary. I think it's so well-rounded in the sense of like the humor and the seriousness. Where do you think that this movie falls on the scale of vampire movies, specifically, of like greatness to kind of like falls into comedy, like Twilight, like great and equivalent to other movies? Like, do you think that there's other vampire movies that best this movie in the representation of the genre?
Good question.
I mean, 25, 30 years, you'll see. if the Twilight guys are up here, I don't know. I mean, this is a special film that works on so many levels in the narrative storytelling and the filmmaking and the collaboration. It was A-list all the way, and the talent and a story about single motherhood, brotherly love, first love, alienated youth. With the comedy and the drama. I mean, like Jason was saying, the spine of this film is as good as any film. It holds up because it's a good film, whether it's a vampire film or a drama or a comedy. It's just it's holding up. So, I mean, it is up there, I guess.
Yeah, what I like about it from like in that sense is because Dracula, Lugosi's Dracula is great, Vampire is great, the original Nosferatu is great, and those are always going to be great. you know, Jason said that like to him the blood was a drug metaphor, and I get that. And like for me, you know, we're street runaway kids, right? Like basically with a pimp, essentially. If you want to look at it. I mean, and that's it's funny and it's not, right? Like it's serious too, and so I think there's a timelessness to the seriousness that Joel took with it underneath it all. That I think also is a way in for people. And I think as a vampire movie, because vampires have that aspect, they're sort of outsider characters, historically speaking, like within mythology, and they feed off of people. I think that's what was cool about the latest Nosferatu, is he just went right for like, I'm just literally going to attach myself to your chest. It's very, but it's visceral, right? So I think that's why the campfire scene works, is like, you kind of wonder who we are, and you're like, oh shit, you know, these people are actually trying to survive. So I think that's one of the things that makes it work so well as a vampire movie that stands the test of time, is it has that sort of outsider, rebellious, sort of trying to survive component to who the vampires are. It's not just romance or whatever, not to dismiss something else that exists.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, can you share how was your experience when you watched the film for the first time? Was it at the premiere or?
I can.
You watch,
So, I'm originally from Ohio, so this was the first thing I had ever done, and you know, we had about, I don't know, 10 to 12 Corbett's at the premiere, and it was at the Director Guild, I think is where it premiered, and so for anybody in movies, look, where your name comes up on the credit is sort of it's a big deal, right? And you know, Laddie was, in my mind, like, you weren't even going to see me till the end credits, and then all of a sudden it said also starring, and then Chance Michael Corbett. My entire family kind of stands up. Yeah! So it was really badass. And then, you know, once you were done and kind of paused for a second, even as young as I was, I realized what it was, because I saw some of the dailies, and we did some looping, so I saw some of the scenes, but not knowing, not ever acting before, not seeing what something, when you're so invested in it, looks like, because I know what I liked. I liked certain music I liked certain movies that I liked, but I was totally invested in all the characters. I was totally invested in, you know, the soundtrack, and when it was done, just sat back and was kind of like, I'm assuming, since all of you are here looking at us, how you felt for the first time when you watched it. I was totally impressed with the finished product and extremely proud of it. That was my experience the first time.
I couldn't believe how handsome Billy was. I just couldn't handle it. I still can't really. I still can't.
I couldn't believe how funny you were.
Awesome.
You got time for one more? Katie. Yeah.
Well, first of all, thank you so much for coming up here and doing this for us. We're very appreciative of it.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course. I was wondering, is there any scenes that you filmed that were cut that you would have liked to see in the final?
All of Laddie's lines.
Marco's soliloquy. To work. How did I arrive at this hair?
I actually had a line that I couldn't quite get, and they cut it. They cut it from the, you know, I was like, it was the one time that Joel was really mad at me. Like, he always mad at Feldman all the time, but you know,
he's still mad at Feldman.
Yeah, from beyond. But Joel was like just frustrated. I just couldn't get this line, and it ended up getting cut. But it's okay. I was like, it was in that scene where I was like, in the comic book store, and I was like, your brother and I, my brother and I. That's why they cut it. I said, my brother and I are on a mission to destroy all vampires, including your brother, if we have to.
And you gotta do that one again, that sucked again.
I still don't know how to do it. Right. So I can't do the line.
Yeah. All right.
Because he was like, no, do it, and then I would do it kind of in practice, and he would be like, yeah, do it like that. Roll the cameras, and I blew it. But that only happened that one line, so I feel like.
Well,
I think so. I didn't know.
No other lead scenes? No?
Well, I mean, I understand at the time why they did it, but Kiefer and I worked really hard on that love scene that we had. Tonight it would be handled a little bit differently and accepted in a certain way. But I get it.
Well, you would work together the year prior, right? So like the two of you, Kiefer? No, Jamie, yeah.
Oh, I was talking about the Kiefer love
Oh,
scene.
okay. I gotta see the scene.
That's in the movie, though, Jason. I hate to tell you. Basically, is the movie.
Well, we'll get an extended cut of that. Well, thank you, everyone. Seriously, this has been a blast.
Okay, one more round of applause. So much for coming out here. Thank you for the years of memories and inspiration and entertainment and laughs. Thank you so much.
Thanks, you guys. Good questions.
Cat dead. Details later. Okay, travelers, that will do it for me here today at CreepIE Con. It was a wonderful time this year. I've been saying that I missed out on the last year. That was me thinking about the other one that they had during the fall. So that was my mistake, guys. I actually did attend last year, and I'm looking forward to attending again, hopefully in September for the fall edition. and I'll definitely be back again next year if all goes well, guys. But again, travelers, I am your travel guide, Brendan. Make sure to give us one of those Ash Williams severed hands. If you liked the video, comment in regards to what you enjoyed about this particular video. And lastly, go ahead and hit that subscribe button. Make sure that bell is set so that you can be notified whenever I post up something new, travelers. I'm looking forward to a great 2025 on this channel. Travelers, again, it's fantastic being here. I am your travel guide, Brendan, with the Horror Green Book, signing off and letting you know, of course, it is scary in those streets. So let me know that you made it home safely.